Okay. That's so elementary school teacher, isn't it? Good evening, supervisors. Good evening, staff. Good evening, Loudon. I'd like to call to order the June 21st, 2022 Loudon County Board of Supervisors Business Meeting. This room has a hearing loop. If you need hearing assistance, please switch your hearing aid to the telecoil mode. If you need a headset, we have those available as well. Please see the clerk to request one. We just got a message from Mr. Kirshner that he's having a family emergency, so he will not be able to join us tonight. And we wish him well in that emergency, and we'll be praying for him and his family. Supervisor Unstead, would you like to have any words or a prayer, and then lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Dear Lord, during challenging times, please remind us constantly to be kind to each other, to protect the children that you have blessed us with, whether as parents or guardians or teachers. And please help our people, the people of Loudon County, through these difficult times. In your name, God, we pray. Amen.
Amen.
If everyone could join us in the pledge by standing.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, supervisors, a couple of things in this agenda. Let me just go through some things. We are going to defer 2 items tonight. First, we're going to defer item number, the 4th closed session item to our next meeting. And we're going to defer item number 4, which is the CPAM on Route 15 North. That actually, one of my colleagues had asked for that to be deferred so that they could have more conversations with some staff that things that they were not clear on or wanted to have some thoughts on. So although those items will be deferred tonight and we will not be voting for them, in fact, both of those items will be deferred to the next meeting on July 5th. If you are here to speak on that item tonight, you absolutely can, and you can speak on it tonight and at the next meeting as well. If you don't want to speak on the item tonight because it's going to be deferred, you don't have to. If you do want to speak on the item tonight, you can, and then speak again at the next meeting. But the item itself will not be heard tonight by the request. And it is my norm, if I have a colleague that asks that type of question, it's my norm to grant that. There's not really any reason to not do that. If someone feels like they need to get more information or know something else or have some confusion, especially if it's just a one-time deferral, I have never said no to a colleague for that, and I don't see any reason to say no. So that's why it would be deferred. So I'm going to read the proposed consent agenda, and it's changed like 3 times just today, so I hope I have it right, and if you guys hear something that's not right, please let me know. The proposed consent agenda is as follows. Item R1, resolution to recognize the 75th anniversary of Middleburg American Legion Post 295. That is for approval only. Mr. Buffington, if you can let my office know, I'd love to join you for that if I can.
Sure thing.
Thank you, sir. Item R2 is Pollinator Week in Loudon County. That is, well, I guess it's Pollinator Week everywhere, but we're going to celebrate it here. That's for approval and presentation. Item 1A, appointments to confirmation. Item 2, the AAR report for June 21st, 2022. Item 9, the ZRTD 2021-0009. That's the East Severn Way. Item 10, special exception for Loudon Water Reclamation Facility. It is motion 2 on that item. Item 13B, termination of Belmont Ridge Trust Fund. Item 13C, Sterling Boulevard streetlight installation. Item 13D, establishing a Metro Rail garage reserve parking rate for the Ashburn South and Loudon Gateway Metro garages. Item 13E, update on Loudon Soil and Water Conservation District activities in the floodplain overlay district. Item 13F is the response to the board member initiative on green hydrogen renewable energy, and that is a request for information. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda? Motion made by Supervisor Umstead. Is there a second on the motion?
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Glass. Discussion on the consent agenda. My only discussion would be this, item 10, the special exception for Loudon Water Reclamation Facility. My staff did go out and take a visit to that, and we've had lots of discussions with Loudon Water. I am at ease. Well, one, I do think they're needed. Two, the infrastructure is already there. And three, they will fill in the floodplain. I was just confused at how they're going to do this with the floodplain. So that's why I wasn't ready to vote for it last time. I didn't know if they were going to build the towers high enough or what's going to happen. But what they do is they fill in the floodplain so that the water tanks will no longer be in the floodplain. So I felt fine about that. Any other discussion on the consent agenda? Ms. Glass?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I was going to also thank you all for having the Loudon Water on consent to construct a small portion of the storage tanks in the in the floodplain of the Broad Run. As part of this application, Loudon Water is providing reforestation and mitigation efforts for putting these tanks in just a 2.5 acre portion of the floodplain. I know it would be very difficult for Loudon Water to alter its master plan if this special exception is denied, which would be costly to the water customers of the county. I do truly feel that this is a special exception since the floodplain changed during the course of development for Loudon Water, and I'm confident that the tanks will be constructed properly and safely, and I thank staff and the applicant for all their work on this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Turner?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to thank the board for approving the Soil and Water District $200,000 for improvements in the floodplain. If you recall, there were the new rules by FEMA require no-rise certifications, which requires an engineering study to prove that conservation projects in the floodplain will result in no rise. Those engineering studies are expensive. This $200,000 will pay for those engineering studies for those projects that are already in the queue. By the time that queue empties out with this money, then we should have revised template for engineering that will significantly reduce the cost of these engineering studies. So this will get us moving forward, and I'm very pleased with this. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? All in favor of the consent agenda, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion will pass 801. It is the meeting that we have early speakers. We had 8 speakers signed up. We have one that crossed their name out, and so we have 7 speakers for this time. I'm going to call your name in advance, and so if I call your name, please come to the podium closest to you, and you have 2.5 minutes. Laura Matchler, followed by Bruce Pierce, followed by Larry Winnick. Good evening. Hold on just 1 second. Can we get our mic on? And start our time over?
Good?
I think we're good.
Okay. Once again, I want to say thank you, and thanks for continuing the dialogue. Hopefully, we're going to all get there, and I think we probably have more in common with both sides. Everybody, I think, wants to have a safe and not congested road, and one that's going to keep people safe. Now that we're deferring the motion, I just had a couple questions that maybe they could be followed up on. Number one, does Loudon County or VDOT have an embedded traffic counter in the road along Route 15? I know in the past they actually did, and we could look at the percentage of trucks and cars in both directions. Number two, I was told by DMV that accidents that were estimated to be under $1,500 in property damage were not reported. So I think that's important since we're looking at kind of all of the accidents. Number three, I know the town of Leesburg has a documented emergency evacuation route So if something happens, people know what roads to take. Does Loudon County have a documented emergency evacuation route? And how would people who live along the corridor or north of Leesburg evacuate? And the last one, since we are looking to hopefully have some more professional, affordable housing for employees, has Loudon County surveyed their employees to see where they currently live? And then I just wanted to thank you and hope that you vote in favor of the CPAM.
I have written down all those questions. Thank you. Our next speaker is Bruce Pierce, followed by Larry Winnick, followed by Anthony Pago. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. My name is Bruce Pierce. I live in Raspberry Falls. I am in support of the CPAM. I came and spoke at the last one of these and mentioned to you all how I was in a near fatal accident on Route 15. My car got totaled. And so I got thinking about it afterwards. And in fact, I told you that night that there was an accident on Route 15 that night. And so hopefully you saw that I was telling the truth. I travel on Route 15 almost every day. And lately, I've just been noticing so many cars just being distracted, people looking at the scenery on the side or something, and they're just having to swerve around the car in front of them, and not have an accident. It's just constant. So it just motivated me to say, I want to come back and just say, please, please support this, because it's just going to be more accidents. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Larry Winnick, followed by Anthony Pago, followed by Kate Putt. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you for having us again.
Sure, thank you.
Hello, my name is Larry Winnick. I live in the Catoctin District off Route 15, and I'm here to support the CPAM and ask for a unanimous vote tonight. I'll cross that out, whenever. I'm a motorcycle rider, although I rarely ride since I have to go on Route 15 to and from my house. It's not safe. As a rider, you're always taught to have an out. Where are you going in case somebody comes across at you? The outs you have on Route 15 are a telephone pole, a ditch, a fence, trees, etc. Not the type of outs that you want when you're on a motorcycle, let alone a car. What you have on this road are wineries and breweries, drivers texting often, young drivers learning, and board members who have to work late listening to us till midnight over and over and over again at many meetings. Drinking, texting, tired on Route 15 is a recipe for disaster. The problem with this overcrowded road is it's high speed, no medians, big trucks, commuters, and you have no outs. 45 miles an hour that way, 45 miles an hour this way, not good when you're only a few feet away while passing many cars head on. At the last meeting, a lady said she had to teach her 15-year-old to drive on this road. I can't imagine the fear she must have. Thank goodness I don't have to teach my youngest son for another 5 years. Hopefully we will have this 4-lane road built very soon. I had to answer the doorbell one time, and the policeman said, "Your son has been in an accident and is in the hospital." Thank goodness he was okay, but if that happens on Route 15, you might be answering the doorbell and instead have a priest outside. Head-on collisions are such a possibility on this road, and this needs to be fixed now. Every time I call to sign up to speak, the nice lady asks if I want to bring a poster or a prop of some kind. I say, yes, I want to bring a shovel. She politely says, no, you can't bring a shovel, but asks why. I say, so we can finally break ground. This has been long overdue. The back and forth has to end now. Please pass this so we can finalize the plans and break ground. Let's get moving for safety's sake. I don't want any of our Virginia families, Maryland families, commuter families, neighbors' families, board members' families, or anyone else to have to answer that doorbell. If we can fix this road to be safe, we must do everything we can to do it, and do it now. Please vote unanimously whenever.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Anthony Pago, followed by Kate Putt, followed by Val Walters.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hello, Supervisors. My name is Anthony Pago, and I live in Selma Estates, which is along Route 15 north of Leesburg. I've come to this meeting many times before to speak with you about this topic, and I've represented Selma on the stakeholder committee that existed a few years ago. I want to address a few things. I know at the last board meeting, a group of people came to speak about Route 15. I want to counter their points. They claim that the county has not looked at their suggestions, but this fact is false. But this is false. Previous Supervisor Gary Higgins met with members of the group and their consultants and other things and said and listened to their suggestions, and they have been considered, analyzed by staff and consultants, and proven that they do not work. The suggestions from this group even was included as over 150 pages of misinformation with the inclusion of useless cartoons in the board packet that was presented for the first phase of Route 15 improvements. Two, they claim more development will come, but that's a zoning and land use issue, as you know. Three, they say that the traffic is not as bad since the pandemic, but this is absolutely false. It's back to the way it was, or even worse, and on the weekends it's backed up as well. Four, they say an improved Route 15 will induce traffic. Well, what about the cut-through traffic in Selma, where our children are almost run over? How about the cut-through traffic through Waterford or other communities? Of course, we want to induce those people to drive on Route 15 instead of cutting through our neighborhoods. The simple fact is that this opposition group wants to continue to delay improvements to Route 15, and more delays just means more accidents, more of our time lost in traffic, more injuries, and more deaths. This brings me to my next point, which was said last month. Our children are endangered. Our family members are endangered. There's only one of them. I have a 3.5-year-old, and I'm worried every time I drive with him on this road. There may be endangered animals or shrimps or whatever it is, but it's not even near where the roads are proposed to be, and is not more important than human lives. Enough of the studies, enough of the delays. Please approve the CPAM, fast-track funding, fast-track these projects, widen the road with shoulders and a median as far north as possible, and go west with the bypass where it makes sense, not through the middle of Luckett's. Thank you, and I guess I'll be back here next month.
Thank you, sir. Kate Putt, followed by Val Walters, followed by Elaine Burakov. Ms. Putt, P-U-T-T. There you are. Good evening, ma'am. You can go to that. Oh, you're next. Okay, I'm sorry. Is Kate Putt here? Then you are Ms. Walters, yes? Okay. And you'll be followed by Elaine Barakov. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you, Madam Chair, Board of Supervisors. My name is Val Walters, and I'm the Executive Director of the Ryan Bartell Foundation. For the past 2.5 years, I've been with the foundation. Our mission is to prevent youth suicide through upstream awareness, educational programs, activities that support and empower youth, families, the communities at large through acceptance, connection, resiliency, and hope. I'm here today speaking to you as a member of the Loudon Human Services Network, a collaboration of more than 50 nonprofits. We provide services to thousands of Loudon residents to meet their most basic needs. And we're not just essential services providers, we're also an economic engine that fuels Loudon County through employment opportunities. Our nonprofit organizations employ hundreds, if not thousands, of community members and are a vital part of our economy. The Loudon Human Services Network is proud of our role to ensure a quality of life for all Loudon residents. We value our strong partnership with the county's human services departments as we work together to assist Loudon residents. As the long-term impact of COVID and other current events continue to affect the economy, we see real consequences impacting the most vulnerable people in Loudon County. Increased inflation, rising gas prices, food prices, increased housing prices, and limited mental health supports are all making it harder for Loudon families to just get by. In turn, our nonprofits are experiencing steady increases of services. Many of us are still providing higher levels of services than before the pandemic started. The county's support and partnership of local nonprofits has been an essential ingredient to ensure a strong safety network during these difficult times. Later tonight, you'll hear from my colleague, Mary Beth Sheehan, Executive Director of the Loudon Free Clinic. She will provide you a snapshot of Loudon's nonprofit community by sharing a real story that showcases the work being done by my fellow nonprofits. Thank you for your continued attention and partnership to the nonprofit community in Loudon.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And our last speaker is Elaine Barakov, although people might want to hang out, and I have some interesting information that we just received on traffic speeds and studies, not for Route 15, but for the area that I think people might find interesting. Good evening.
Good evening, Chair Randall, Supervisors. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak on the CPAM and the widening of Route 15 north of Montressor to include 4 lanings as far north as possible, medians, and full-size shoulders. My name's Elaine Borikov. I live in the Catoctin District along Route 15 north of Leesburg. As you know from prior meetings, there's overwhelming community support for the long overdue safety and traffic improvements along the corridor, as evidenced by the multiple surveys administered by the county over the past decade or so. You've heard from me many times and from many others the personal stories of living, commuting to and from work and school on this road. You've heard the countless stories of accidents and road closures. You heard from me last time about teaching my 15-year-old to drive and him overcorrecting as someone passed him on the shoulder. You've seen the data that demonstrates how serious and dangerous this problem is. You've heard the fears of parents with new drivers, me, and others, and as well as parents with small children in their cars. You've heard the overwhelming negative impacts of road closures each and every time there's a discussion about Route 15, including just last Wednesday afternoon when there was yet another head-on collision that ended up with busloads of children at Smarts Mills and Francis Hazel Reed waiting to leave school because they could not travel north on Route 15. Some of you last month even shared your negative experiences with traveling along Route 15 and the dread when you have to go to an event out there in peak traffic hours. People, children, family, friends, none of these can be replaced if their lives are lost on this road or because emergency vehicles can't get to them. People don't want to use this road on weekends to patronize businesses along the corridor because of congestions and accidents. There is nothing scenic about this road right now when you're watching emergency vehicles pull a minivan out of trees and medics treating the injured after it crossed the center line into oncoming traffic and plunged down into the trees just south of Luckett. It's a view my daughter and I had just a couple of weeks ago coming back from Luckett's. I urge you to please approve the CPAM on July 5th. Ideally, it would be tonight, but July 5th. And I thank you for your time on this effort.
And I thank you for coming. Thank you so much. Supervisors, if you have any regional meetings and updates, please put your light on. Ms. Brixman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Metro Washington Council of Governments met, I believe it was the 8th. We had additional discussions about regional food insecurity, equity emphasis areas, and housing attainability. Last week, I also attended the second meeting of the Racial Equity Learning Series with the Metro Washington Council of Governments. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Umstadt.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. The Transportation Planning Board of the Metropolitan Washington Council of Governments met as well. I want to thank Supervisor Letourneau for all his guidance through sometimes difficult conversations at TPB. We did better this June than we did last June. No projects were eliminated from the TPB's long-range plan, which means all projects still in it can be qualified for federal funding if necessary. We also had a vote, not a unanimous vote, but a vote that most of the Maryland and DC members of TPB supported strongly, and that is to call for a 50% reduction in greenhouse gases in the transportation sector by the year 2030. It was widely acknowledged among both TPB staff and the elected officials in the room that this is an impossible goal. Even with the most stringent strategies, all of which would be required, it cannot be met. But some of those strategies that appeared to have the support of the Maryland and DC folks were a tax on every vehicle mile traveled by anyone in the region, along with an extra tax on any vehicle going into any activity center like Central DC, Reston Town Center, One Loudon, Tyson's Corner, What came out of that was an implicit call for many additional taxes that Virginia local officials don't even have the authority to impose, and DC officials would probably have to seek federal approval. So it was a mixed bag. The 50% reduction is considered voluntary and not required. But it does give you a sense of where the Transportation Planning Board is going on greenhouse gas in the transmission or transportation sector and the taxes that would be required to support achieving even a 32% reduction. So that is what happened at TPB, but all our projects are still in the list. Thank you.
I hear that you and Ms. Letourneau are quite the 1-2 punch at TPB, so, and lots of work to do, but thank you. Ms. Letourneau.
Yeah, I want to similarly thank Supervisor Umstead. I have been really pulled into some Metro stuff over the last few weeks when this was heating up, and she's done a great job for us at TPB. One other just thing to add on is one of those strategies in a more aggressive path is free fare on transit. Which for the Metro system, that's about a $400 million a year hit to our budget, which would certainly impact our ability to actually provide service. So I think really there should be some thought given to frequency of service when it comes both to emissions reduction and to serving the public need, because if we're not able to provide the service that people want, then the system isn't going to see the benefits, and we're not going to see the emissions reductions from transit that the region wants to as part of these goals. So just an additional comment on that. As far as Metro is concerned, the main thing I wanted to mention was we were able to begin restoration of the 7000 series trains, which are the newest trains that were placed out of service due to the derailment that occurred. Right now, there are 64 cars, which is eight car trains that have been actively in service. They are undergoing a very vigorous manual inspection process, and so far that has gone well. We are now proceeding to sort of plan B of this plan, which is to receive approval from the Safety Commission for an automated system that will measure the wheel sets as trains travel over them. And basically, if we see a problem as part of that system, we can immediately withdraw a train from service. That's as I've said, customized system, so it has to go through a separate certification process. Once we hit that, then we'll be able to bring back a much larger quantity of the 7000 series trains and really increase our frequencies on the system to a point where I think riders will, sort of back to what they were used to before the pandemic. So that's kind of the big news. The other piece of news, just for everybody, is that our new general manager, Randy Clark, will be starting on July 25th, so a little over a month from now. And our current interim GM, Andy Off, has been very, very busy, hopefully putting the final touches on our discussions with the Airports Authority. The next step for Metro is to declare operational readiness. We're very close. And then we're continuing to have discussions about escrow amounts. In fact, I just had to take a call related to that, as well as some overall funding challenges that we understand occurred in today's CTB meeting, which we'll have more to talk about, I think. So that's it for me.
Mr. Turner, in Metro talk, what does very close mean? What is you said we're very close for operational readiness. In Metro talk, what does that mean?
It means we're close.
I cleared that right up. Thank you so much. All right, I had a very, very busy 2 weeks, and so I'll try to go through some of this a little quickly, and if you want more, I'm happy to send it to you. First, I had a meeting with the Secretary of Transportation, Shep Miller. It was a really good meeting. We talked about quite a few things, MBTA, WMATA, transit. I think it probably took an hour. I went down as the chair of the county and chair of the Northern Virginia Transportation Authority, and so answered all those questions. It was him and his entire staff and Monica Backman from MBTA, Tracy Baynard, and myself. And so it was a really good meeting. I did want to share some information that the MBTA did, and this may be of interest to some people in the room, about traffic travel speeds in the Northern Virginia area through COVID. And I just think this is a little confusion and pretty amazing and pretty horrible. It states that during the 2020 COVID-19 pandemic, nationwide speeding fatalities greatly increased from 2019 to 2020 by 17%. And if you think about it, that's really amazing and horrible because the number of cars on the roads significantly decreased. And even with the decrease in the number of cars on the road, fatalities increased. In Northern Virginia, the fatalities increased by 13%, nationwide by 17%, even with the decrease in cars on the road. That was 2019 to 2020. In 2021, there was a decrease from the increase, but an increase in pre-pandemic numbers, and that increase was 5%. And so we're still above what we were pre-pandemic for fatalities that are directly related to speeding. And, they're trying to figure out kind of why that's happened. Maybe the roads were more open, who knows, but a lot of different issues. On average, 10% below pre-pandemic conditions, travel speeds were about 9% faster than pre-pandemic travel speeds. And I'm not saying that the speed limit changed. I'm saying people just drove that much faster over the past 3 years, and we had that many more fatalities. So I thought that was horrible, interesting, and something to be aware of, especially as we talk about some of our roads. We also got a update on where MBTA is placing our transportation dollars. We've invested nearly $2.5 billion in 106 regional transportation projects. Now remember, MBTA's first priority is congestion relief relative to cost. And in MBTA, we do all type of transit activities. 38 of our projects were roadway projects, so building new road capacity. And 33 of our projects were either transit or rail. So transit may also have been bus rapid transit and things like that. But between transit and rail combined, it was 33%. It was 33 projects. I am very happy to report that Loudon County, all 4 of our projects that went into MVTA have been approved. The 4 projects that we approved was the Route 7 improvements, Route 9 to the Dulles Greenway. That one, we will get the funding request on that was $20 million. The Loudon County Parkway interchange at Route 50, Mr. Letourneau, you're going to be really happy about that. The funding request was $35 million. The Ryan Road widening Phase 2, Evergreen Mills Road to Beaver Dam, the funding request was $16 million, and the Route 7 corridor ITS improvement study, the funding request on that was $2,500,000. Now, having said that, there were also on those 4 projects, there were also public input and public feedback, and it is not unusual to have, it is allowed when we do public input and feedback in MBTA that one person or one household can give us feedback multiple times. That is something that I'm going to change. I'm going to, as chair of the MBTA, change next year because it skews the numbers. And so I just want you to hear the numbers, but it skews what the numbers look like. So on the Route 7 improvements, Route 9 to Dulles Greenway, we had a total of 16 people give us feedback, 4 in support, 11 opposed. On the Loudon County Parkway interchange, we had a total of 5 people give us feedback, 3 in support, 1 opposed. On the Ryan Road widening Evergreen Mills Road to Beaver Dam, we had a total of 15, not 15 people, but 32, not 32 people, but 32 interactions. And it was 0 support, 31 opposed, but of those 31 that opposed, 30 was the same person. And so, so, so we're going to change that next year. We got to fix that. And I think that, that was decided because we thought that maybe somebody would call and say, this is an issue, and then they might call back and say, oh, I forgot one thing, and I want to say this also. We never thought that one person was going to sit on their phone or at their computer for 2 solid weeks and make 30 comments. And so it really skews what's going on. And then when they come up, they can then later say, 31 opposed, right? Well, yeah, but we really didn't. And so that is something that in MVTA we will be changing next year. And the last one was the Route 7 Corridor Implementation Program Study. We had 8 people speak, 7 supported, and 1 opposed. And so we did really very, very well. In fact, probably better than we've ever done in MVTA as far as getting the money we wanted for the projects we wanted. And I really want to thank our staff, especially, and he's gone now, but especially Bob Brown, who, the staff that are planning, the staff is wonderful. And so, when you're at one of our regional bodies, they're very collegial bodies, they really are. But when it comes to money, there's not that much money there. So even though they're collegial bodies, you were collegially fighting over money that's in that bucket. And so you have to be given the tools to fight with. And the truth is Loudon's a really fast-growing county, and the roads are very, very congested. As everyone knows, Mr. Letourneau has some of the most congested roads in the county in his area, as everyone knows. And so we did really, really well this time with funds. I did more than that this time, but it's a long meeting, so I'm going to stop talking on that one. Ms. Brixman, you have your light on again. What's up?
I do, Madam Chair. Can I just ask real quickly, the 4th one that you were talking about, where is that study?
The Route 7 Corridor Implementation Program Study. I got to go check exactly from what.
We'll follow
Yeah.
up.
Actually, I sent this out to you all, and I'll send it to you again. Whenever I do this stuff, I'm happy to send you guys the information. In fact, I have, if you want to look at this one right here, I have it here, but I can send this out to you guys. I have all of it. Okay, so thank you for that. That took a while, but I thought that was kind of important, interesting stuff. All right, my voice for a cause today is the Westmoreland Davis Memorial Foundation, also called Morven Park. That's how we kind of affectionately known it. Morven Park's purpose is to nurture a love of the lush and important landscape of Loudon County, to inspire curiosity in the historic and dynamic past, and to inspire advocacy and participation in all who visit for the role each one of us can play in our community's present and our community's future. With us today, we have Stacy Metcalf, who is the executive director, and Katie Nee. You all come to the microphone. We have this discussion. Come on, Katie. And Ham was the CFO. Thank you, ladies, for being here today. I have a couple of questions for you.
Sure.
How long has Morven Park served our community?
The Westmoreland Davis Memorial Foundation, which, as you noted, owns and operates Morven Park, has been supporting the community for 55 years. It was established by Marguerite Davis, who was the wife of Virginia Governor Westmoreland Davis. And the Davises had Loudon County as their home from 1903 to 1942, so it was very important to her to make sure that this property stayed a local gem for the community. So our foundation raises money to preserve and protect Morven Park, and also we invite current and future generations to explore history, to study civics, and then to also celebrate the outdoors.
Wonderful, thank you. And what type of programs do you offer?
Yeah, so I always say that Morven Park is Loudon County's 1,000-acre backyard. So given the day, there's always some sort of program happening, and probably our most popular programs are on our equestrian side. So we have an international equestrian facility, so given any day, we have riders and their horses here, whether it's competition, whether it's doing schooling, whether it's pleasure riding. And what's really important to note is that it is a world-class equestrian center. So what it does is it attracts equestrians from both local, national, and also international levels. So those who are coming into town and visiting Morven Park and competing here are also staying here in Loudon Park, and in Loudon, and staying in our hotels, staying in our restaurants. So again, we are happy to contribute to the economy here in Loudon County.
Yeah.
There.
Do you have any current needs?
Pardon?
Do you have any current needs?
Yeah, one more of our, I just wanted to jump in and clarify our Center for Civic Impact, which is our educators work with students K through 12 in the classroom delivering civics lessons. And these are really important because they're teaching our students, I know Supervisor Glass knows this, they're teaching our students to really that their voice matters and to empower them to do research to make sure that they are understanding, issues, how advocacy can also, help them come and make impacts in the community. I have a quote real quick. The Center for Civic Impact has single-handedly been the community partner who has educated the most LCPS students. No other community, business, nonprofit, or foundation even comes close. And this is Grant Schaefer from LCPS Community Connections Coordinator. So that says it
Wonderful.
best.
Thank you. I'm going to skip that last question and go to, do you have any upcoming events we should know about?
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm all decked out in my polo jersey because we are about to bring Polo in the Park back to the community starting on July 9th on Saturday night, running 6 consecutive Saturday nights. It is a fun, family-friendly event. So if you have not been there, you need to come. You pack a picnic, pack your family. And again, it's so much fun.
You have a polo player behind you, evidently. I got jazz hands for polo in the park, so I guess there's some polo playing back there going on.
And also a lot of people ask me if the Davis Mansion is open for tours, and it is. It's open every Friday through Monday, every single week. And we have, again, children under and family members under 18 years old are free. We also, through the Blue Star program, also offer free access to retired and active military and their families. So we encourage everybody to come out to the Davis Mansion.
And I know this is not on your list of questions that you were going to get, so I'm throwing you a bit of a curveball. Is there any time where it's just free for everyone?
It's always free for everyone. So between 7 a.m. and 6 p.m., you can, oh, you mean the mansion tours?
Yes.
No, I mean, we have a modest fee of like $16 for adults 19 and older.
Okay. Okay, all right. That answers
Yeah.
my question. All right, thank
Yeah.
you. And last question, how does the public contact you?
Oh, everybody can go to morvenpark.org, and again, you can learn about our programs, about all of our events coming up. And again, if you're visiting Morven Park, my office is in the Coach House, which is to the right of the mansion, so you can stop by my office and stop by our membership team, and everybody will help you and guide you on the property.
Well, especially for the work you do with young people from K through 12, we really do appreciate that and all the work you all do at Morven Park. So thank you very much.
All right.
Mr. Hemstreet, do you have any comments for this evening, sir?
Thank you, Chair Randall. I have 4 comments for this evening. The first is that in the wake of damage to several homes caused by last Thursday's severe thunderstorm, Loudon fire officials are reminding residents of the importance of having working smoke alarms as well as a home escape plan. At the first sign of smoke or fire, you should leave your home and go to a predetermined meeting place and call 911. Fire is not always visible and can spread quickly. Fire officials encourage residents to take a few moments to practice their home escape plan and to check that smoke alarms are installed and working properly. Residents can request a free smoke alarm assessment from our combined fire and rescue system at loudon.gov/smoke alarms. Second, congratulations are in order for Loudon County Deputy First Class Gloria Turin, who has received the 2021 Correctional Officer of the Year Award from the Major County Sheriffs of America organization. Deputy Turin is being recognized for her work at the Adult Detention Center. Over the past year, she was involved in 2 high-profile cases. She is credited with recognizing a potential fraud case that led federal investigators to a money laundering scheme impacting detention facilities across the United States. She also played a vital role in a conspiracy investigation involving document forgery by an inmate. That case led to multiple arrests by the Sheriff's Office. Third, the Department of Family Services has scheduled the next local session of the National Fatherhood Initiative. The free 12-week virtual program begins next Tuesday, June 28th. All fathers are welcome to attend to build their skills to become even stronger dads. More information is online at loudon.gov/fatherhood. And then finally, Virginia Cooperative Extension Loudon is celebrating the 30th anniversary of the award-winning Loudon Master Gardeners Demonstration Garden at Ida Lee Park here in Leesburg. Since 1992, the VCE Loudon Master Gardeners have used the garden as a teaching tool for anyone interested in learning more about horticulture and how to be good stewards of the land. Members of the community are invited to visit the garden and see the many vegetable beds, fruit trees, flowering bulbs, and ornamentals. With the fruits and vegetables of their labor, the master gardeners are able to donate fresh produce to Loudon Hunger Relief, averaging between 1,000 to 2,000 pounds a year. That's my comments this evening, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Hemstreet. Supervisors, we are doing great on time tonight. Let's just keep this up. So we have just one proclamation we're going to have, and it's Pollinator Week. I think, was that you, that's your, Ms. Brixman, right? So will you join me down front, please? Mr. Letourneau just asked me, is that why I was wearing yellow and black? Because it's Pollinator Week. Ha, ha, ha. Oh, is that really why you're wearing yellow and black? Oh. Do we have anybody who's doing Pollinator Week to accept the proclamation? There you are. There you go.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So worldwide, we have approximately 1,000 plants grown for food, beverage, fibers, spices, and medicines that need to be pollinated by animals in order to produce the goods on which we depend. Food and beverages produced with the help of pollinators include blueberries, chocolate, coffee, melons, peaches, pumpkins, vanilla, and almonds. Plants that depend on a single pollinator species, and likewise, pollinators that depend on a single type of plant for food are interdependent. If one disappears, so does the other. The Planning Commission, and part of the reason I wanted to do this proclamation is because the Planning Commission during our term has been asking developers to put in a lot of pollinator gardens and native plant landscaping, and to install and maintain pollinator gardens in new development or redevelopment, resulting in at least 50 projects, which will also have 70% or more native plants in the landscaped area and 4 pollinator gardens or meadows across the county. So I know that we have a new pollinator garden going in at Lexington 7 with that development. I also think there's something going to be installed at Claude Moore. So thank you so much for joining us. You must be Ron. Thank you. And so with that, I will read our short proclamation. Whereas pollinator species such as birds and insects are essential partners of farmers and ranchers in producing much of our food supply, and whereas pollinator species provide significant environmental benefits that are necessary for maintaining healthy, biodiverse ecosystems, and whereas the County of Loudon provides education and experiences to promote wise conservation stewardship, including the protection and maintenance of pollinators and their habitats, such as Banshee Reeks Nature Preserve, and whereas the County of Loudon Department of Parks and Recreation and Community Services celebrates pollinators in the annual Summer in the Reeks Pollinator Festival. Now therefore be it resolved that the Loudon County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim June 20 through June 26 as Pollinator Week. Yay. So thank you so much for coming. Would you like to say a few words?
Just come out to our big event on Saturday, the pollinator event.
Tell us more.
It's about the 8th year we've been doing this. We started this as a co-op with when I was in a former life with the USGS, where we monitored all the pollinators out there. We've done that for 15 years now. And we've got a little over 130 native bees. Some are brand new to Virginia, never been found before. And we celebrate National Pollinator Week every year for about the 8th, 9th year now, I guess. And it's fun, big family event, so come on out. Sure.
Are ladybugs pollinators?
It can be, but they prefer aphids.
I don't know what that means.
The little bitty guys.
I don't know
Little
what that
bitty
means.
bugs.
Oh, the little bitty bugs. Okay, all right.
Ladybugs are good.
Ladybugs are good. Okay, thank you.
But if you like chocolate or coffee.
That's a ladybug thing?
No, that's
Okay.
a pollinator.
I do like chocolate. So.
Even beef.
I do the coffee. Okay, thank you.
So we're going to take a picture, but since Supervisor Kirshner's not here, we're going to have him sign these, and then we'll get them to you, but we'll take a picture right now.
Supervisors, we're so early, we can't start our second set of speakers until 6 o'clock. That's how early we're running. So how about we just go on and do an item, because I don't think it's going to take us that long, and then by the time we finish, we'll be there. I don't know that we've ever ran this early before, but let's keep it up. Let's do Supervisor Brixman. There was an item that came off of consent. I think it was number 11? Was it number 11? It was the Villas of Cascades item? Yeah. Is staff here for that item? Planning staff? Because if you're here, you can go home. If we can just get this knocked out. Are you not here? You're not here. Aw. I was trying. Are they online?
They're probably running down the stairs.
Oh, we were trying to get them out the door. Okay, well then, you think they're coming down?
I do. If you want to put a motion on the table, then they should be here by the
That's because I don't think we need the presentation. I know one of our colleagues wanted to have a different vote on it, so let's put a motion on the table. Ms. Brixman.
I move the Board of Supervisors approve ZMAP 2020-0014, Specs 2020-0028, ZMOD 2020-0034, and ZMOD 2020-0009, the Villas at Cascades, subject to the proffer statement dated June 13th, 2022, and the conditions of approval dated April 18th, 2022, based on the findings for approval provided as attachments 1, 2, and 3 in the June 21, 2022 Board of Supervisors business meeting action item.
Motion's made by Second Supervisor Saines. Discussion on the motion. Supervisor Brooks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Not to belabor, here comes staff. Not to to belabor the point. This was unanimously recommended for approval by staff and the Planning Commission. It's a modest development of townhomes next to the Cascades Marketplace in an area that could be described almost as blight. There are a couple restaurants there that have been out of business for quite a long time. There is a parking lot that's full of overnight semi-trucks parking. I have constituents that are actually kind of scared to go back there. And it's unfortunate because it is right next to our library and senior center right there. So it's going to be nice to be able to have a different use for that property because right now there's really no use. This will also help us with our unmet housing needs strategic plan. They're going to be at about 10.5% for ADUs and affordable there. It's crucial for the redevelopment of Cascades Marketplace as well as it will bring much needed foot traffic. And lastly, there was one slight change, and I really appreciate staff and the developer working with me on this. I had reached out to Meadowland Elementary School, which is one of our Title I schools. So, they don't have the PTA and the parents don't have the time nor the resources to raise money to build a new playground and those sorts of things in the older school there. And I reached out to the principal and she said, I have 70 new preschoolers coming in the fall and I don't have an appropriate play area for them. So originally she thought she would need about $60,000. It turns out, and I was going to ask for $60,000 for the preschool play area resurfacing and $100,000 for the playground. It turns out, after speaking with LCPS staff, that it's actually going to be about $260,000 for the preschool play area to be appropriately resurfaced and built. So the developer was kind enough to contribute the whole $160,000 to that project, and I'm working with my counterpart on the school board, Tusa Reeser, to get that accelerated in their CIP. So if it probably won't happen in the fall of 23, but hopefully by the fall of 24, those 70 new preschoolers will have an appropriate surface and play area. So I would really hope that my colleagues will support this application. We've worked on it really hard. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Umstadt.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll keep this very short. First, I want to thank Matt Leslie of Walsh Colucci, representing the applicant, who called me today from his vacation. So that's how diligently he is representing his firm and their clients. We had a very pleasant conversation. If I were not concerned about the nearly $1 million in annual operating costs for the schools that this project would impose, I would certainly agree that it has a lot of merit. I appreciate the developer adding affordable dwelling units, but I look at the cost burden on the taxpayers, and in addition to the almost $1 million annual operating costs for the schools that this will generate, it's also the equivalent of $3.6 million in capital costs to the schools. It is the rezoning of commercial land to residential, and it is always tempting, I think, for elected bodies to rezone commercial to residential because there is always a need and a good market for residential. But eventually we run out of commercial land, and eventually we become residential heavy, which just adds to our tax burden. So for those reasons, I will oppose it, but I do want to praise the developer for their professional approach to this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Umstadt. So I'm going to absolutely support this item. If we have commercial land that's been sitting for forever and it hasn't been developed commercially yet, and it's actually kind of a blighted area, there's probably unlikely that it's going to be developed commercially. And so we do need, this is basically an infill property in an area that needs it. The school generation numbers are as follows from the whole development. It will generate 25 new elementary school kids, 14 middle school kids, 19 high school kids, for a total of 58 new kids in the entire school system. And it will give us the affordable home. 10.5% of it's going to be affordable housing. And I say this all the time. We always talk about how we need affordable housing, and then you don't want to build housing. You can't have both. You just can't. And if we're not going to build housing in the transition policy area, which I don't want to, or in the rural policy area, which I refuse to, then housing goes somewhere. And a infill area right by an area that it's surrounded by houses already, and that is not been developed commercially ever, it's just the most logical development I can possibly imagine. And they've worked really hard on it. It's in a good location. It has lots of services. It doesn't make sense to the land sitting there blighted and not making tax revenue. Houses there will actually produce revenue. And so instead of having a piece of blighted land sitting not producing revenue, that's not being commercially developed, why not build homes, let people have some affordable homes and produce revenue? So it's a very logical infill property, and I'm happy to support it. Supervisor Brickman, do you have a closing?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Staff has found absolutely no issues with this application. The schools found 0 issues with this application. We have an unmet housing needs crisis in the county and regionally, and when we build houses, that's going to bring an amount of children. It's just the way it works. And we are so over-retailed in the county. I mean, we talked to Buddy Reiser about it on a regular basis, about how over-retailed we are. And this is a suburban policy area, and this is suburban mixed use. And staff can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the general plan in suburban mixed use calls for up to 70% retail. Is that right? I'm sorry, up to 70% housing. I think that's what suburban mixed use calls for.
It's definitely in the ballpark of that, yes.
Yeah, it's about 70%. So definitely, Chair Randall, it fits with the surrounding area. There's townhouses and apartments around. There are also services around, a grocery store, and some of those things that we are concerned about. And it's actually walkable to a lot of those services. And when the Cascades Marketplace gets redeveloped, it will be mixed use as well. It'll have, a good amount of housing in there, but there will be hopefully more and better retail as well, because a lot of the retail is just gone and not able to be supported. So with that, Madam Chair, I am done. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, motion is made by Supervisor Brickman, second by Supervisor Saines. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
That motion will pass 7-1-1. Supervisor Umstattd voting against the motion, and Supervisor Kirschner being off the dais. So we now got to 6:05, and so now we can do the second round of public comments. And the planning staff can go home at 6:05. Have a nice evening. So our second round of speakers, when I call your name, please come to the podium closest to you. You have 2.5 minutes. I will say this one more time for people who may not have been in the room. We have deferred the item, the Route 15 item, to the next meeting. I had a colleague that requested deferral of the item because they wanted to ask more questions of staff, no other reason. When a colleague asks for an item to be deferred, especially just one time, if I can do it, I do. I don't feel any reason that there's not to. If people want to get more information, then I think they have every right to do that. And so you can absolutely speak right now and absolutely speak the next time as well, but the item will not come up tonight. It will come up at the next meeting, so July 5th was when it will come up, okay? So in this order, and if I mispronounce your name, I apologize in advance. Please, you can correct me when you come up. Sharif Yacoub, Christine Goodrum, and James Gargiolo, I think that's how you say it, are our first three speakers.
Sharif and Christine won't be here. We texted our group to say don't come, so they won't be here.
Okay, thank you. James Gargiolo, followed by Mary Martinez, followed by Billy I'm going to say this name, Samrurica. Good evening, sir.
How are you?
I'm well, thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for having me tonight. So my name is James Gargiulo. I live in the Catoctin district along 15, actually in Raspberry Falls. I am in support of CPAM 2021-0002, and thanks again for hearing me out. I've been here for 15 years, actually moved down from the New York City area where we used tremendous amounts of traffic, and bumper to bumper is a daily routine. But that's not the case down here. And what my observations have been is, to many people dealing with that, what it does create is a really aggressive and really miserable conflict when you get to that section. Just last week, for example, I was on my motorcycle and somebody in a minivan who was just frustrated pretty much drove me off the edge of the road. All right, and that's just one unique event that's happened in 15 years. It's pretty much commonplace. And people will make comments about, the convenience and the lateness and the extra hassle. And these are all very reasonable complaints. The schools letting kids out, they come home late and the schedules don't work. There's a business case for that. And I'd sit there and say, what is it worth to fix that? The part where I think it goes beyond a business case, where it really starts turning into more of an ethical or a humanitarian issue, is the safety-related problems with that. I have watched ambulances, fire trucks, emergency service vehicles that are going to events that you can see happening, stuck in that bumper-to-bumper traffic with no way to get around. People pull from that one lane to the shoulder to get out of the way, the other people don't, and now the truck has nowhere to go, and a fire truck's not going down the shoulder of the road. So the part for me that really sticks is you sit there and go, in a situation like that, minutes save lives. And you have these emergency service vehicles who cannot get to the people they're trying to save. And you just sit there and say, you know, what argument can you make not to fix that access? And that for me is literally the issue. That's the one that keeps me up at night when I'm behind him and I see a fire engine in front of me stuck, and I go, whose house is burning that they're not going to get to? And in my neighborhood, I've watched houses burn down. Raspberry Falls had a fire where a house was completely destroyed by kids playing in the garage with fireworks or something. And I don't know how long it took the fire engines to get there that day, but that house burned completely to the ground. And, you know, 5 extra minutes might have made the difference. So Loudoun County has been in the news plenty this year.
Sir, I'm sorry, your time is up.
No problem. I just don't want to see us there anymore. And
Thank you. Thank you, sir. I
Thank you.
appreciate it. Thank you. Mary Martinez, followed by Billy Sam Rorica, followed by Jeffrey Gentile. Ms. Martinez? Not here, okay. Billy Sam Rorica, followed by Jeffrey Gentile, followed by Michael Myers. Good evening, sir.
Greetings. My name is Jeffrey Gentile. I live in Luckett, and I'm also the HOA president of my community, Potomia, aka Village Green, of over 315 homes. I support the CPAM to continue widening north of Montrose Road. I support 4 lanes as far as possible. I support medians where appropriate. I support full width shoulders, and I support a western bypass around Luckett. I should hope that staff does not attempt to employ or introduce a slew of additional ideas and suggestions when all that is needed this evening or in a couple of weeks is a simple decision to pass the CPAM. I'm personally finding it more difficult to see that staff has a 100% impartial view to this matter. If anything, the reintroduction of new matters that claim need to be considered prior to making a decision all appear to be behaviors that echo filibustering tactics disguised to look like relevant points of interest. I believe you all know everything you need to know at this point to make a well-informed decision. I personally believe you all had more than enough information to make a well-informed decision last month. Such a person who calls themselves a leader and requires all information to be 100% in alignment is a leader that will always be slow to the fight and ultimately lose the war. For while they had all the information, they were not effective. Sometimes it's better to know enough than to wait to know everything, for such a day will not yield itself. I expect my leaders to be firm, fair, competent, but most importantly, above all else, I expect them to be effective. Stop trying to see the entire staircase. Just be willing to take the first step. Pass the CPAM this evening or in a couple of weeks as the first step, and we can all tend to all the other matters as a second step. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Are you Mr. Sam Rorica? I think we missed that person. No? Okay. He's not here. Okay, thank you. Michael Myers, followed by Araceli Romeo. Araceli Romeo, and that person has an interpreter. Good evening, Mr. Myers.
Hi, good evening. My name is Michael Myers, the Executive Director of the Loudon Wildlife Conservancy. And I had prepared different remarks, but since the CPAM has been deferred, I offer these comments for your consideration. My vision for my daughter is that she will grow up in a world where we make decisions that not only ensures her safety, but also protects those species that need it most. Not only the endangered and threatened species, but also the ones that are of greatest conservation need, the ones that can be saved from being listed as endangered or threatened. You have an active vote and decision that can help prevent the local extinction of species right here in Loudoun County. Your actions, not only on this item, but other items that come before you, can create a future where people don't have to leave Loudoun County to hear the calls of spadefoots, witness the unique courtship flight display of woodcocks, or witness fairy shrimp swimming upside down. You can help ensure that current and future generations will be able to experience the awe and wonder of nature right here in Loudon. And we will gladly take them on a nature walk, a bird walk, an amphibian monitoring program, or other program that we host at J.K. Black Oak Wildlife Sanctuary. My vision for my daughter is not all that different than the vision of Loudon Wildlife Conservancy, to create a Loudon where people and wildlife thrive together. Our board of directors entrusts me to carry out that vision, and I live that vision every day. And our members and donors invest in our organizational future because they too share that vision. When Loudon Wildlife took a leap on a path to land ownership, our partners, donors, and members joined us, not to stop a road project from being built, but to preserve and protect one of the most unique parcels in all of Loudon County, a parcel whose natural community is at a high risk of local extinction. And that's not some fluffy made-up term or hyperbole. It was the determination of the Virginia Department of Conservation and Recreation's senior vegetation ecologists, whose expertise is to inventory natural heritage sites. You can be a part of the solution and help protect these species from local extinction. Others along the Route 15 corridor share our vision for land protection with Gum Farms, Farmer John's, and other parcels also under conservation easement. The rural character and unique species along this national scenic byway should be protected. This corridor doesn't need more lanes of traffic, but it does need a community plan and more analysis on the impacts to the businesses, farms, residents, and wildlife in and around the village of Luckett's before a decision is made on bypass alignments. So will you join us to help to carefully craft that shared vision for Luckett's? Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Myers. Araceli Romeo, followed by Elizabeth Gentile. And Mr. Romeo will have an interpreter, so if we would put 5 minutes on the clock, I'd appreciate that. I'm sorry, Miss Romeo, I'm sorry. If I said your name wrong, I apologize. Followed by Elizabeth Gentile, followed by Adam Bowser. Good evening.
Muy buenas tardes, Presidenta Randall en Junta de Supervisores.
Good evening. Good evening, President Randall and Committee of Supervisors.
Soy Araceli Romero, residente de Lockett.
I am Araceli Romero, resident in Lockett.
Estoy representando a la comunidad de casas móviles Highway esta noche en la ampliación de la Ruta 15.
Okay, I'm representing the community of mobile home in Highway, which is located in the Route 15 related to the expansion.
Nuestra comunidad es segura, organizada, con residentes que han vivido por más de 20 años y que cumplimos con nuestros impuestos.
Our community is secure, organized, with residents that we have been living there for more than 20 years. And we pay taxes.
Está conformada por 43 casas móviles, familias de clase trabajadora, niños en edad escolar y jubilados, que hemos hecho de este lugar nuestro hogar.
This community is formed by about 43 mobile homes, families, working families, kids in school years. We have retired people, and we have been living here and make this place our home.
Can you bring the microphone a little closer to your face, because I definitely want to hear what she is saying. Thank you.
La ampliación de la Ruta 15 que tanto se ha discutido es para nosotros un tema que nos preocupa, ya que sería de gran impacto.
The expansion of Route 15 that has been so much discussed is for us big issues, and it's going to be a big impact in our community.
La posible opción del bypass occidental pasaría muy cerca de Highway.
The possible option of the bypass, the occidental bypass, will be very close of our highway community.
Presentando polución ambiental por el constante movimiento de carros y contaminación auditiva por la cercanía al bypass.
Okay. This will be presenting pollution and air pollution and noise pollution in our community due to the certainty to the bypass.
La posible opción del bypass oriental es el más favorable para la comunidad Highway.
Okay, the possible option of the oriental bypass, it will be the most positive alternative for our community.
Espero que se comprometan con nuestra comunidad y entiendan nuestro punto de vista antes de tomar una decisión. Gracias.
I hope for your compromise with our community, and I hope for a good decision before you make, good thinking before you make your decision.
Gracias. Gracias. Buenas
Thank
noches.
you.
Thank you. Gracias. You can just give the microphone to the, thank you so much. Okay, Elizabeth Gentile, good evening, followed by Adam Bowser, followed by Robert Dilger.
Good evening. I'm Elizabeth Gentile. I live in Luckett's. I am involved in my community, and I'm also involved in the PTA at Luckett's Elementary. First and foremost, I want to say I believe all residents and all of our children are far more important than any vernal pool shrimp, whether it is extinct or not. To me, it's very important. I did email everybody what I was going to speak tonight, but I'm just going to hit on a few notes. The trailer park community that the last lady just mentioned, we do have about 30 or plus so kids that do attend Luckett's Elementary that are bused about 20 plus yards because it is too dangerous to cross that 2-lane highway versus other schools like Ball Bluff. They have crossing guards with 4 lanes. We can't even cross 2 lanes. Those same children also do try to dodge oncoming traffic during rush hour for after school or non-school hour activities, whether it be at the school, the playground, or the community park. Also, our middle and high schoolers are bused in town. They sit on the bus for about an hour each way. Unless there's an accident, then it's longer. Many times, those children arrive to school late after the school bell rings, and some of those children do rely on the provided breakfast in the morning, and they miss it that day. And it happens more than often. I do have a 20-year-old that went through both elementary and high school, and he would always text me, we're late again, 15 minutes, 20 minutes, excuse tardies, but they're late. Teaching our kids to drive. If we want to give them independence, we have to let them drive on Route 15 to go to school, sport activities, jobs. It's extremely frustrating and horrific for a parent to put your young new driver on that road. Last but not least, almost every single time I'm on the road, either I'm passed or I see someone pass. Most of the time, it is being passed in a non-passing zone. Sometimes you're passed in the turning lanes. It just happened to me yesterday. And the most dangerous is a few times I have been passed on the shoulder. So there's aggressive drivers that just have no patience, and it is dangerous. So I just ask that you take in consideration the children, and that hopefully your priority is human life over vernal pool shrimp. Thank you.
Thank you. Alan Bowser, followed by Robert Dilger, followed by Alex Isaac. Good evening.
Good evening, all. Alex will not be here tonight as well. I just wanted to note that.
Okay.
But if my fellow board member at the Falcon Air gave you a packet, hopefully, that I just wanted to call your attention to, because if you recall, last time I spoke, I went through the basically a restrictive covenant, an environmental restrictive covenant on the east side that staff was not aware of, and their analysis basically ignored that the proposed eastern alignment would go directly through our protected stream and wetland preservation area. And so I spoke at length about that and all of the kind of restrictive covenants and issues that would arise if an eastern bypass was selected. So just to recap, you have the federal and state governments are third-party beneficiaries of that restrictive covenant. It would need to be approved by them. There would need to be additional land reclamation and additional wetlands to be created, all to preserve the western bypass where, again, they want to create wetlands where the bypass was planning on going, just to knock out our existing wetlands. So it doesn't make any sense on its own environmental terms. And I know Chair Rendell and some others, I had provided a copy of our declaration of restrictions to you, but unfortunately it's not showing up in the staff's supplemental agenda and report that they provided for tonight. I know it's postponed, but I would just like the public record to reflect that the figure 2, where they're proposing that the eastern bypass go is going to, again, directly go through our protected wetlands. And so by staff's logic, if the western bypass area has a conservation easement and that should be excluded from consideration, by the same token, the eastern bypass should also be off the table on just the environmental reasons, okay? There are many additional reasons where the eastern bypass makes no sense. You're coming danger close to an elementary school, you're coming danger close to where my youngest goes to community center for preschool. It's going directly into the fire station where first responders are going to be coming out. It's going to take out the parking lot of the old Luckett store. So it's just a path of destruction that doesn't make any sense to even contemplate an eastern bypass. So I would just hope that we can, just take the eastern bypass off the table. Staff has provided a new viable option further west. So I think that is really the only option is go west. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bowser, are you speaking for the Falcon Air HOA, or are you just a member? Are you speaking on their behalf, or are you a member?
I'm a member, and I'm also a board member of the HOA, but I'm here in my individual capacity right now.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Robert Dilger, followed by Mary Beth Sheehan, and I think she's on the line. Good evening.
Hello again. Dr. Robert Dilger, representing the Falcon Air and Lucketts. I'm a member of the board. As I have grown older, I have been increasingly looking back over my life, thinking about what is important, what's really important. I have concluded that taking care of my children and now my grandchildren, making sure that they're safe, nurturing them and loving them, is what life is really all about. Our children's welfare trumps everything. Nothing is more important. Our mutual interest in protecting and nurturing our children is what binds us together as a society, and it transcends partisan differences. The Eastern Bypass would result in 6 lanes of highways, 2 in front and 4 behind, the Luckett's community fields, the elementary school, the community center and its large preschool program and outdoor playground. A few meetings ago, we pointed out that the Eastern Bypass threatens child safety by mixing thousands of cars and trucks with young children. I mentioned that my daughter was run over by a car in front of her school years ago. We also expressed concern about traffic air pollution and its impact on children's lung development and the disruptive impact of traffic noise on children's educational development while attending school and preschool. There is a new and disturbing development in that regard. The first long-term scientific peer-reviewed analysis of the impact of traffic noise on school children was recently published in a respected medical journal in Europe. That study is now circulating within the planning community in the United States and is most likely the beginning of the end of placing highways anywhere near elementary schools in this country. The study found that for young children, the exposure to just 5 decibels of additional indoor or outdoor traffic noise during the school day led to statistically significant deficits in their working memory development, complex working memory development, and attention capacity development. There are many reasons to oppose the Eastern Bypass. It passes through a floodplain, an established residential neighborhood, 4 stream and preservation areas, the antique shops parking area, and a working farm, and negatively affects the new fire station. But of all of that pales in comparison to what it will do to our children and our school children. You have a choice. Please protect our children. Their interest trumps everything. Please find a way to go west. Staff has given you viable options to go west that protects almost everybody. Let's have a win-win for everybody. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Rogers, Matt, will you please give my card to Mr. Bowser and Mr. Dilger and get their information, please? Will you guys, if you don't mind, could you just talk to my chief of staff real quick? Thank you. Mary Beth Sheehan is, I believe, on the phone, on the WebEx, followed by Rick Brosman, followed by Martha Polkey.
Yes, good evening. Thank you so much for letting me speak tonight. My name is Mary Beth Sheehan. I'm the Executive Director of Loudon Free Clinic, as well as a member of LHSN. We care for adult Loudon County residents who have economic barriers, which results in no access at all to health care. Tonight, I want to talk to you about 2 patients. First, we had a gentleman physically present to the clinic a few months ago. He is 57, but appeared much older. He has diabetes and COPD, which has confined him to a wheelchair. He was born and raised in Virginia, but yet had no health care for many, many years. He's cared for by his very young 77-year-old aunt and 85-year-old mother. They heard about the clinic through their pastor. They have no internet access at home. We were sure he would qualify for Medicaid, so we worked with the HealthWorks coordinator to get that application started. In the meantime, we cared for him for a few months until his Medicaid did gain approval, and then we did a very warm transfer to HealthWorks to make sure that he had continuity of care. Another Loudoun County resident heard of us through the Loudoun County Public School System and the Parent Liaison Group. We attend these meetings as a key marketing event because we know that there are many people there that may need our services. The woman that I'm speaking about learned about us through that group. She applied and enrolled with us. She's 45 years old, head of household with 3 school-aged children. She herself had not had any health care for more than 10 years. Her first appointment, we noted a breast mass, and yes, it was cancer. With our healthcare partners at Fairfax Radiology, Inova, and Dr. Virginia Quintella, she had successful surgery and currently no other signs of cancer. We'll continue to monitor and care for her for all of her healthcare needs. If we did not exist with the support of other healthcare partners, these outcomes would have been very, very different. And I'd just like to end that healthcare is a right and should not be considered a privilege. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sheehan. Rick Brossman, followed by Martha Polkey, followed by Avis Renshaw. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. I'm Rick Brossman. I'm a farmer here in Luckett. I've been here since 1989 farming, providing food to the community. And I've heard a lot of talk tonight about safety, and the thing that I haven't heard, though, is that just how many lives will be saved. It's something you really can't quantify. But I want to shift this a little bit from that discussion. We're talking about punching right into the agricultural corridor of Virginia here is what we're dealing with. And when I look at that, I always, as a farmer, I'm very conservation oriented, very climate change focused. And I'm not sure you guys really understand what you're about to do here if you approve this. So what I do know when I go into a field or stand on a parking lot, that sun hits it, it bounces right back up. That's heat going up into the atmosphere. It's warming the planet, okay? When I'm out there in my crops or the green grass is growing and things, it's taking it in. It's not sending it back. So as you increase the footprint of asphalt, you are working in direct opposition to climate change protections. We need to think about that because it's real, because it's going to affect us all. And I'm worried about that. The other thing I was listening to earlier is when you had your bee pollinator thing here. I'm not sure if you guys realize this, but the design of this road is a perpetual killing machine for the wildlife in our area. I rely upon the hawks, the eagles, the owls to take care of the rodents that we have out there. Don't have to use the poison. But let me tell you what happens. You build a road, you put a nice little median strip out there, and pretty soon it's filled with rodents. And now the hawks start diving in, the owls start diving to go get them. Whack, whack, whack. They're killed, killed, killed. They're all over the road. You go up there into Maryland, I see it all the time. So what I'm asking you guys to think about here is that we have to have a balanced approach to what we are doing. Where I'm at, they've built Village Green an exception, on exception, big housing area. And now I'm listening that the rest of us have to surrender the country so that they can drive their cars down the road faster. Well, you're going to bring in noise pollution, air pollution. We're in the karst water district. There's going to be cars with radiator. It's just going to be a mess in that whole area. Please give the climate a break and look at this thing through a different lens because we've got it a little bit off mark right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Martha Polkey, followed by Avis Renshaw, followed by Al Van Heyck. Good evening.
Good evening, Chair and Supervisors. Tonight I'm going to focus on the human cost of failing to prioritize immediate safety improvements that can be built quickly within the Route 15 right-of-way. But first I want to remind you that the presentation and all the supporting documents citizens presented to you on June 7 are now online and in the public realm. You received an email. The chief arguments for this mostly unfunded mega project is that it will increase safety, reduce congestion, and that only a few old-timers oppose it. But the evidence that has been carefully documented and placed before you demonstrates that none of those assertions are true. I'm deeply concerned that this highway expansion, Loudon's first ever locally administered highway project, is doomed to become Loudon's version of the Boston Big Dig. Cost of Phase 1 up to Montresor have already ballooned from $81 million to $113 million. There are also great environmental and health risks involved. The record shows that staff efforts to evade federal regulations continue. Prioritizing immediate improvements within the right-of-way instead of foreclosing on them by passing the CPAM is a correct decision to make this road safer sooner. But staff had stated that doing so would increase the overall construction cost for the project, and that may be true. They state that construction will take 15 to 20 years. But there are human costs to doing nothing until then. The Virginia Highway Safety Improvement Office maintains a tool to calculate estimated human costs on dangerous highways, costs of loss of life, severe, moderate, and long-term injuries, lost productivity, and property damage. Staff recently prepared a summary of the Route 15 crash statistics for the past 5 years. Doing the math using the crash tool, we can see how those 5 years of human costs add up quickly. For each year of delay, more than $20 million in human costs accrues. For each 5 years of no Route 15 improvements, there's a human cost of more than $100 million. And we have been asking for better shoulders for 20 years. If you vote to prioritize immediate improvements within the right-of-way, replace signals with roundabouts, and take up the low-cost Luckett solution that VDOT offered more than 2 years ago, you will have acted to reduce both costs for construction and those devastating human costs. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pokey. Avis Renshaw, followed by Alvin Hike, followed by on the phone, on the WebEx, Katie Johnson. Good evening, Ms. Renshaw.
Good evening, Board. I'm Avis Renshaw of Lost Corner Farm in Luckett. When interviewed about the writing of Hamilton, Lin-Manuel Miranda said that Eliza was his most difficult character to write for. And that's because good is boring, because there's no drama in a good character. And I think about that concept with regard to the good people of Luckett. They care about their neighbors. They attend Ruritan meetings. They man the weekly trash pickup. And they've gone about the boring business of trying to make Route 15 safer for 20 years. And although they had early success in securing some money through the efforts of Frank Wolf, they are still waiting for that money to be used for the Luckett's road improvements for which they were allocated 20 years ago. The community's biggest success of having the speed limit lowered to 45 has probably saved countless accidents and lives. And although it needs improvements in the way of roundabouts and shoulders, beyond that, the road itself is not inherently unsafe. But aggressive, inattentive, sleepy, speeding, texting drivers are unsafe. And you don't need an expensive 4-laning CPAM to do something about that and to do it soon. You just need those roundabouts and shoulders so that the police can go about doing their business and those of us relying on unsignaled roads can be guaranteed access to and from 15. We don't want to and cannot and should not wait another 20 years to see the safety improvements that will benefit all travelers. If safety is the real issue here, that's the question. Road usage is changing with the times, and please factor in the lower cost, shorter build time, and effectiveness of providing the roundabouts and shoulders now. Please be thrifty with our tax dollars, stop the CPAM drama, and let our good farming community and its businesses continue to thrive alongside its intact 2-lane byway. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Renshaw. Alvin Hike, followed by Katie Johnson on the WebEx, followed by Cornelius Hodgewig. Good evening, sir.
Hi. I believe your board has really been a good steward of the county overall. And I'm not been opposed to widening of Route 15. But I am bringing tonight again the warning that this CPAM should be tabled and not approved at this time. Until you get a professional basis to make your decisions instead of this emotional basis, which is essentially now. You're being asked by staff for a project to be locked in and other solutions rejected, instead of demanding an immediate emergency improvement program. you are really promising the public no relief to obvious crisis conditions for at least 15 years. And now you're doing it without, based on analysis going back to 2019, how much it will cost the taxpayers, how long it will take to implement, what the impact will be on Luckett's, what lands will be taken by eminent domain, the impact on surrounding lands and businesses, and how 15 years of endless construction will affect safety and congestion. You will also be committing future boards to sustain the $300 to $500 million project while potentially delaying capital projects in their districts. There is about $5 billion in CIP funded and unfunded capital improvements identified now. About $2 billion is for transportation. Can you commit to this CPAM before you've thought through its priority with all the other transportation projects? Again, I urge you, tabling, not rejection, of the CPAM to give you time to make an informed professional decision. Now, some of you may believe the old Quaker saying that a journey of 1,000 miles starts with a single step, and this CPAM is the single step. But I would remind you that it is not so if the single step is off a cliff.
Thank you, sir. Katie Johnson, followed by Cornelius Hodgwig, followed by Jason Stanford.
Hello, good evening, Madam Chair. Good evening, Supervisors.
Good evening.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you just fine, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you tonight. I'm Katie Johnson, president of the Aldie Heritage Association and also a resident of the historic village of Aldie. I'm speaking tonight to reiterate both my own and the AHA's support for the Piedmont Environmental Council's purchase offer for the Aldie assemblage. You've heard me speak about this purchase offer before, and I resent the AHA's formal letter of support this morning, so I'll keep my statement tonight brief and say that the PEC has proven time and again that they are committed to the preservation and conservation of Loudoun County's important natural and historic resources, including in their work at Roundabout Meadows, just east of Aldie, of the village of Aldie. We firmly believe that the PEC's purchase of the Aldie assemblage provides a positive solution that will guarantee that these historic properties will be preserved, that the historic fabric of the village will be protected, and that this purchase will remove the threat of inappropriate development on this historically and environmentally sensitive site. We encourage you to accept this purchase offer, and we look forward to working with the PEC to create a secure future for these properties. We are grateful, and I am grateful to the Board of Supervisors for your continued engagement and your thoughtful consideration of this issue. Thank you for your patience and for your time, and for your public service and steadfast commitment to the citizens of Loudoun County. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Cornelius Hodgwig, followed by Jason Stanford, followed by Zebulon Tainter.
Thank you, Chair Randall.
Good evening.
Good evening. Dear Board of Supervisors, I am Dr. Cornelius Hogeweg, a Catoctin resident living in Taylorstown. I'm speaking to you to express my concern of a potential Route 15 western bypass at the village of Luckett's. The proposed western bypass, as we have seen on many county documents, traverses the J.K. Black Oak Wildlife Sanctuary. This potential western bypass will adversely impact this unique property. In the past 3 years, I've had the opportunity to explore J.K. Black Oak and enjoy the beauty of the sanctuary. It's truly a unique property in the county with vernal pools, old forest, secondary forest, and wet meadows. This diverse habitat provides home to many bird species, among these the yellow-breasted chat, black and white warbler, and the rusty blackbird. These species and more are listed in Virginia's Wildlife Action Plan as species of greatest conservation needs and deserve our protection. In addition to birds, J.K. Black Oak is home to many amphibians, reptiles, bats, plants, and pollinators. As I continue to explore this property, I continue to be amazed by the biodiversity and the new discoveries we make almost weekly. Placing a bypass through JK Black Oak will contribute to further and destroy more of the few remaining natural areas in our county. Please save this area. As you may know, there is a conservation easement on JK Black Oak. It is one of the many conservation easements between the village of Lockett and Montresor Road. By my calculations, at least 55% of Route 15 is adjacent or passes through a conservation easement. Placing a bypass through Black Oak will bump this up to over 60%. The message is clear here. People would like to keep this area rural. Thank you, and I guess I'll speak to you next month.
Thank you. Next month. Yes, next month. Jason Stanford, hi, how are you?
Hi,
followed by Zebulon Tainter, followed by Mark Wynn.
Hi, Chair Randall. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Jason Stanford, and I'm the president of the Northern Virginia Transportation Alliance.
The other MBTA.
Yes. I'm here today to share the Alliance's strong support for the Route 15 CPAM. This amendment is essential to addressing the deeply connected issues of both safety and congestion in the Route 15 corridor. First, as I've mentioned before, traffic on Route 15 is more than 50% above the design capacity for the roadway. This significantly increases delays and reduces reliability. It also increases the likelihood of rear-end crashes, which account for 59% of the crashes on Route 15. While reliability or delays might seem like small issues, they are critical to Route 15 corridor residents who depend on this roadway for access to emergency services, medical care, schools, work, and basic necessities. Failing to improve this primary arterial roadway will leave your constituents trapped in their own communities with no alternatives. Furthermore, there have been more fatal injuries on Route 15 since 2017 than on either Route 7, Route 50, or the Loudon County Parkway, even though Route 15 has significantly lower traffic volumes. The staff recommended improvements will save lives and reduce injury by expanding the capacity of the roadway to meet current demand, adding a median to increase nighttime safety and visibility for local turning vehicles, and widening the shoulders to address concerns raised by emergency vehicles. And according to a Loudon County survey that was done on this issue, 70% of Loudon County residents support the comprehensive plan amendment that was supposed to be before you today. So I also think it's important to keep in mind that this is a comprehensive plan amendment. There's no funding attached to this. There's no direct imperative to act. What this is about the next step in the planning process. What's important is that this allows us to access things like regional funding, federal funding in that planning and design process. So anybody who is telling you based on this planning analysis that this road is going to do exactly X or exactly Y, we haven't reached that stage yet. This is about getting to that next step and getting a more detailed analysis and accessing funding for that. So for these reasons, I urge you to trust the judgment of your county transportation experts and constituents and support the Route 15 CPAM. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Zebulon Tainter, followed by Mark Wynn, followed by David Goodrum. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Well, here I am again, the not yet retired psychiatrist who lives on Hamilton Station Road in Waterford, and I'm still worried. Don't worry about repeats. There's a bunch of new worries. That's the great thing about worries. An infinite supply. New worries abound, and old worries can always be reworked. Today, I worry I was too simple in April. Just insert a 1 to change the density for cluster housing from 1 to 5 acres to 1 to 15 acres. A single digit on a single line in the zoning ordinance will avert much development, which is the root of your 3 big agenda items tonight. And you could ease your ongoing worries by making this change. Look at Route 15. Now for that, we actually at Save Rural Loudon, for which I am speaking, favor developing a small area community plan that would help protect the character of Luckett's, provide input and analysis on the impacts on local businesses, farms, residents, wildlife, and whether a bypass is needed at all. Just a small area plan without real estate proffers. Then there's Route 9 problems. More development, more infrastructure strain. Again, the change would reduce the need to spend $115 million and all the other costs that come with new houses. And then you're worried about prime soil conservation. Let's leave the good soils for agriculture and rural vista development. You have fewer worries in a tranquil country, and I can bring data for you on that next time. All of these and many of your other worries come from too much development that requires more infrastructure than we have. It adds costs beyond what it brings in. We worry we're in a spiral of increasing costs. Now we at Save Rural Loudon worry also that you may have lost your sense of being a legislative body. You could legislate. Development is inevitable, it said, because it's by right. By right. You can make it by wrong. By wrong. Just make that change. We hope you'll do so. Thank you.
Thank you. Mark Wynn, followed by David Goodrum, followed by Gary Martin, who's on the WebEx. Good evening, Mr. Wynn.
Good evening. Good evening, Board of Supervisors. Did you miss me? I wanted to come to you this evening and talk to you about an interesting meeting that we had with Kevin Lewis and one of his planners, Sarah, on the road concerns that many of the residents of Red Hill Road and surrounding areas have. It was very interesting at the beginning because the only notices that were sent out were people that were actually adjacent to the property, not across Red Hill Road, which is a one-lane dirt road, or Willows Ford, or Evergreen Preserve, or any other areas that are going to be affected by the growth of this school complex. And it's nice that they're actually referencing it a complex now. We asked the board when this comes before you, and I really appreciate a number of you spoke concern about the traffic that's going to be created there. I hope you follow through with that, because point blank what they said to us is we don't care what you think. This is what we're going to do. Point blank. They also said there was nothing that could be done to stop it. I brought up the Board of Supervisors. Well, maybe they can make maybe they can make some changes. They're going to submit the second phase of that school complex in October, November, and put the road out on Evergreen Mills as we are asking them to do now. So they're initially going to do it on Red Hill and then do the two entrances off of Evergreen. Doesn't make sense to waste the money. Do it all in one swipe. They're saying that they can't do it because of the school openings. That's not true. They can do the roads as it was originally designed, and it'll be much safer for everybody. Safety is a big thing discussion this evening. Well, let's see, if you all can rein in the school board and take control of that. The last thing I said, I love what they said about the money. It was like my wife. Her money is her money, and my money is her money. That's what they said about you all. Your money is their money. I thought that was interesting.
Thank you, Mr. Wynn. That is interesting, actually. Mr. Goodrum, David Goodrum, followed by Gary Martin, who's on the WebEx, followed by Felicia Perez. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Dave Goodrum, Catoctin District. What new thing can be said about this project that you don't already know? But I'm back anyways. We already know the road is over capacity. Last Friday at 2 in the afternoon, traffic was backed up all the way to Edwards Ferry Road by Costco. My GPS told me it would be faster to drive all the way around through Waterford, 20 miles instead of 3 miles to get home. That's crazy, but it was faster. So some people will tell you that traffic has gotten better post-pandemic. It is not. And we already know the road's probably the most dangerous road in Loudon County as well. I'm not telling you something you don't know there either, but anecdotally, on June 19th, 2 days ago, a local Luckett's resident posted a picture of an Acura SUV on the Luckett's Life Facebook group. And he wrote, "This idiot almost caused 2 major accidents on Route 15 just from White's Ferry to Farmer John's. He passed multiple cars while facing oncoming traffic twice. If I had not slammed on my brakes as he tried to wedge himself between me and the car in front of me, he would have either forced us off the road or crashed head-on with southbound traffic. He then did the same thing again just before Farmer John's." End quote. Congestion causes frustrated drivers, and frustrated drivers are dangerous drivers. But you already know this too. So why do I have to be here again? Right? This road should have been widened years ago, decades ago. And now, because of the lack of any serious improvements in the last 40 years or longer, we're now at this critical state. Why has it been so difficult? Some people tonight have claimed that they've been trying to get improvements now for decades. Well, in April, early this year, Chair Randall, you posted a 1982 photo of Route 28 being widened. That was 1982. And at the time, it was a 2-lane road. Meanwhile, what do you think was happening with Route 15? It was, in fact, identified as a potential road that needed similar improvements 40 years ago. Now, I'm almost out of time, but I'd like to read you an excerpt from a meeting from 1986 of the Friends of Route 15, who were in the Luckett's area. It might explain why nothing has happened. This is from the notes. 6 principal suggestions for activities came out of the meeting. Number 2, that the group submit ideas for guerrilla warfare against those interested in improving Route 15. Number 5, that the group seek a lawyer, lobbyist, to act as guerrilla warfare boss. And number 6, that the group explore the means to make Route 15 and property within 500 feet on either side a historic district. So that was 1986. They've been at it a long time. So enough is enough. Please approve the CPAM on July 5th. And I support 4 lanes, medians, shoulders, and a western bypass. Thank you for your support.
Thank you, sir. Gary Martin is on the WebEx, followed by Felicia Perez and Nicholas Perez.
Thank you so much for accommodating this voice, also in support of moving forward with the CPAM decision. I'm a senior citizen who's had the privilege of living in Loudon County for 16 years now, and recently moved adjacent to Route 15, and do find it as urgent. Your decision, which is, I think, is well informed. I do appreciate the comments of everyone here this evening and the previous comments I've had the opportunity to read, but it's time to move forward. Time is of the essence. Further delay seems unwarranted with the exhaustive analysis that's been presented to you, and I think you have an opportunity to move forward with the CPAM project as has been suggested. The need is clear. The politics, I know, are confusing and challenging for you to deal with, but now is the time. As leaders, much appreciated leaders in a beautiful community that we all appreciate, even those of us who are seriously environmentally conscious and concerned, understand that trade-offs do occur, decisions have to be made. It is time to move forward with the CPAM project. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Felicia Perez, followed by Nicholas Perez, followed by Lisa Trichel.
Good evening. Nice to see you all again.
Good evening.
My topic will be fairly familiar, and piggybacking on what Mark Wynn said as well. We did attend a meeting last Thursday held by Kevin Lewis. Rather than a community input session, it was a show and tell of what they plan to do to Red Hill Road to provide ingress and egress from Middle School 14 for September 2024 opening. When we've talked with this about this problem with this board before, it's always been said that the entrance from Red Hill Road, from the dirt road into the middle school complex, would be temporary until the large loop road could be built and Evergreen Mill Road could be improved. Mr. Lewis stated in very clear and very certain terms that this entrance from Red Hill Road is absolutely permanent. It will never be closed. It will be a VDOT road, and forevermore, there will be ingress and egress to the middle school and the larger complex of that whole campus from our little dirt road. The improvements that they have had approved and are planning to embark upon will change the beginning of Red Hill Road off of Evergreen Mill into 3 full lanes, one going in, one coming out, and a left-hand turn lane to accommodate people that are going into the school complex. I live 600 yards from where that's going to be happening. The traffic studies, which my husband will address later, that have been done that indicated that all of this will cause no more than 2 extra cars on Red Hill Road in the morning and the evening is absolutely absurd. That 3 lanes and all of that traffic is going to destroy the rural nature of the road. And I know many of you are very, very dedicated to preserving as much of that rural world as we can, right? That's why you moved us to transition, but made us only have 1 house per 3 acres. So you know what? I join your fight. Let's all get in this together and say that putting that kind of traffic at the beginning of Red Hill Road and then immediately butting into a 1-lane dirt road is not viable. They need to improve Evergreen Mill Road. And with my last 10 seconds, I want to say that I see a great deal of synergy in the conversation that I'm hearing tonight about Route 15. All you're doing to Evergreen Mill Road is allowing little pockets of development, not managing the big change by making
Ma'am,
infrastructure.
your time is up. Thank you very much. Thank you. Nicholas Perez, followed by Lisa Trischel, and then followed by Madeline Skinner. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Thank you again for letting me be able to present today. So obviously it's very timely. We met with Kevin on Thursday, and he was obviously clearly ill-prepared for the amount of comment that was going to become from the Red Hill residents. And the key structure was that the reason why they're really pushing this school is, and all of the changes is because they need to build it by 2024, right? So they're making very ill-advised decisions because they have this ending in sight. They've done a lot of surveys. They're out there right now doing an architectural dig, and it's clear that they're trying to make compromise. They're trying to make methods to save money. They're looking at methods of moving landfills, so they're not having to have construction trucks leave the establishment, go park that landfill somewhere else, and then bring it back. They're trying to do elements, and they're saving money. Even though they're building a 4-story middle school, they've never built one before. Right? They bought Tuscarora Mill on a very same side of rock that is happening, where they poured in, I'm sure you're very familiar, lots and lots of concrete after the fact to shore that Tuscarora Mill high school up. But they're basing this on the traffic study that was done on a snow day. So if you ever look back at the study they did, it was based on a snow day when they actually did the counting, when none of the schools were at. They're saying they need to use Red Hill Road because of the queuing. So the queuing of cars sitting on Evergreen Mill. That's what they're basically saying. So even though they're bringing everybody up from the heartland, they're then putting them onto Evergreen Mill, and they're worried about the queuing if they don't improve Evergreen Mill to make it 4 lanes now. So what I'm basically saying to you once again is be the adult in the conversation, because they certainly weren't willing to listen to us. And this is the first time they've allowed any presentation, but they were willing to hear us, but it was very clear. They had zero empathy for the impact they're about to do onto the community of Red Hill Road, right? Every single day that we're going to have to be out there. And again, their traffic study looked between 7:30 and 9 a.m. And as we know, this is a government complex. It's a complex of 3 schools they're planning to build. They're going to be in use pretty much 24 days, 7 days a week, right? Back to school nights, talent shows, and all the facilities. Every single child in that place needs to be transported. There's no walkways, there's no bicycle pathing, there's none of that being built for this entire 3 school complex. I implore you to ask them what plan do they have other than getting on access on Red Hill Road.
Thank you. Thank you. Lisa, I think I'm saying your last name wrong, so please correct me. Trischel, followed by Madeline Skinner, followed by Solinda Nad in Dodoropu. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Lisa Trikel. I am a long-term resident. I moved to Loudon County in 1994. Both of my children went to Luckett's Elementary, and my daughter graduated in 2011 from Loudon County High School, my son in 2019. Familiar with Route 15, familiar with the environment, and I want to ask you to please reject the CPAM and instead take immediate action to improve the shoulders and safety on Route 15. As an environmental scientist for the past 35 years, I've looked at the documents that you have and the path forward that's been proposed, and I wonder why this is not a federal project with a federal environmental impact statement. This is a major project, major impacts, noise, water, air, the karst topography, which will impact the groundwater for all of the residents along the corridor, not to mention the engineering concerns of dealing with the cave system by Rock Hall and the blasting that'll have to be done before you get to the bridge over to Maryland. I don't feel that Loudoun County should spend Loudoun County dollars until Maryland agrees to widen the bridge. We're going to have 4 lanes to nowhere, because you're just going to pass the congestion down to the point where the road gets narrow. This current plan seems to be talking about construction that'll be in 20 years. We need help now. Some of the safety concerns that have been brought up by other people that have spoken before me could be addressed by increased safety. I have never seen cars not let a fire truck through on Route 15, ever. Everyone pulls over to let the fire truck through. We need better safety on the shoulders to allow such things to happen. We want to actually slow down the road to stop the aggressive drivers. The aggressive drivers are causing more problems, and the deer are causing more problems, probably than any of the 4-laning will not help solve. There are massive environmental concerns on both sides of the road. If I have to pick go east or go west for a bypass, as a scientist, I'm going to say put the bypass on the eastern side of the road, where we're impacting publicly owned properties versus privately owned properties for the majority of the alignment. The alignment's not decided yet. This is all planning stage. Remember, we can still adapt and make a best decision when all data is in-house.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Madeline Skinner, followed by Surendranath Indaropu, followed by Michael Kane. Good evening.
Good evening, Chair Randall and Supervisors. My name is Madeline Skinner. I'm the chair of the Loudon Historic Village Alliance. Tonight, I have 3 points. Vote no on the Route 15 CPAM, so resources can be used on much-needed immediate fixes such as roundabouts, shoulders, wider shoulders, and sidewalks. Stop listening to the drama many have used here on a section of road that's not even in the top 10 most congested in this county. Be efficient, not reactive. Try the more village-friendly approach versus destroying agricultural and retail businesses, rural landscape, and natural resources. Number 2, think about the people who own the businesses along Route 15 who will be put out of business when drivers are met with ongoing closures during construction and then eventually detoured to a new bypass. How many towns and villages have completely died across this country because of being bypassed? Number 3, for Luckett's, have the small area plan in place prior to making a decision with such a massive impact to this rural historic village and its dedicated residents. I am the Loudon Historic Village Alliance confirmed representative of the St. Louis Small Area Plan Task Force. I will be working in parallel with the other rural historic villages on their small area plans to keep us on a very tight production schedule versus waiting until after St. Louis is completed. Finally, should we wait 10, 15, or more years on a concept that will destroy an area in too many ways to list? Or make smart safety improvements in the short term, monitor the progress, continue to make village-friendly and efficient improvements as needed? Read and listen to the facts, not the dramatizations. Focus on the near-term benefits of safer driving. Save an area that is truly worth saving. Remember, the 2019 Comprehensive Plan from exactly 3 years ago this month, and what we worked so hard to preserve, not amend. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Skinner. If I said your name wrong, I apologize. You will be followed by Michael Kane and Suzanne Obetz. Good evening, sir.
Very good evening, Madam Chair and the advisors. Namaste.
Namaste.
If you get my name wrong, you can say Surendranath, so that will make
Surendranath, yeah, yeah.
Have good.
Yeah, I said it right, as it turns out.
Surendranath. See, I'm going to, the topic I'm bringing is about the Red Hill Road, which my neighbors Mark Wynn, Nick, and Felicia already spoke. See, one challenge that I want to bring, so we have looked at the date. I mean, we were called for a meeting on 16th June. In fact, we had to make our way into it. And what we saw is the traffic report Nick was referring to, which was taken on a snow day. And then we're looking at the statistic report saying that 2024, when we open the middle school, there will be 2,000 students in it, if you are in a range of 1% correction. Right now, Brambleton Middle School is in the range of 3% error. They plan for 1,400, they have 1,700 kids there. So the problem here is we are 45 houses in this on a single dirt road, and the school is named as Heartland Middle School. The name itself says the kids are going to come from Heartland Middle. So the Evergreens, if it is not expanded to 4-lane, there won't be any backup lane, which means all the 2,000 cars will be standing in lane on Red Hill Road. And please remember, Red Hill Road residents, we do not have fire hydrants. These are all wells and septic tanks, 1960 built houses, completely rural, rustic place. If any of you haven't driven through it, please drive through Red Hill Road once. You will fall in love the first time. So what we are saying here is there is a lot of things at stake for us. And this construction plan, what we have seen, is going from 2023 till 2028. So nonstop construction, like Nick mentioned, the plan doesn't have, even the single road cannot accommodate bike lanes or walk lanes or anything, and forget about the backup lane that will go. So the best way to do is put this main entrance on Evergreen and use Red Hill as an emergency. That way, it will be a comprehensive growth plan, and the investment, what you're doing, will be in the right direction the first time. So that will be our request, and we are ready to sit down and talk to the planning or the traffic and other people to educate them what is at stake, all the animals that we allow to grow there, because that's the only piece of land left after Willowsford built all the homes. Heartland is coming up with 1,000 homes. Van Meter is coming with 700 homes. All those kids will come into this and make a challenge for us. Yeah. So it will be a death by 1,000 cuts for the community if you let it happen. So please look into this one.
Got it. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Michael Kane, followed by Suzanne Obetz, followed by John Ellis. Good evening.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity to speak. Board of Members of the Supervisors. My name is Michael Kane. I am Director of Conservation for the Piedmont Environmental Council. As you know, PEC submitted a proposal to the county to acquire, conserve, restore 6+ acres of county-owned land in Aldi, known as the Aldi Assemblage. At its core, PEC's proposal is framed by the following principles. Number one, to realize restoration of the historic tavern building. 2, to preserve the integrity of the village of Aldi. As you know, Aldi stands as a critical entry point to Loudon County's nationally recognized historic and scenic rural landscape. Our plan calls for the future use of the property to be designed in a size, scale, intensity of use that is consistent with the character and fabric of Aldi. Number 3, document and protect the property's important conservation values. This includes not just the tavern building, but also the interesting and important forested slopes of the Bull Run Mountains, as well as the frontage along Little River. And number 4, create opportunities for public use and access. As you've seen in our plan, we envision a small public green and so on at the intersection of the mountain and the river. We think that that provides a great opportunity for the public to come and enjoy that particular property. We've crafted our proposal with input from and active participation of many Aldi residents and numerous partner organizations that have been devoted to protecting the history and character of the village. That's evident through the numerous letters of support we've received over the last several months and that you all have received as well. We'll continue to do so in the future. With that in mind, we believe our proposal offers a positive, proactive, community-based future for the village of Aldi and, more specifically, the Aldi Assemblage. We hope you do too. I encourage you to consider PEC's offer to acquire the property. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Suzanne Obitz, followed by John Ellis, followed by David McClintock. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Suzanne Obetz, and I serve on the board of the Virginia Piedmont Heritage Association. One of the principal commitments of our mission is to preserve the integrity of the historic landscape of our 5-county state-designated heritage area, which includes Loudon County. The Virginia Piedmont Heritage Area strongly supports the purchase offer submitted by the Piedmont Environmental Council for the Aldi Assemblage. PEC's ownership of these parcels would guarantee that the historic fabric of the village would be preserved and it would remove permanently the threat of any inappropriate development at these sites. PEC has worked tirelessly to protect Loudon's environmental and historic resources since their founding in 1972, and they have established a reputation of outstanding leadership over the past 50 years. They have made the protection of Loudon's rural gateway a priority and have acquired over 239 acres since 2009 on the eastern side of Aldie, saving the intersection of Route 50 and Route 15 from unwanted development. They turned 141 of those acres into roundabout meadows, with publicly accessible trails and a community farm growing fruit and vegetables that are donated to Loudon Hunger Relief. PEC's acquisition of the Aldie assemblage would be the next phase of their commitment being realized. They plan to bring the historic tavern up to code and work with Aldie residents and the preservation community to determine a future for these important properties that will be celebrated across Loudon. PEC's offered to provide a solution that would relieve the county of any further financial or resource burden from these properties. Most importantly, it would protect the historic fabric of the village and ensure that all the efforts over the last several years to find the best solution for the assemblage will not have been in vain. VPHA implores the board to approve PEC's offer swiftly, bringing a happy end to the Aldie saga. Thank you for your leadership and for your careful consideration of these important issues. Thank you.
The Aldie saga. I like it. Right, Tony? That's pretty appropriate. The Aldie saga. Hey, Mr. Kirshner. Hi. Hi. You came in so quietly, too. John Ellis, followed by David McClintock, followed by our last speaker, Jim Bingle. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. How are you all doing? Glad to see you. I'm speaking again for Save Rural Loudon and add a few points to Mr. Tainter's earlier remarks about Route 15. We oppose the CPAM, first of all, because we think it's inconsistent with the comprehensive plan. I think one of the earlier speakers' reference to Route 28 was sort of telling, in that there appears to be a lack of recognition of the difference the county is making between the rural policy area and the eastern part of the county, that they are zoned to be different place types. And so comparing Route 28 to Route 15 is, comparing two very different places. And as other speakers have noted, we believe the CPAM is unnecessary because it's unnecessary to improve safety on Route 15. If safety were the only concern, traffic calming measures and improved enforcement would be the most effective way to solve the problem, rather than building another high-speed freeway for reckless drivers. The real question here is whether the county should destroy unique rural areas that are under permanent conservation easement, we hope, conservation easement, in order to reduce travel times for those who have chosen to move to rural subdivisions. I live in the rural area myself. It often takes me an hour to get into Leesburg on Route 9 because of traffic congestion. The kids that live next to me often spend an hour and a half on the buses getting to and from school. This is something that we have to deal with when we live in rural areas. If the board disagrees with us and does pass the CPAM, we urge you to defer the question of which route the bypass would take. One of our objections to the western bypass is simply that it's unfair to those who are demanding a major new highway through our rural areas would want to impose the cost of building that highway on the people who don't want it. That just seems to be unfair, in addition to all the excellent technical observations that others have made. In terms of the eastern bypass, there are thousands and thousands of households in eastern Loudon, in Sterling, in Ashburn, in Cascade, where families live near high-speed four-lane roads. Their kids go to school. The fire stations are on those roads, and people manage. It's not clear why Luckett's should have a different standard.
Thank you, Mr. Ellis. Thank you very much. Good evening, Mr. McClintock. You will be next, and our last speaker will be Jim Bingle. We're ready for you, sir.
Great. Thank you for having me. My name's David McClintock. I am a 12-year resident of Red Hill. I am also a licensed practicing architect, a member of National NCARB, essentially. I'm a certified project manager. I'm also lead AP. I have quite a bit of experience in, let's say, large complex developments. I manage large teams of designers, architects, engineers, and the execution during construction of large facilities, whether it's private development, three-letter agencies, local government. So I know the challenges that we're all up against with this new school complex. My couple talking points here is that I'm concerned about the master plan. The master plan has been unclear, and it's certainly most unclear coming from the school board representatives from our most recent meeting. There's no commitment to that master plan. We're disappointed in the manner of slippery words that are being used. We all understand that funding comes in phases and chunks, and it takes years to execute a master plan, but you got to commit to the master plan. Nobody has any faith that the future proposed elementary school that's supposed to be the last to be built, and nobody knows when it's going to be built, which potentially sits in the same spot of the 100,000 square foot indoor sporting complex that we know that the school board wants. So the words of expanding the high school arena or gymnasium, that doesn't give us any comfort that you're actually resolving that issue. So Tony, we need some help here. We want both the north and south entrances built on Evergreen Mills. The solution is in front of you. If you have to build an entrance on Red Hill, go ahead and do so, but make it temporary. After north and south entrances are built on Evergreen Mills, put a gate up on Red Hill, lock it, use it for emergency and also for event. The last thing is that hope you all know that you paid for a new entrance to a drinking establishment directly from school property, which is shameful. You created a curb cut to the winery, which is never ever seen in another jurisdiction.
Sir,
disgraceful.
I have to stop you, but I'd like, if you have your comments, I'd like you to email those to me or us. I would like you to. Thank you so much.
I will. Thank you.
Thank you. And our last speaker is Jim Bingle. Good evening, Ms. Bingle.
Good evening, Chair Randall and members of the board. I'm Jem Bingle, here representing the Piedmont Environmental Council regarding Route 15, but not to repeat the many reasons you already know for why PEC has opposed the CPAM and continues to do so. Tonight, I'm here to suggest that you act expeditiously on 3 issues that you have expressed concern about: the bypass location and impacts, small area plan for Luckett's, and safety improvements. A common concern among board members and planning commissioners has been about a range of potential negative impacts from the bypass alignment and location. On page 10 of the staff report, staff has noted that the CPAM process doesn't involve parcel-level analysis, but this kind of analysis is important in order to fully assess the many social and environmental impacts which need to be considered. If you vote to move forward on the CPAM, please direct staff to start that detailed analysis now, including the Section 106 review for this segment, before making the decision on the bypass location. This will give you the needed assurance that your decision on the bypass is based on all the pertinent information. It will help you save time and money in the long run. Some of you have also expressed publicly support for a small area plan for Luckett's to help the community envision and plan its future. It's very appropriate to direct planning and zoning staff to develop a process now that allows residents to participate in the vision and future character of their community. It would pair well with the parcel level analysis. Lastly, the overwhelming common theme has been safety. We favor a more immediate, cost-effective, and safety-oriented solution for Route 15 North and have promoted short-term safety improvements that do not have to wait the 10 to 20 years for the CPAM and large sums of money to implement it and to allow better enforcement by the Sheriff's Department on the road. Please direct staff to bring you those opportunities so you can take steps now for improvements that don't have to wait for the CPAM to be completed. I hope you'll consider these points before the next meeting and provide this additional guidance to staff when you take up the CPAM. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bingle. We really appreciate that. Those are all of our speakers for this evening. Supervisors, we are going to go on and do the information item before we take a break, because we got to do it anyway, so do it before we take a break. So if the staff will come up for the Advisory Commission on Youth information item, I appreciate it. Once again, to all of our speakers, thank you, and we will take up this item on July 5th. Thank you.
Chair Randall, I think.
Yes. Just a second. I'm sorry, it's July. It's July 5th. It's July 5th. I'll go back, we will go back and, yeah, it's July 5th. I can't, you can't just be, hi, how's it going?
Doing well.
Okay, good, good. I know you guys were going to do this a couple of, I guess, maybe a couple of months back now, and then you waited because you wanted to make sure the item was right, and
That's
I
correct.
appreciate that. And we are ready when you are.
Well, good evening, Chair Randall and members of the board. As you know, the Advisory Commission on Youth, or ACOY, consists of 9 representatives that you all appoint and represent the respective districts. It also includes youth representatives and community representatives. We have liaisons from the local government agencies that also work with ACOY, as well as the local, or Loudoun County Public Schools also participates. ACOY serves as a conduit for the youth within Loudoun County, and by looking at and assessing the needs of the youth within the community, they then can come back and advise you, the Board of Supervisors, and make recommendations to you regarding youth programs, issues, and other priorities. This typically is done in the ACOY's annual report to the board, and as you alluded to, Chair Randall, we were going to do that a little earlier, but we are back here this evening to do just that. In addition to the report, however, ACOY is working to develop collaboration amongst all of the stakeholders in the county that provide programs, assistance, and services to youth. As you remember, several years ago, ACOY was instrumental in working with county administration as well as my staff and other departmental staff to develop the YouthNet event, which was very successful and brought forth several initiatives that the board adopted and asked ACOY and staff to work towards implementation. Some of those include a formal youth study as well as an information hub to be developed where all of those services for youth or assistance for youth can be located. With me at the table tonight is Dr. Jeff Goldman, who has been the chair of ACOY for several years, as well as Mr. Mike Rellis. And Madam Chair, if it's okay, I'll turn that over to Dr. Goldman to go into the report.
It's wonderful. And Dr. Goldman, you have been doing this for a long time. Thank you so much. Your commitment to the youth in our county has been incredible. Thank you. Ready when you are, sir.
Yes, and thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the Board of Supervisors. Thank you, Steve. It's wonderful to have the opportunity to speak to you again to present our State of the Youth annual report from ACOY. We had a tremendous amount of work go into this report, mainly by my colleague, Mike Rellis, and we had, for the first time, the most input from the liaisons than any other time, and especially want to call out LCPS, and Dr. Asia Jones and Dr. Clark Bowers for their support in extending that reach to get more of the input from LCPS. So with the report, like I mentioned, comprehensive, I just want to hit 3 highlights, 3 concerns, and our suggested recommendations, what we can do about that. So first, you only have to look through the first couple of pages to see that our youth are accomplished. They do amazing things, volunteering in schools and academics, in the fine arts. It's amazing things that they do. Number 2, we have thriving youth-led programming in Loudoun County, which isn't the case in other counties. We have Youth Advisory Council, Youth and Government Day, Youth Fest, Step Up, to name a few. It's just fantastic things that when youth given the opportunity to lead what they do. Third, exciting news to share, graduation rates are up. We have a slight uptick in the state overall, but Loudoun County has had a significant uptake in graduation rates. So moving on to concerns, I want to highlight just three. The issues with drugs availability, vaping in our 12 to 19-year-olds, fentanyl and overdosing are concerns. I mean, you see the growth in vape shops around the county. And so what to do about that? You can't legislate the problem out of existence. So our recommendation is in education, and not just youth, but parents, teachers as well. And where possible, to have peer involved for that education, as a lot of times youth don't necessarily listen to adults, as those of us with kids very well know. So our second issue I wanted to raise and concern is obviously mental health. We've talked about that a lot today. Ms. Putt from the Ryan Bartell Foundation mentioned mental health concerns. Really, we have funding that we talk about for mental health, but I also want to highlight the shortage of support. And this isn't a Loudoun County phenomenon or even a Virginia phenomenon. It's nationwide, and the issue is availability of mental health practitioners to help out, and services for that to be accomplished. So the thing that we have, unlike some other counties, we're not poaching practitioners from neighboring counties. But one of the creative solutions that came out of the task force for mental health from the schools is to look at some kind of online access to mental health support. And on the surface, it sounds a bit ridiculous because you're thinking, how am I going to get the same level of attention that I, from a face-to-face counseling that I would from online? However, with some of the understanding of how these things work, you open up the access to licensed professionals that you can use slices of their time to help out. And that has been a way to expand the reach of when you don't have available practitioners, to expand it to others that are licensed to operate in the state. A third concern I wanted to mention and highlight is a rise in absenteeism. We're seeing again, since COVID. We have some concerns because we don't know exactly what is causing that. And so without knowing, our best guess is try to understand that cause, understand what the issue is in the rise in absenteeism again. In 2018, LCPS stepped up with the 3-tier program of intervention. And we may need to do something like that again in for further force. You can see, we have a chart at the end looking at projected numbers for the most recent year, where, being back in school again, and we're seeing the absenteeism issues. So that's everything I wanted to just highlight, and leave any rest of the time that you have for any questions that you might have.
There's not even enough time to ask all the questions that are on this dais, but seriously, thank you, and I'm sure there's lots of questions on the dais. I will start with our educator on the dais, Ms. Glass.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for being here, and thank you for the presentation. You had, I had a discussion earlier this past week about DARE. Has ACOI ever investigated whether Loudon should be exploring programs other than DARE for substance abuse education with our children?
So, so in essence, when we talk about this with the sheriff's office and others, there doesn't seem to be a shortage of having enough education about these concerns. So, we've spoken to Ryan Bartell. They've come talk to our committee as well, and we had a few others. So I mean, in short, yes, we definitely support that. Mike, I don't know if you have anything to add.
No, just that DARE seems to be very effective in the elementary schools, and once you get to middle schools, the most effective messaging comes from peers, high schoolers, and then as you get further into high school, then you can loop back to adults again. But the DARE program isn't as effective in middle schools as it is in elementary. So I guess as a group, we don't endorse any particular program, but we see the greater benefit from the DARE program in elementary schools up to about 4th, 5th grade. Once they start to get close to middle school age, the most effective messaging comes from a combination of adults with high schoolers or peers or people they look up to.
Okay. Well, thank you. I want to thank you for this report and presentation and for the work that you're doing advocating for our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Brixman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sounds like maybe the 5th grade would be the time to have something other than DARE, because the DARE messaging seems to be wearing off by middle school. What's considered after hours for the you talked about the library program. What are the hours that are considered after hours?
So typically we're talking about the evening hours, after 7 p.m. To 9 p.m. And in talking with the libraries about this, the move for the after hours is to look at opening the libraries for everyone in the evenings as a means to address the concerns that we had about teen centers. We still are advocating for a dedicated space for the teen centers, and not necessarily structured, but unstructured programming as well.
Mm-hmm. Have you thought about going to any of the local universities, like Nova seems to have all that space, GW seems to have a lot of space that may not be being used in the evenings? Just an idea. I'll talk to Julie Leidig about it again as well. I did talk to my library board person about it, who also worked for Mason, but then he had to leave the library board. The one thing that I was wondering about is you make some great recommendations year over year, but I'd like to see maybe in the future if you could summarize or wrap up if your recommendations were accomplished from the previous year. Because the report's good, but I feel like it's almost like a point in time, and I'm left wondering, I know you had a lot of recommendations last year. I'm wondering how they went. And then I was struck by 30% of the students who reported bullying said they were bullied because of race or ethnicity. So that seems to be something we need to work on, absolutely. The other thing I was wondering about, in the very last slide, you have a breakdown of arrests and referrals in those numbers. And I'm just wondering, can we get a racial breakdown on those? Because I'd be very curious to see there's lots of statistics out there that show having police officers in the schools have a disparate impact on Black and brown students. So I would be very curious to find out if that actually holds true for Loudoun County as well. It might not, but the numbers that you showed just made me curious about that. And then, what was my other question? Have you guys been able to achieve quorum since the emergency order was lifted? I'm out of time.
If I can answer that in a way, I mean, the answer is yes, although it would really help if we had the opportunity to continue to meet virtually.
I understand that.
We got a lot.
General Assembly is working on it. I think it's coming in
Thank you,
September.
Ms. Brixman. Actually, they're not working on it, but okay.
Working is relative.
Yeah.
They looked at it.
Mr. Kirshner.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, gentlemen, for being here and for the hard work on it. I just had one kind of question, and specifically concerning the emergency room visits for self-harm and suicide attempts from Loudon youth. Obviously, we've seen in 2021, I think we have the numbers up to July of 2021, and then we have projected numbers, I guess, which are still coming in. Maybe we don't have those entirely. Why are we assuming that a lot of this has to do with the pandemic, the kind of isolation and whatnot? Can you elaborate a little bit more on that for my own understanding? Because that's obviously, I mean, that's an increase of nearly 300 projected over 2020 and 2019. So that's a bit alarming. And I'm assuming it has a lot to do with mental health.
Yes. So whether you are on a side of the argument that the pandemic has caused more or that it hasn't, if anything, the general agreement among the experts are that the pandemic has uncovered mental health concerns that may have already been present or even accelerated. And so in that sense, you are potentially seeing an after effect from that in the uptick in self-harm. But bottom line is, you have, youth suicides are still happening in Loudon, and we have, concerns of the, ER visits and self-harm upticks.
So you do mention in here that this could, I mean, I think you said in here at one point that obviously this is something you would really look to the action by the Board of Supervisors. What kind of action, I mean, I would assume much of this has to do with the school board, but perhaps there's some action that's not actually mentioned in here that you've thought of. So that statement, on its own, this is a problem that warrants action by the Board of Supervisors. Thoughts on that? Yeah.
I mean, one of the common recommendations to this report is to make sure, do whatever the Board of Supervisors can do to make sure there's a mental health professional ready to accept the handoff of somebody who's in trauma or somebody who's struggling to the point where they're, in this case, to the point where they're self-harm. What we found is the Board of Supervisors and the school board supported 101 mental health professionals in the school, and they do an amazing job. But when you come to the handoff for actual treatment, the professional's not there. And it's not something this board has. I mean, you've given the FTE, you've given the positions to the Department of Mental Health. They just can't fill them.
So essentially, kind of, once you've kind of used up your school resource, then the aftercare type of concept.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's good to know. I appreciate that. I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Umstadt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Chair Randall has expressed a great deal of concern about the mental health implications of the shutdowns that led to this isolation. If you look at it from the standpoint of emergency custody orders and temporary detention orders, prior to 2020, you might see 3 or 4 a week. Over the last year, you've seen sometimes 3 or 4 a day. And then very recently, in the last week, there were 12 in one day. So there is a huge increase in these problems. One of the aggravating problems about which the Board of Supervisors has much less authority than the state is providing beds. Mm-hmm. There are not enough beds. There is no place to put people who need to be cared for. Mm-hmm. And that is something that the state legislature has not yet addressed. And I mean, that's one perspective, but I wonder if it is consistent with what you were observing.
So that's a tough one to answer. We don't have enough data about the before and after other than the kinds of things you're talking about. The ACOI has always advocated for the safe space concept, and it extends in the mental health community as well. There are anecdotal pieces that we have for families that don't have something transition between seeing a counselor and going into a 24-hour facility. So, and like you said, if you built a bunch of things in Loudon, that doesn't mean that it's only filled by Loudon residents. So I know I'm not answering your question. I'm sharing the same concern.
Thank you. Mr. Turner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My nephew took his life on his 21st birthday, and he had persistent mental health issues. He got drunk, and he had ready access to a gun that a friend of his had. I'm really struck by the statement that we have an acute mental health crisis at ages 10 to 19, and the number 1 and 2 identified by the student population problems that they have is bullying and access to illegal drugs. This is a loaded question, I guess. I completely accept the fact that we have to have, I worked at Mental Health America from 2009 to 2014. We had a national shortage on mental health professionals. It's been there forever. Are you aware of any program in the country? I mean, we all are facing a shortage of mental health professionals. And the kids are identifying, they know what the problems are. And we know there's a mental health crisis. And I just feel so impotent to continually say we got to, and you said it, I mean, we've created the FTEs, the slots are there, we can't fill the slots. Are there any programs in the United States that are really looking outside the paradigm to say we've got to try something radically different than what we're doing rather than just wringing our hands about this issue?
So first I want to say, sorry for your loss. I mean, anytime you hear things like that, I have no words. In talking with our liaison on the Department of Mental Health, Substance Abuse, and Developmental Services, some of the thinking is there's a potential where you're trying to incentivize students to go into the field and come to the county that's sponsoring them or the state that's sponsoring them. Those are kind of the forward-thinking things that we've seen. And then the other, like what the task force is doing, using the online app to provide access, ready, available access, by essentially taking 50 licensed practitioners and slicing up their time among a large number to handle kind of that first tier of mental health concerns and make available access. Those are kind of the things that we're seeing as avant-garde or attempts to answer the problem.
To follow up on that, is there any way we could do that in Loudoun County? A Loudoun County unique app to establish that program on a county level?
I would imagine so, much like you would restrict services based on residency, and you could probably do something like that. And so we've seen a few different ones in the task force, and I think you guys have the task force report from LCPS too.
Thank you very much. Very helpful.
Mr. Staines?
Thank you, Madam.
Vice Chair Staines, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the report. I'm going to be a little short here, though. This is my second term, and we're still, in this report, every year, having the same information provided when it comes to the after-hours teen center, where you're saying there's only one after-hours teen center available. We need more. I know the first board term we've talked, we approved, if I remember correctly, or something to that effect, approved
We did.
more hours, more manpower for specifically the Sterling Library.
We did.
And we were told, oh yeah, there's space, we can make it happen, et cetera, et cetera. So here we are in 2022, and we're still seeing the same information as if this is still 2016, 2017, or 2018. So help me understand real quickly.
Sure. So not to throw the Loudoun County Public Libraries under the bus. They've been very helpful. Their approach is wanting to extend library hours in general. So that need is being met with the staff that they're applying. The issue is, from our perspective, is that dedicated space So in some of the libraries, typically out in Western Loudon, you might have a teen table or an all-purpose room that's used for multiple things, not necessarily a dedicated space for teens. So along the lines of the safe space concept, having that dedicated space is what we're after. So now what do? Do you build something ancillary to the library? Do you cordon off, or do you do something? So I know that the libraries, for all of the plans for anything new coming, it has that space built in there.
All right, well, before my time runs out, I think Supervisor Briskman had a good suggestion. If you need us to reach out to GW, we'll do so. If you need us to reach out to Nova, we'll do so. And also you have the Director of Parks and Rec sitting right next to you, Mr. Steve Torpy, where we just renovated and opened up a brand new Sterling Community Center. So that space is wide open. We have a dedicated teen area over there that's pretty large, and then there's some space for meeting space and classrooms and such there. So if Mr. Tarpey, if I need to do a BMI or something to make something happen, please, even though I know we have the teen center in Cascades at Potomac Falls and that far off land somewhere. That's actually really Sterling, but but people like to call it Potomac Falls. But that's down Route 7 a little ways, and I know Sterling is the opposite way. I know you want to branch out into Ashburn and all those things, but if we need to have two in Sterling, let's do it, please. Okay. And then the other thing I'll just bring up with the Loudon Academies, I know this is not really in your area, but with the schools, but there is definitely an issue with having more students of ethnicity there, because Chair Randall and I, during the student government day, we met a lovely young lady who was actually at TJ, approved at TJ, but for whatever reason got denied to attend the Loudon Academies. So I don't know. We have to figure that one out. But my time is up. Thank you.
There's absolutely not enough time for me to say all the things I want to say, starting with thank you to you all. I'm going to say a lot of things that, let me just say it, my political party is not going to like right now. So everybody just get ready, and if I get voted out, I get voted out. I don't really care, to be quite honest. First of all, the substance use is not just vape, it's not just fentanyl. It starts with other substances. And I've said this 1,000 times. When you legalize something, you minimize it. And we had no studies at all on what vaping did and what it was to young people and to their lungs and all that stuff. And so we started letting the vaping happen without any understanding of what was going on. Bullying in LCPS, especially bullying when it comes to people of color, is ridiculous. I sent both of my African-American sons through LCPS. I can tell you the racial stuff that happens to our kids is absolutely ridiculous. I said in October of 2020, get these kids back in school and following all CDC, VDH guidelines, because the mental health is going to suffer. I got landed on by people all over the place, but I was right then and I'm right now. And I talked about the mental health impacts of kids when these kids are not used to doing what we just did to them. So I talked about that at that time. But this is where it's going to get unpopular politically. The issue with the mental health providers is largely because, God love you, what the Democrats did in the General Assembly. They actually passed bill after bill after bill that made it harder to be a mental health therapist, to put more restrictions on mental health therapists, and mental health therapists fled the fields in huge, huge numbers. The closing down of the state mental hospitals was under Governor Northam because of what the Democrats passed. The Marcus Alert bill is a complete joke. It does absolutely nothing. And the problem is, when you put all this stuff in place, it doesn't do anything but give people the opportunity they can pat themselves on the back and make them feel better, but they're not actually doing anything. We need to fix the mental health issue by actually allowing Medicaid and other insurances to cover mental health. We need to stop making mental health a 6-visit issue. You cannot fix most mental health issues in 6 visits. You just absolutely cannot. If you turn to page 22, what the heck is going on our package with absenteeism in our Hispanic community? Oh my God, look at that number. Look at the number of absenteeism in our Hispanic community. Something is going on there, which means you have to have somebody culturally competent to go out in that community and talk to the parents and the kids, go through the CASA program and find out what the hell is going on with our brown kids. For God's sake, the absenteeism is off the charts. If maybe people in the General Assembly would stop thinking that they know so damn much, because God knows they don't, and actually listen to mental health therapists and people who are expert in children and know what they're doing, we wouldn't have these problems. This is not a county problem. This is a state problem, and I don't give a crap what party you're in. You're screwing up our kids. My time is up. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Please. Mr. Torpy, did you want to say anything right now?
No, ma'am.
Thank you, everybody. Mr. Sains, we're going to go to closed session before we eat. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you very, very much. Doctor, I'm going to call you so we can have a more productive conversation than the one I just had. Thank you so much.
I'll be reading us in closed session for number 1 and number 2.
Yes.
I move that the Board of Supervisors recess this public meeting and enter in closed session pursuant to Section 2.2-3711A3 of the Code of Virginia to consider disposition of parcels of property for public use in the Blue Ridge election district. I move that the Board of Supervisors recess this public meeting and enter the closed session pursuant to Section 2.2-3711A3 of the Code of Virginia to consider acquisition of parcels of property for public use in the Ashburn election district.
Motion's made and seconded by Supervisor Buffington. Discussion on the motion. Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Supervisor, I know you need to take a little quick break before we get to there, but we'll be in the Lovettsville room. The Lovettsville room, but to take a break. Thank you. Oh, that motion passed. Okay, we are back, and Mr. Sains, would you please read us out of closed session?
I move that the closed session be adjourned, that the Board of Supervisors reconvene its public meeting, that the minutes of the public meeting should reflect that no formal action was taken in closed session, and further move that the resolution certifying the closed session be adopted and reflected in the minutes of this public meeting.
Motion's made and seconded by Supervisor Buffington. Discussion on the motion. Would you please go down the line and affirm that that motion is correct? Mr. Glass.
I affirm.
I affirm.
Ms. Brixman.
Affirm.
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 I affirm as well. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? That motion will pass 9-0. Mr. Buffington, you have a motion, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do. I move that the Board of Supervisors direct staff to negotiate a purchase and sale agreement with the Piedmont Environmental Council for 6.4 acres of county-owned property, pins 361-45-5744, 361-45-8246, and 361-45-9838, located in Aldie, Virginia, for a sales price of $600,000. I further move that the Board of Supervisors direct staff to advertise the proposed agreement for the September 2022 Board of Supervisors public hearing.
Second.
Second. No, I'm taking that one. Are you kidding me? This is discussion on the motion, Mr. Buffington.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the board's support in closed session for this item. Happy to make the motion coming out of closed session. Hopefully, once this goes to public hearing and we get more public support for this and we actually move forward with actually signing the documents, this will end the Aldi saga for the Aldi assemblage. And I'm so tired of talking about it. We finally have what we as a board majority believe is a very trustworthy organization with a long history of doing great things in this area, that wants to take on this responsibility, own this property, and do good things with it in coordination with the local community. And I look forward to further discussions here about what the PEC wants to do with these properties at the public hearing. So I won't belabor the point. I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Letourneau.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to be voting against the motion tonight, and it's not a reflection of the PEC or their stewardship of the property. My sort of bright line for this was that the board should accept the highest reasonable offer for the property, and that is not this. We did receive an offer from, I think, a qualified buyer that there were no red flags on, who presented a very reasonable, in-depth plan for $100,000 more than this offer. So out of fairness, I believe the board should have accepted that offer and therefore will not support this one.
Ms. Umstattd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the PEC will be a very good steward of this property and very much in tune with what the surrounding community wants. So I'm happy to support this.
Thank you. And I think I had my first meeting on the Aldi assemblage when I was 9 years old. So I am so hoping that this goes well. I think the PEC is a very reputable organization. They've done good things. They do good things. Nothing against the other offer. I did think there was a question that wasn't answered by the other offer that I wish had been answered. Nothing against the other offer at all. I just think that they've been such a community partner and a community player, a good community player, that there are times when you have to recognize organization that's in your community and that you know is going to, that you know wants the best thing for your community and that has answered all the questions that I needed to have asked. So I'm happy to support the motion as well. Mr. Buffington, would you like to have closing, sir?
Yes, Madam Chair, I just agree with the statements you just made, and I look forward to actually closing this deal so the PEC becomes the owner of this property, and I look forward to what they do with it. It's going to be exciting.
All right, all in favor, please say aye. Oppose? That motion will pass 7-2 with Supervisor Sains and Supervisor Letourneau voting against the motion. Okay, supervisors, let's do nominations. Let's do nominations. If you have a nomination, please put your light on for me, please. Ms. Glass.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I find, okay, here we go. I nominate Ms. Erica Daly to serve as the Broad Run District Trustee on the Library Board of Trustees. I nominate Mr. Nicholas Gothard to serve as an at-large representative on the Community Services Board.
Wonderful. Ms. Brixman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I nominate Mary Aileen Lee Colucci to serve as the Algonquian District Representative on the Library Board of Trustees.
Thank you. And I nominate Nicholas Gothard for the from the Broad Run District for the Community Services Board, Zarell Johnson Welch from the Catoctin District for the Community Services Board, and Patty Morrissey, who is currently the chair. I nominate her again for the Community Services Board. I nominate Crystal Reeler for the from the Blue Ridge District for the Family Services Advisory Board. I will also say, Ms. Brixman, you may want to look for next time the Douglas Town Center Community Development Authority does need a nominee for that as well right now. They're down one. Okay, yep. Just letting you know. I think their date is coming up soon. They're not down one yet, but it's coming up soon. It's what's happening, okay? All right. Okay. Board comments. I don't really hear. Ms. Glass.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
No problem.
All right, let me go with disclosures. On Wednesday, June 8th, I met with Mike Romeo of Walsh Colucci to discuss ZMAP-2021-0004 Colonnade. On Thursday, June 9th, my staff met with Ben Wales of Cooley to discuss ZMOD-2019-0051 Dulles 28 Centers Sign Plan. On Thursday, June 9th, I met with Colleen Gillis of Cooley to discuss ZMAP-2021-0006 Hyde Park. On Monday, June 13th, my staff participated in a pre-application meeting of PRAP-2022-0038 Nimbus Overhead Transmission Line. On Tuesday, June 14th, I met with Colleen Gillis of Cooley to discuss a possible land use application at Ashburn Crossing. I've been very busy over the past 2 weeks attending several exciting events in the Broad Run District and highlighting several businesses in the area. Last weekend, I joined Delegate David Reed in celebrating the opening of Compass Real Estate's new office in Loudon. That same weekend, I also attended the ribbon cutting for the opening of a new segment of the Loudon County Parks linear parks and trail system that's located where the Broad Run goes under Route 7. Then on Tuesday, I participated in a joint ribbon cutting, celebrating the ribbon cutting for 4 businesses based out of Venture X in Loudon, at One Loudon co-working space. It was 37 Media and Marketing Group. It's a marketing special events and public relations firm. Clear Lotus Consulting, an executive coaching and management consulting firm. Marble Business, a credit card processing company, and the Toilet King, a toilet installation company. On Thursday, I attended the Juneteenth celebration at the Ashburn Senior Center, featuring a special drum performance by Jonah Mazia, a teacher and player of several African drums. Also on Thursday, Supervisor Turner and I broke ground at the Ashburn Rec. And Supervisor Briskman broke ground at the Ashburn Rec and Community Center, marking the beginning construction of a new 117,000 square foot rec center that will be northwest of the Broadlands Boulevard and west of the intersection with Claiborne Parkway. On Friday, I joined Handmade by LMAC, local makers, artists, and crafters in celebrating their 1-year anniversary at the Dulles Town Center. Handmade by LMAC is a collaborative retail store selling products created by local makers, artists, and crafters in the DMV area. And yesterday, I also had the pleasure of touring, going with Senator Kane, as well as Chair Randall, around the Broad Run District to several Black-owned businesses as part of the Juneteenth discussion group. We had a Matchbox in One Loudon and visited Nothing Bundt Cakes, a baker located near Dulles Town Center, and Sharp Line Cuts, a barbershop located by the Ashburn Ice House where my 4 sons all get their haircuts.
Just going to ignore what happened in Ms. Umstead's district. That's messed up. Just going to ignore that, huh?
I'm sorry. What I miss?
Just going to ignore that we went to her district too.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so Yes, we did Wildwood. Was it Wildwood? Yes. I'm so sorry. Finally, I want to give a big congratulations to all the Broad Run District seniors who have graduated over the last few weeks. We are so proud of you in Loudon and look forward to seeing what you'll do with your education in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Letourneau.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Disclosures: on June 16th, I spoke with Mike Capretti regarding Old Arcola Residential ZMAP 2022-0005, as well as JK3. On June 17th, my staff met with Packy Crown of Bowman, Sasha Barrera of Watch Colucci, and Sujith Maram to discuss Mountain View Residential ZMAP 2020-0012. That one is coming back to us in July after we deferred it from the public hearing, but we've been working on trying to improve that application. I was going to give, if we had still had speakers in the room and everything, I was going to give sort of a commentary on the difference between a CPAM and specific projects and how passing a CPAM does not preclude you from prioritizing projects and making safety improvements and those sorts of things, nor does it lock you into something that you can't do anything for 15, 20 years. But they've left, so I guess I'll save that for now. I don't blame them either.
They'll be back next time.
Yeah, it's not like it won't be the only chance we'll have. But I will address that. The other thing I only wanted to address was a significant portion of the county, particularly in the Dulles district, received a letter from Planning and Zoning regarding the Airport Impact Overlay District, CPAM, that's underway. And I love our staff, and I know the Planning and Zoning staff does a great job, but it was very clearly a letter written to satisfy the legal requirements of notification to everybody who needed to be notified, which in this case included every single house in the district currently or in the future, which is many thousands of houses. What it did not do was really explain much about what it was or what it meant or what we were doing. And it has created a lot of confusion in the community. And I know it's not just in the Dulles district, because I know folks, I even saw stuff in One Loudon and Brambleton and so on as well. So I put together an email today that went out, at least to my constituents, that sort of gave some context about what this process was and the fact that we were not changing where airplanes were traveling, in fact, with this whole process. And I think, we'll be able to, and then I know Public Affairs, I think, is working on something as well, which will be helpful. But just, not that anybody's watching us, but just for the benefit of the public, I have put that email up on my Facebook page. It does sort of explain the context for all this. And I don't think most people need to be concerned about it, but it caused a lot of just confusion and anxiousness and all those sorts of things, which I think we now need to sort of give people the full story. That for me.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Buffington.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On June 10th, I met with the JK3 applicant. No other required disclosures, and I'll save everybody 4 minutes and 52 seconds and wait till we get to the items to discuss them.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Turner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The July TLUC meeting is changed to Monday, July 18th, everyone, so that's at 6 p.m. They'll be held here in the boardroom. Again, the July TLUC meeting is on Monday, not Wednesday, July 18th. On Wednesday, June 8th, my staff and I met with Matt Leslie from Walsh Colucci to discuss the Mountain View residential project. Later that day, we met with Colin Gillis from Cooley LLP to discuss Hyde Park. Later that day, my staff and I met with Sasha Brower, Mike Romeo of Walsh Colucci, as well as John Cox and Chuck Kuhn from JK Land Holdings to discuss the JK Tech Park 3. Thursday, June 9th, my staff and I met with Anthony Venafrio and John Riley from Luckstone to discuss the pre-application for rezoning, PRAP 2022 0037. Later that day, my staff, my planning commission, and I joined Supervisor Glass, her planning commission, her staff, for a meeting with Colleen Gillis from Cooley LLP, James Brothers, and Mark Scroggins from Westbrook Partners, and Doug Fleet from American Real Estate Partners to discuss Hyde Park. And on Monday, June 13th, my staff met with Colleen Gillis from Cooley LLP to discuss Hyde Park once again. I, too, was very pleased to break ground on the new Ashburn Rec Center, which is going to be a showpiece for the Ashburn District. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Mr. Kirschner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll try to keep my comments brief. Thank you, everyone, for, I'm sorry I was late tonight. I had a family matter. My wife's grandmother's passing away, and they had called the family together, so I needed to attend to those affairs, and I apologize to many of the folks that were here and gave a lot of comments on Route 15. I did ask that the Route 15 matter be deferred. I believe we deferred it July 5th. Is that right, Madam Chair?
That is correct.
And for a variety of reasons, we received some new staff recommendations, that some of them which I have ongoing concerns. This is obviously a very, very important project to both sides in the community, and I feel like we needed a little extra time to make sure we got it completely right and as comprehensive as we possibly can to satisfy as many of the concerns as we can. So I appreciate my fellow board members bearing with it, because I obviously know that folks will come out and speak on it again. But it is, I think, far more important to get this right than to rush it through. And there are a number of things that I will be doing over the next couple of weeks to make this as comprehensive an approach to this CPAM as we possibly can. So I'm looking forward to putting that forward. I don't have any further comments tonight, Madam Chair, but thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Brixman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. By way of disclosures, I took a tour of Light Ridge Farm on June 2nd with Mr. Trip Hook. On June 2nd also, I had a conversation with Matt Leslie of Walsh Colucci about the Mountain View residential application. On June 10th, I also had a phone call with Matt Leslie regarding the proffers for the villas at Cascades, which passed tonight. On June 13th, I had a meeting with Cascades Marketplace team, Michael Majestic and Colleen Gillis. Also on June 13th, I met with the JK3 application team and Chuck Kuhn. On the 14th of June, I had a site visit with Michael Myers of Loudon Wildlife Conservancy to walk the JK Black Oak Sanctuary. I had the opportunity to attend the Juneteenth March and Celebration yesterday in Leesburg, which takes us down the street where Orion Anderson was dragged to Church Street, where he was dragged to his lynching near the WNOD Trail. I'm very proud that our state and our nation is now recognizing Juneteenth as a federal holiday, and appreciate all of the local celebrations that took place. Today I was excited to also attend a grand opening and ribbon cutting for Honest Tom's Auto Care on Hardwood Forest Drive in Sterling. And I'm always happy to join these events to mark an opportunity to diversify our economy and employ more Loudoners. I was also super excited to attend the ribbon cutting. I think one of our first to open a section of the LPAT signature project in Algonquian District at the training center, the law enforcement training center. And it will go all the way down to Bless Park now. It's a great hike if you get a chance. I highly recommend it. As of today, we have lost 20,614 victims to gun violence in America. Of those, 9,262 were homicide, 11,352 were suicide. We've lost 165 children aged 12 and younger, and 615 teens under the age of 18 to gun violence. Our nation has suffered 278 mass shootings this year, and we've had actually one day in June where our nation did not see a mass shooting. I'm cautiously optimistic that a group of senators have reached a bipartisan framework on gun safety. The agreement put forth by 10 Republicans and 10 Democrats and endorsed by President Biden includes enhanced background checks to give authorities time to check the juvenile and mental health records of any prospective gun buyer under the age of 21, and a provision that would, for the first time, extend to dating partners a prohibition on domestic abusers having guns. In other words, a provision to close what is called the boyfriend loophole. It would also provide funding for states to enact so-called red flag laws that allow authorities to temporarily confiscate guns from people deemed dangerous to themselves or others, as well as more money for mental health resources and to bolster safety and mental health services at schools. I have a particular interest in the red flag laws and would be interested in learning how our residents are learning about this process and how many times it has actually been enacted and used in Loudoun County. My colleague here says 3 times in Loudoun County. I know Fairfax County has utilized that tool many, many, many more times. I have no doubt that the majority of Loudoners support additional gun safety measures, as more than 200 came out to voice their support at a March for Our Lives event in Sterling on June 11th. We know that the majority of Americans support banning assault-style weapons of war, enacting red flag laws, more mental health services and support, and universal national background checks. I hope the senators will actually listen to their constituents on this issue. I do have a little bit of sad news from my office that I will share, because I don't think we'll have another meeting before my legislative aide, Ellington Arnold, moves on to another position. We're very sad to learn that he got an offer he cannot refuse from the U.S. Chamber of Commerce in Washington, D.C. He will be heading up the Africa desk. Yeah, and I know. He'll be heading up the Africa desk. Many of you may know that Ellington spent time in the Peace Corps in Africa, and he did some of that work before he came to us. It's been a pleasure to have him on board, but he gets to stay in D.C. now and not have to commute to Loudoun County, so I'm sure that was a big part of the decision-making process, other than following his passion. So please give Ellington a wish of good luck. If you see him over the next week or so, he will be parting at the end of the month. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Umstead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On disclosures, I have one. As I mentioned during my comments on the villas at Cascades, I spoke with Matt Leslie of Walsh Colucci on that project earlier today. I would like to recognize Mimi Green. Many of us went to her farewell party. Mimi has been the friendly face of Loudoun County for years and years, and is going to a well-deserved retirement. But I am personally going to miss her very much. I believe tomorrow's her last day. I want to thank both Chair Randall and Supervisor Glass to coming out to Ida Lee Park, the wonderful Central Loudoun Park in Leesburg, and joining everyone there for the Berg Family Reunion Club event celebrating Juneteenth over the weekend. I wanted to especially, and this is somewhat interesting. Someone asked me if there was actually a Berg family. The Berg refers to Leesburg, and it is the families who grew up in Leesburg over many decades and then dispersed across the country who have come back for a family reunion in Leesburg. And so I want to thank all of them. They had some great gospel singing throughout the day. But I want to note something one person said to me. I'm not going to mention last names, but she's a good friend of Chair Randall's, and I have known her and considered her a friend for many years. Carla was one of the residents on Sickland Road who supported the distribution center application. When the company that wanted the distribution center there bought her land with her enthusiastic support, she took $10,000 and gave it to the Berg Family Reunion Foundation so that students, disadvantaged students, would be able to continue their education. And I just thought that was such a nice human gesture made by one individual that it needed to be mentioned. Her son has founded a couple of companies with his wife, and her son Mike, with his wife, founded a company called Yummy Butter. And you can go online and find many different flavored kinds of butter and order them. And the chair bought some, I bought some perhaps Supervisor Glass did as well. It is really good, and I recommend it strongly. So, yummy butter, just Google it, and it'll come up, and you'll get some of the best butter you've ever had. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Sains.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mandatory disclosures. My staff met with Mountain View applicants on June 8th, and I'd like to remind everybody that Sterling will be kicking off the fireworks season on July 1st at the Sterling Middle School field area, starting around 7 o'clock until the wee hours. We have food trucks, live music, and then, of course, the fireworks will go off. So come and join us on July 1st at the Sterling Middle School field track. Thank you.
Thank you. I actually, Mr. Street, I forgot to say that I did have a nominee for the AIDWAP board, Robert Beach for AIDWAP. I forgot to say that. Other disclosures. On June 16th, I met with Michael Capretti and Forrest Hayes, my planning commissioner, on Arcola. That was on June 16th. On June 15th, I had a verbal interaction with Chuck Kuhn about JK3. And then today I talked to Delaney Morrison about the Aldi assemblage. I mentioned during my comments the my God, I just forgot the name of the my brain fog. Matt, help me out. The bill that is for mental health that I couldn't. The Marcus Alert, thank you. The Marcus Alert bill. So I said it didn't make any difference, and this is why. I want to explain why the Marcus Alert bill has so frustrated me. It has very good intentions, but the way the Marcus Alert bill works is this. Each individual county, town, city, location can register to have, well, if somebody in that county, town, or city has a loved one that is suffering from a mental or behavioral health issue, they can put their person's name in a system that says, my loved one has these issues. And so if they're having a mental health crisis, and say they're out in the street and they're having, whatever mental health crisis they may be having, and law enforcement arrives, law enforcement can look up and realize that this person's having a mental health crisis, and hopefully have a CRT team that they send to help this person at the time. That's all well and good. The problem is the Marcus Alert legislation as it's written is very county to county to county. And so if someone's having a mental health crisis and they live in Loudon and their name is in the system, but they have crossed the line, crossed the street, and they're now in Fairfax, when the Fairfax police are called, they're not going to know who this person is or why. And even when Marcus Davis Peters was having his mental health crisis, and what happened was he's having a mental health crisis. It's a long story, but he was actually killed while in a mental health crisis. Even when he was having his crisis, he was not even in his county when it happened, or his area. And so you cannot have a legislation that's supposed to help with somebody with mental health issues only if they stay in their county with their mental health crisis. Especially in Northern Virginia, you pass out of Loudon into Prince William, or Loudon into Fairfax, or Arlington into Alexandria without even knowing it. And no one having a mental health crisis is going to go, oh, can't go into Fairfax County because they're not going to know what's happening over here. So unless we get serious about making the Marcus Alert bill a Commonwealth-wide initiative, it doesn't work. And when a family puts a name in, they're going to have a false belief that their person can be okay, when in fact, if they cross a line, they won't be okay anymore. So that is my frustration. Although the intentions were good, that is my frustration with the Marcus Alert bill. And I think right now in Northern Virginia, I'm pretty sure it is just either Alexandria or Arlington that has it in place right now. So that's why it's a problem. Mental health is health, and we don't treat it as such in this country. I also want to remind everybody that on July 16th, the 911 number for mental health emergencies including suicidology, including the mental health crisis, goes live. And so if you or somebody you know is having a mental health crisis, it's a 988 number, just like a 911 number, and there's somebody who will pick up to help you with and help you through your mental health crisis. It's something new. It still goes right back to the same organizations that were handling this. Was a 10-digit number. It was just a decision that a 10-digit number was too hard to remember, and so they did it. They did a 988 number instead. And finally, I do want to say congratulations to all the. I think all of our graduations are now over. I think we're finished with graduations in Loudon. Congratulations to all the graduates, whether you were homeschool, private school, public school, faith-based school. Good luck to you, and God bless on whatever your next endeavor might happen to be. Okay, supervisors, let's go on to our next item, and that item is the prevailing wage item number 3. Item number 3, which is the prevailing wage item. I think you were the primary person on this one. All of us went on it.
Right.
But I'm happy to let you make the motion if you'd like to.
That's
Okay,
that's fine.
would you guys like to see this presentation? Ms. Umstead, would you like to see the presentation?
I'm fine.
Would anyone like to see the presentation? Okay, I don't think we need the presentation. Would you all like to say anything that's different or new before Ms. Umstead makes a motion?
Well, good evening, board members. No, we do not have any additional or new information to provide.
Okay, Ms. Umstead, would you like to make a motion?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I move that the Board of Supervisors endorse all recommended short-term, wait a minute, am I in Tony's? I think I'm in Tony's.
It's on page, item number 3, page 6.
Yeah. I was trying to figure out Tony's item.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I can't take it.
All right. I move that the Board of Supervisors approve applying prevailing wage requirements to construction-related maintenance contracts as outlined in Table 1 of the June 21, 2022 Board of Supervisors Business Meeting Action Item.
I think, okay, you beat me to it. I'll give it to Ms. Brixman, who was faster in her seconds. Ms. Umstead, would you like to have an opening?
I'll just simply say that given the policies we're seeing from the federal government, adopting this approach to our construction-related maintenance contracts has the potential to give us a more advantageous position as we go forward. And I think this is a fair and equitable way to approach these contracts. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Letourneau.
So does staff believe that that's the case, that we need to do this to be more competitive for future contracts? Because that's certainly not in the item.
So if I may, specifically for prevailing wage, for federally funded projects, specifically if we're talking about construction projects, those typically already come with requirements related to the application of Davis-Bacon Wage Act.
Right.
So this would just be the local administration, and so if we
For the
do
maintenance, though, we're talking, this is only for maintenance, which is,
Correct.
That's not defined.
Correct. So in Davis-Bacon, maintenance is not defined, which is
Right.
what we attempted to do here for our local program. So we specifically created a definition that is
Right.
related.
I
to
guess the
children.
point I'll let you off. The point I'm making is that the federal government doesn't even define this, so it's hard for me to believe that this is something we need to do to be more competitive. I can accept the argument on construction, but not on maintenance for construction. I will simply read directly from the staff report for the fiscal impact. Based on the additional quantitative analysis performed by Michael Baker and upon the sample data available, the fully loaded hourly rates currently paid on the county task order maintenance contracts appear to be less than the minimum wage rates required to be paid to the contractor and subcontractor employees if prevailing wage requirements were applied. As such, staff is anticipating significant increases in costs once these contracts are recompeted at the end of their current terms. Available information indicates that increased contractor administrative costs could occur to account for the statute's reporting and documentation storage requirements. Contractors will pass on these costs to the county, leading to an increase in maintenance operational budgets. So inflation has already ate at, this year, probably 8% of our buying power on our CIP. But the board keeps doing things to reduce the amount of projects we can get in the CIP, while at the same time continuing to try to add to that CIP with more and more projects and a lot of spending. Both of these things are going to be on a collision course, and we will be able to do less and less for the same amount of money because we're increasing our costs and also undertaking, just seeing as part of the overall economy, a huge increase in inflation and supply chain issues and so on, which are creating problems for us anyway. So it will be more and more difficult to execute our CIP, and future boards are going to end up pretty frustrated by it. So I'm just not sure, especially in this case, when the federal government doesn't even define maintenance, it's not part of Davis-Bacon, why we would impose this requirement on ourselves and our contractors, who will then just pass the costs on to us. It doesn't make any sense.
Mr. Turner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I couldn't disagree more. Basically, what we're saying with that argument is by not paying the prevailing wage for the region that we're operating in, we can just pay less money and save money on our contracts and work the laborers that work on these projects at less than the prevailing wage in the local area. Okay, yeah, we can do that. It's wrong, but we can do that. I completely disagree with that. If I'm correct, the definition which you've proposed here, which is construction-related maintenance contracts, shall mean that those task order contracts are skilled trades with already established labor classifications under Davis-Bacon, which means if it's a skilled trade under Davis-Bacon, then if there is, explain to me how that applies to the definition of maintenance under a construction contract.
So the biggest difference I do want to point out, if I can provide one point of clarification. So Davis-Bacon, yes, absolutely provides wage rates, salary and fringe for skilled labor trades. What the major difference that we saw, that where staff provided our recommendation in the fiscal impact that's going to drive up costs, is that under our existing contracts now, we have several, let's say, labor classifications, right? We're going to have a helper, we're going to have a journeyman, we're going to have a master, specifically related to like electrician services, for example. Davis-Bacon does not carry that level, those different tiers. It's just one flat tier. So the assumption will be that when we issue our first maintenance related contract, task order maintenance contract for, say, electrical services, the prevailing wage, which is essentially the Davis-Bacon rate, would then be applied to that lowest tier labor category, which is what we are assuming contractors will do, which could result in a significant increase in costs to the county.
I had another question, which just jumped right out of my mind. Embedded in this definition that you provided here, it seemed to me as I read through it, the definition of construction maintenance was basically repair or improvements of an existing construction project. Is that not correct, or is that simply different from jurisdiction to jurisdiction, or is that now embedded in what we've just approved, or we will likely approve?
So we created this definition because, as Supervisor Turner said, maintenance is not defined anywhere. And so in order to be consistent, make it clear which contracts this would and would not apply to, so the prevailing wage program, as adopted back in February, automatically applies to standalone construction contracts. In this application, it would be for our task order maintenance contracts. We have a task order electrical contract, a task order plumbing contract, task order painting contract.
So it's who you hire that defines whether or not prevailing wage applies.
Correct. So if it's the primary responsibility of the particular contract that is for plumbing services, then yes, prevailing wage would apply for plumbing.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Brixman?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't like the idea that it's going to be the contractor, quote unquote, passing along the cost to us. I mean, it's us paying a living wage to the people that work for us and do projects for us. So I'm really happy to support this, and I really appreciate staff's work on it. I did reach out to some of our friends in labor, and I got an email back from the Northern Virginia director of the building trades, and he said, on behalf of the 17 construction trade unions, we are writing in support of item number 3 on tonight's agenda regarding prevailing wage coverage of the county maintenance contracts. They did have couple of issues, though, that I'll just mention with the staff report, and they said that whereas Loudon's purchasing resolution does not include maintenance under the definition of construction, the Virginia Public Procurement Act does include maintenance under the definition of public works. This proposed policy aligns Loudon County with the Commonwealth's prevailing wage law, as well as the prevailing wage ordinances of Arlington, Prince William, and Fairfax counties. The estimated cost increases associated with the maintenance contracts under prevailing wage that are referenced in the staff report would not be applicable under prevailing wage ordinance. The reference contract was performed by Loudon County employees, which are not subject to the prevailing wage ordinance. And then lastly, the report references counties that do not include maintenance under prevailing wage coverage. The only locality that did not include maintenance under prevailing wage coverage was Montgomery County, Maryland, which recently passed an ordinance specifically including maintenance contracts under the prevailing wage. So did staff have any comments on any of that?
So I definitely appreciate the feedback. As we went through this effort, I think if you recall, one of the biggest issues we had when we presented this item in February is that maintenance is not defined under the Virginia Public Procurement Act. So which is why the conversation happened during the last meeting. Staff then took that back based upon board direction to see if we could further define that for a practical application of the provision. So that's why, knowing that the prevailing wage is being established based upon Davis-Bacon, we really try to just wrap that all together. I did not understand the reference to the wage rate comparison. That was the example in the item, because that actually was from one of our contracts, and that was not based upon staff wages. So that was really the only portion I didn't understand.
That was a little bit of a misnomer. Anyway, I'm very happy to support. I appreciate Supervisor Umstead bringing this up and joining in to co-sponsor it, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Mr. Kirschner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No surprise, I won't be supporting this motion. I agree with much of what Mr. Letourneau has said. I do believe when we get into this, right now we're in large part acting under a free market where we hire, we put out bids for contract, those contracts come in, and we pay what we believe to be, and we trust our staff to do that, the best bid at whatnot. Under the current proposal, one of the examples I think staff put in the item is just the simple analysis they did on prevailing wage rates for electrician that will literally, on our journeyman electricians, will go from $51 per hour to $69.26 per hour, basically a 23% increase hike. And once our current contracts run out and they're renewed under the prevailing wage provision, we are essentially, if that was true across the board, we've now just essentially raised all of our, and if that's true with the maintenance, I don't think staff did an analysis across the board on every single contract we have and whatnot. Those were just a few examples. That's incredibly concerning to me. Incredibly concerning. So when it comes budget time in the next year or 2 years, and we have to spend significantly more because $51 an hour is pretty good money these days. Now, if that journeyman or that particular company want to go somewhere else, they certainly can. But if I were in their shoes as a business person, I'd certainly become running to this county because I know I'm going to get 23% higher. But it's not a very competitive nor efficient market. And again, we are, as Mr. Letourneau said, we are continuing to add increasing expense, which I think in the back, when we go to budget, we're gonna pay for it. So I will not support this motion.
Mr. Buffington.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be brief and associate myself with Supervisor Letourneau and Supervisor Kirshner's comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Cheryl, so Virginia Code Section 2.2-3404, the construction-related maintenance contracts is defined. You're saying that the prevailing wage for maintenance is not in the Virginia Procurement Act?
What I'm saying is there's not a definition of maintenance.
Okay, but it is in there.
Maintenance is covered under prevailing wage. Sorry. Maintenance is covered.
That wasn't very clear all right.
My apologies. Maintenance is just not clearly defined because maintenance can be as simple as vacuum
Okay, so
cleaner
you're
through.
saying it's not, it's covered, it's not defined, which is not
Correct.
quite the same thing. And what is the amount that it's covered at?
I don't quite understand your question.
What is it 2,000? Is it 250,000? At what level is maintenance covered?
So there's no separate threshold for maintenance. It's just covered in the general definition. For
And what
public
is the threshold for a?
It's $250,000.
Okay, so and that's Virginia.
Correct. That is in the
Virginia.
statute.
So we are in line with Virginia, and maintenance is not defined but covered in the Virginia prevailing wage. The Virginia Public Procurement Act.
Correct.
Okay, I just think that was a little confusing. I need to get those facts on the table. And as far as we know, every other locality in Northern Virginia and Maryland has passed the prevailing wage at higher amounts than this. And so we're acting as if we can kind of underbid our way out of some problems. We can't. We have to offer competitive wages, because if every other locality is offering competitive wages, if every other locality has this and we don't, then I mean, it doesn't work like that. We just can't. We cannot underbid our way out of projects. It doesn't. People are not going to go someplace else because every other county is doing the same thing, and some of them are doing it at a different amount. So we are in line. We are in line with every county in the DMV except for one, literally, except for one. So, some of these comments are as if we're the ones that's out of step. In fact, not only are we not out of step, we're late to the party. We're late to the party, and it here this is not divine, but it is in code. So I think we should be really clear how we're using some words here. Ms. Umstead, would you like a closing?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. There's an old Navy saying that when a captain of a U.S. submarine was asked who's the most important member of your crew, he said it's the guy who cuts up the garbage. Because if we don't have it cut up into very small pieces, it will float to the top and give away our location. One of the things that troubles me about a common approach is that we have undervalued for decades now those people who do the fundamentally important work at the bottom. Without them, no CEO is going to be making millions of dollars in salary, because it takes every single person to make it. And it's an interesting commentary on the American corporate strategy from around 1980 or even earlier into today, that the way to increase profits is always to underpay the lowest paid. There's a book out, The Man Who Broke Capitalism. It's about Jack Welch, who ran GE, and his approach was always fire 10% at the bottom every single year and we'll increase quarterly earnings. In the end, that made capitalism not work as well as it could, because the middle class started sliding into the lower class and the lower class slid into poverty. And when you lose that middle class and a strong working class that's making a living wage, that's when you threaten democracy. So I'm not saying this piece of legislation is going to save democracy. I'm not saying that. But I think we have to understand that we need to respect the people at the bottom, pay them well, in order to generate loyalty towards our economy and our system of capitalism and our system of government. Thank you.
Hold on. All right, motion is made by Supervisor Umstead, second by Supervisor Brixman. I should say that this BMI came from, I think, from 6 of the people on the dais right now, just to put that out there. All in favor, please say aye. Oppose? That motion will pass 6-3 with Supervisors Kirschner, Buffington, and Letourneau voting against the motion. Mr. What did he say? Feels like just the opposite of last term. Okay, I'll give you that. I'll give you that. Mr. Turner, no, we're going to go in order. Okay, we're going to do number 5, which has I don't know what's going on here. We're going to do number 5, and truthfully, it's a long. Mr. Buffington, do you want the? I actually, believe it or not, I know, guys, but I kind of want the presentation, even though it's a long one. Mr. Buffington, I think if you're going to offer all this, then I need to know against the presentation what's going on.
Okay, and I'll explain the difference from the staff recommendation in this as I talk about it.
Okay, but okay.
Not very different.
All right, so if you can go through it a little quickly, but yeah, I want the presentation. So sorry, guys.
That's okay.
I'm tired. Ready when you are.
Okay. Good evening, board members. We are here this evening to present the Route 9 Safety and Operational Study to you. Here at the table with me this evening from DTCI, we have Susan Glass all the way to the left on the end. To her right, Nancy Boyd. And we have our consultant, VHB. We have Michelle Cavucci and Ahmed Amir. And Michelle is going to go ahead and give you your presentation this evening.
Okay, wonderful. Hello.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
So let's get started. We'll start by talking about the study area for the Route 9 Safety and Operational Study. It extends the full length of the corridor, 13 miles, from West Virginia to the Route 7 interchange to the east. And the goal of the study was to assess existing and future operations and safety. But a really important aspect, too, was to complement that technical analysis with a robust public engagement process, which eventually led to the identification of phased improvements. This slide summarizes the study approach. We have the technical tasks along the top in red. And from a technical perspective, it's important to clarify that we started with data collection, which was in 2019. So this was before the pandemic volumes went into effect, but also before the Rethink Route 9 improvements in the town of Hillsborough. We wanted to make sure we got all that data collection done before all of the improvements and detours. So we conducted the safety and operations analysis for existing conditions. And from those, we identified the short-term and mid-term improvements. And a lot of those are based on safety conditions. We also estimated future traffic conditions, and for the year 2040, we analyzed a variety of long-term alternatives. We performed some qualitative assessments, evaluated alternatives, and that's where we got our proposed plan. And for those of you who are more interested in understanding how the community was engaged at those specific points along the way, page 5, figure 2 in the executive summary explains that a little bit as well.
I literally go from page 4 to page 7 in my.
Of the executive summary of the report?
It's strange. My thing goes from page 4 to page 7 to page 5 in the. There's yours too. Okay. So you're saying that was page 5. You were just talking.
Yes. What I mentioned was if you'd like to, there's an executive summary of the report that summarizes the report, and on page 5, figure 2, it shows how the community was engaged throughout the process. Is that not an attachment?
No, my attachment is page 4, page 7, page 5, page 6, page 8. So I don't know what's going on.
Okay.
but that's okay. I mean, I do have page 5, and that's how it looks. So it's fine.
And we're happy to answer more specific questions about that summary. And this presentation largely summarizes that executive summary, so you're getting that here as well.
Okay.
So the stakeholder and community engagement process was closely aligned with those key steps. The focus group was great. They brought a lot of local knowledge. They were invaluable to the process. They included residents, businesses along the corridor. We met with them 4 times throughout the meeting. They were a conduit to the community. And then the public input meetings, there were 4 focus group meetings, by the way, and then there were 2 public input meetings, and they were aligned and had really specific goals. We were trying to understand from the public, help us understand how you define what are the problems along the corridor, where are the problem locations, but also what are your priorities for Route 9? What matters to you about Route 9? And then also, of course, we wanted to run by them our preferences regarding the long-term alternatives, in particular, asking them about the roadway configuration alternatives as well as the shared use path in the future.
Okay.
So summarized on this slide are the priorities expressed from the community. The first ones that you see on the left there are from the focus group. This was their vision for the future of Route 9, their words specifically. And they emphasized, while they mentioned operations, they did emphasize throughout 2 common themes, which were safety as well as rural and natural scenic beauty and character were important to them. And there was also mention of congestion, though. And on the right as well, we have there what is the response to the survey of the overall public that went out after the first public input meeting. And you can see here that they also emphasized both safety and rural character as a priority. And this was really important for us to have at the beginning of the study, as there are a lot of different ways you can improve a corridor, improve safety and operations. So understanding where their priorities lie, understanding the importance of that rural character, help us develop and identify what might be improvements that would be more appropriate and embraced by the community. So currently today, or under our existing 2019 conditions, the corridor experiences very long queues, long rolling queues at each intersection, as many of you are probably aware if you've driven the corridor. And some of them can extend a mile long. And then there's a frequent pattern of long queue, rolling queue at each signal, then you start back up again, and then you stop at the next signal. And there are also, in terms of safety, there are 2 prominent crash types on the corridor. The first of which are rear end crashes. Those are happening in the congestion, in the queuing along the corridor. That's pretty prevalent. We also observe distracted driving in those rolling queues as well, contributing to the rear end crashes. And then there's also angle crashes, and those are happening at unsignalized and signalized intersections. And as obviously, if we look into year 2040, those would likely be exacerbated. There's also another really important change in kind of travel patterns in 2040 that are important to understand how they contribute to what are the improvements that we're recommending. And that is, in the future, in 2040, Route 7, which runs parallel and south to Route 9, is the CTP, of course, calls for additional through capacity. So that's going to, in the future, draw traffic to use Route 7. Instead of Route 9, because they kind of operate as a unit there, as a pair, with similar ODs. And so what's going to happen, though, what we're seeing in the travel demand model is that the driver is still interested in heading to the northwest corner of the county, would then use Route 7, but then take the north-south routes on the west end of the corridors to travel between Route 7 and Route 9. And the reason that was so important is that it means that there's more turning vehicles to accommodate at the intersections along the west end of Route 9, and it's also where we saw the higher growth percentages was on the west end. So kind of in summary, if you're setting the stage for what we're looking at here, we're looking for solutions that, from a technical standpoint, are minimizing queuing, because that would help with both our operations and our safety concerns. Also accommodating those turn movements effectively, because we have more of them. And then also reducing turning conflicts at intersections. So that's really what we're going for when we're looking at our improvements in the long term. Thank you. So this slide summarizes our phased approach to the improvements along the corridor. And first, we have our short-term improvements. I know I'm not talking a lot about those tonight, but there was a lot of effort put into those. These are all addressing crash safety hotspots. We did a robust safety assessment of hotspots along the corridor. We did those alongside law enforcement. They were field safety assessments, detailed crash assessments, and these include signs, markings, flashing beacons along the corridor to address safety challenges. The midterm improvements are also based on existing conditions. They are just projects that would take longer to implement, simply due to the project development process, right-of-way, et cetera. These include turn lanes and law enforcement pull-off areas. And for the longer-term improvements, these are based on what was an analysis of year 2040 conditions. And understanding the community's desire for this rural and scenic character, what we did is we basically layered and took a layered approach building upwards. So alternative A is really, we were trying to see what can we do along the corridor, the least amount of changes, tweaks to the Route 9 corridor in the future, and how would operations how would operations be? So alternative A are small improvements to signalized intersections. And then not seeing the operations improvements that we wanted to see, we kind of then went from there and did a few more extensive improvements, and that begets alternative B.
Okay.
So alternative A here is shown on this slide. Again, this is the long-term year 2040 alternative concept A. That thick black line is Route 9. And the items in the white boxes there, they are improvements like the midterm improvements that were assumed for the future condition, but also they're the same in both alternative A and B. So really we're focusing on, to compare the two long-term alternatives, we're focusing on the box, in this case, that's green. And as you can see, at key intersections along the corridor that are currently signalized, we're proposing in alternative A turn lanes at the signals, as well as turn phases, so left turn green arrows that would allow for right-of-way for turning vehicles. Also in this improvement, proposing a new signal at Cider Mill Road to accommodate those additional turning movements from the north-south condition that we mentioned earlier. And then lastly, as you look to the east end of the corridor, in both of the alternatives, at the Beacon Hill Drive approach, we are proposing what is a right in, right out, left in configuration.
I'm sorry, no kidding. The east end of the corridor, where are we looking? Tell me where.
The very east end of the corridor in the white box, it says Beacon Hill Drive.
Okay, thank you.
And okay, I apologize. The far right of the diagram, I'll do it that way. Okay, great. Okay. And so we're proposing to prohibit left turns out. So I wanted to point out that in both of these alternatives, there is an accommodation just a few hundred feet to the top of the page that allows vehicles to make a U-turn if they want to head towards the bottom of the page. So in other words, drivers who can no longer turn left out, they have a really nearby U-turn opportunity with that existing signal proposing to add a U-turn phase and U-turn left turn lane.
Okay.
So the next graphic that we have here is this is what is proposed as alternative B. And similar to the last image, we're focusing mainly on those items that are in the purple boxes in this case. And the primary difference here is that alternative B, we're recommending all of the signalized intersections previously to be hybrid roundabouts or 2x1 roundabouts. And in this case, 2x1 roundabouts means some of the approaches into and out of the roundabouts are 2 lanes and other approaches are 1 lanes. The approaches from the side streets would be 1 lane entering. And this would mean, though, that Route 9 would, in these cases, remain as a 2-lane rural roadway, 1 lane in each direction. And only as you approach the roundabout, right before the roundabout, would it open up to 2 lanes entering the roundabout, 2 lanes exiting the roundabout before it narrowed back down to 1 lane. This is a very similar configuration to what is already under design at Route 9 and Berlin Turnpike currently. Then on the far right bottom of the diagram there at Beacon Hill Drive, we have that same left turn out prohibition. And of course, the U-turn could be accommodated as well there through the roundabout configuration at Clark's Gap for that movement.
Okay.
You'll also notice, I'm sorry, was there a question?
No.
Okay.
I'm just following.
You'll also notice a new roundabout proposed at Mountain Road, which is directly to the right of the town of Hillsborough. That's directly to the right of what is the new roundabout at Hillsborough Road in Route 9. And the reason that's proposed is that we have, as I mentioned, an increase in north-south volumes on Route 690 in particular that need to be able to turn onto and merge with the Route 9 traffic. And it's harder to accommodate that additional volume in that single lane roundabout in the downtown area where it's very tight and there are a lot of important features directly around that roundabout. So we're proposing a roundabout directly outside of the town at Mountain Road that would allow northbound Route 690, Hillsborough Road, to join across from Mountain Road in order to accommodate the larger area needed for the 2x1 hybrid roundabout and handle those turning maneuvers better directly outside of town. And we have an additional slide if anyone has questions. I'm looking at a few faces that may want a few more clarifications on that, and we could certainly show an additional graphic if that would help.
That would be my face, right?
It was one other as well, Madam Chair.
So Ms. Brickman just asked, we'll go on and then ask
Okay.
questions at the end. Yeah.
Great.
Okay.
So these alternatives were analyzed for both operations and safety. And the first, we'll talk about the operational comparison. And on a congested corridor like Route 9, we typically look at measures of effectiveness that are travel time and queue length. And travel time is the first one we'll talk about. Travel time is essentially what it says, getting from one end of the corridor to the other end of the corridor. And on this map, you'll see the orange is the eastbound direction heading towards Leesburg in the AM peak hour, and the blue bars are the travel time for what is the westbound direction heading towards West Virginia in the PM or afternoon peak hour. And the 3 bars are comparing what is the no build in 2040, meaning the do nothing, if we didn't do anything else along the corridor other than what's already programmed. And then alternative A, again, are the signals, and alternative B are the roundabouts. And as you can see, Route 9, the major challenges on Route 9 are mostly in the AM peak hour, and you can see a more notable, more than 15-minute improvement in alternative A compared to alternative B in that travel time. So
A to B is 2 minutes.
I think it hopped around a little bit. Okay, a couple slides have been removed, but that's all right. I'd like to verbalize those if that's okay, because they're really important. A picture is really worth 1,000 words, so I'll try to describe them instead. Queuing was another very important driver into a major contributor. There they are.
Yeah, it may not have been removed. It may just, well, no, we don't have those slides. You're right.
Great.
We don't have
Okay.
those slides.
Thank you, Kelly. So this graphic is showing a comparison of the 2040 no-build condition on the left, alternative A in the middle, and alternative B on the right. And again, we're comparing queue lengths, the queue length of traffic approaching the intersection. The orange are the eastbound, or the orange is the AM queues in the AM peak hour, and the blue are the queues in the PM peak hour. And as you can see, comparing alternative A to alternative B, this is really where you can see the difference in what a roundabout does compared to a traffic signal, showing that there are really negligible queue lengths in alternative B compared to what are the extensive queue lengths anticipated in alternative A. And this is the western end of the corridor, or the area of the corridor that's closest to West Virginia. We do see on the next slide very similar case here with the queuing on the eastern section of the side closest to Route 7 in Leesburg, where there's negligible queuing again with alternative B with the roundabouts. Thank you, Kelly. So going back to the crash comparison as well, we did evaluate the estimated crash reduction in the alternatives. And first looking at what would be if the midterm and short-term improvements were implemented along with what's programmed along the corridor as well, like Route 287 roundabout. If those were all implemented, we would see an estimated 10% reduction in crashes with those improvements. And then when you layer upward from there, looking at alternative A compared to alternative B with the roundabouts had twice the estimated crash reduction compared to alternative A. So based on an assessment also of additional qualitative factors, including things like right-of-way, environmental, and other impacts, as well as rural character, priorities from the community, the operations, the safety, alternative B was recommended by the study team. It had notable operational benefits compared to alternative A. It also prioritizing the public's interest in both safety and rural character. We thought alternative B also did that better than alternative A. And also the reduction in queuing both contributed to both the safety and operations improvements. And additionally, the public survey indicated that 64% of the survey respondents supported alternative B with the roundabouts. So the next 4 slides are the cost tables and summary tables that you have in the board item already. This first one is the short-term safety improvements. And again, these are described in a bit more detail in the report, specifically what's happening at each intersection. We would recommend that all of these be designed and constructed together as one unit, so they're not prioritized per se. There's an economy of scale with doing small improvements like this together. And then on the next slide, there are the midterm improvements, and these are given a proposed priority order based on our assessment, and these include the left turn lanes as well as pull-off areas. The next 2 slides show the 2 long-term costs. The first is alternative A, and then the second is alternative B. And since alternative B was the recommended solution, a priority was given to these as well. And then the last slide we have here is regarding another item in your board item. It's a key issue that was prominent throughout our discussions with the focus group and the community, which was a concern raised by them regarding that trend for increases in travel volumes along the north-south routes on the west end of the corridor. And so with that, we have included in the board item an estimated cost to complete a request to study those north-south routes. And this does not include Route 690, since as you've seen already, Route 690 was studied and is on the agenda for this evening. And this includes Woodgrove Road, Stony Point Road, and Cider Mill Road. And that concludes the overall presentation, unless you'd like us to talk about Hillsborough a little bit, that area for the long term?
So, no.
Okay.
I was actually going to try to do things like go straight to motions, but I'm going to tell you just a quick little story. When I was in my first year of college, I took a class called biochemistry. And about my second class in, when the professor asked, do you have any questions? And I realized I was too confused to ask a question, that I should probably drop that class and go monitor the class. I feel like biochemistry again right now. Okay. I can't even form a question. And I read this package item like 3 times through and thought I had it. And what I probably should have did was ask for a board briefing before, because having had you gone through this, I am completely confused as to what I thought I knew. And so I can't even ask a question right now. So I'll let my colleagues ask questions and see how that goes. And let me be clear, that is me, not you.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. We're happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Mr. Buffington.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I first want to be clear with you all that I gave you an orange sheet and a yellow sheet. The orange sheet is for this item. The yellow sheet's for a different item.
Right. Yeah.
Oh.
And I also want to be clear, the orange sheet has 3 parts to the motion.
Mm-hmm.
The staff recommended motion in the packet had 3 parts. These are very similar with slight changes to the to 2 of the staff recommended motions. And
So
I'll
do you
explain
want
that
to
as
ask
we go
questions right now?
I
or
do.
Go to, okay,
I
so
do.
let's.
I just wanted you to know that.
Okay, let's ask questions right now, and then
So-
go to motions.
So this
Okay.
plan, this recommended plan of yours, and first off, thanks for, there's a ton of work that you
Yeah.
put into this, great work. But this plan would improve traffic flow and reduce the times to travel the corridor without widening the overwhelming majority of it, right? There's one slight piece that you'd widen for a very short section. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, great. Does approval of the staff recommended motions, and my motions will be very similar, the answer will be the same, actually fund any of these short, medium, or long-term projects? Or do they still have to go and compete through the CIP process for funding?
So no, none of the short, mid, or long-term projects are funded. They would have to go to CIP deliberations. The only portion of the motion that we're asking for funding for this evening is what's on your screen now for the citizens' request to complete
Right.
their study.
And for that, you have a specific fund that you already, you know the funding is there, and
Correct.
you guys support moving it to there?
Yes.
Okay. That's all I have right now, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brixman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That was fascinating and very interesting. So you showed those cues coming from the west, especially in the morning. So how long does that tend to last in the morning when they're queued up like that?
So the image that you saw was for 2040 conditions where we examined a peak hour period, but currently today, the queuing that we observed when we were out there under existing conditions or in 2019 would extend approximately 2 to 3 hours.
2 to 3 hours, okay. And do you know the number of people that are impacted trying to come east in the morning?
I would think in terms of hourly volumes over 2 to 3 hours, peak volumes during the day, we could run a rough number. It's a little bit hard for me to guess off the top of my head. I'm sorry.
Okay, I guess what I'm trying to gauge is we have traffic issues all over the county, right? And our job is to decide where money will be most impactful. So that's kind of what I'm getting at when you have to compare maybe something down in Dulles District with something over here on Route 9. So that's sort of what I was trying to get at. What is a citizen's request? I don't think I've ever heard that term before. You're asking for about 450,000, 460?
So during the study, during both the focus group and the public input process, There was a formal written document submitted by a few citizens that specifically documented concerns regarding the north-south routes and the additional traffic volumes that are anticipated on the north-south routes. And it was included with the public comment in both the Route 690 and the Route 9 study.
So it was a citizen's request for a traffic study. Doesn't that usually come through a BMI or something like that?
So for this one, we included it in the Route 9 item because it came up during our focus
During your
group
public
meetings,
feedback.
and
Okay.
and a few other citizens had commented on
And
it as well.
and you know, if we're looking at Plan B, which of course would solve a lot of the problems, and it sounds lovely until you look at the price tag, what would the likelihood be that we would be able to get federal or state funding for that kind of a project?
I would find that a little bit difficult to answer at this point. I would defer to either.
Well, one thing I'll point out, Supervisor Briskman, is that the study did actually prioritize, so it doesn't need to be packaged all
All
as
at
a
once.
whole, but
Okay,
there are
okay.
prioritized improvements that are suggested.
Yeah.
And they may be able to bring the slide up and show that. So it says priority number 1, 2, 3, 4. And so it's the kind of thing that can be rolled out in a sequence along with the CIP process.
Okay, I guess I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Letourneau.
So on the priority order for the primary road safety and operational studies, which is on page 2, Route 9 was first, then Route 15 south of Leesburg, then Route 7, which is this motion that we're potentially discussing recommends leaving, then Route 50. Would Route 690 replace Route 7 and jump ahead of Route 50 in the order?
Route 690?
Yeah.
Route 690, the study came from a request from the board directly during the transportation summit. So that's why that one was conducted.
Right.
It was a little
what I'm
separate
getting
from
at is I want 50 next.
So Route
Just being blunt.
So no, it would not replace the order. In fact, you're going to see the Route 690 study in 2 items from now. So that work has already been done. But no, the priority order that
Why
was
is-
approved in it would go in order for Route 7 and Route 50. We're going to conduct 2 at a time.
Okay.
So we're going to take
Have we
the
done
next 2.
15 south of Leesburg yet?
Yes, we have.
We've already completed that one. That
Correct.
yeah.
Well,
Yeah, I
it's
remember
going to go to TLUC, I believe.
Yeah. So we're waiting. We have not done 50 yet.
No, sir.
So you're going to do that next?
Along with Route 7. We're going to do in concurrent.
Along with Route 7. All right. In terms of the actual project, this is essentially like how many years is the scope? Up to 2040 or beyond that for what the needs are?
This examined through year 2040.
Through 2040. So that's about 18 years from now. So this is basically everything you think we could need in the next 18 years.
Yes.
Not necessarily what we need today.
That's correct. In terms of the long-term alternatives, A and B.
Yeah, which is the stuff that's further out.
Mhm.
The shorter term and the midterm is stuff that you think we probably need now.
Yes.
And that stuff, when we look at the CIP, would be competing against other stuff that we think we need now. And that's just kind of the process. But it doesn't necessarily prioritize any of this over anything else
That's correct.
that's out there. Okay. It's just as we're scoping this out. So one of the reasons I was asking the question about the priority order is because I think we need to at least see all of those before we even know what all of the other projects out there are, because we're going to see different traffic counts and traffic. It sort of answers Supervisor Briskman's question in trying to prioritize these. These studies are really helpful to get a scope of what the issues are, but you have to see the whole picture of the whole county with these other ones in order to be able to compare them. So what is the timeline on the other 2? Would we have that before we get to the next CIP process?
No, we wouldn't have them completed. I think the earliest we could start would be September for data collection purposes when school's in session.
Okay. How long do they take? How long did this one take?
Well, COVID kind of slowed this one
Couple
down.
years.
About a year and a half,
All right.
or maybe a little bit longer.
Okay. Thank you.
Ms. Sumstep.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm looking at, have you seen Supervisor Buffington's orange paper? Yes, I'm getting yeses and nos.
Well, I haven't actually seen the orange paper, but I know what's on it.
All right. So the first 2 paragraphs seem to be, well, the middle paragraph seems to be identical with the staff middle paragraph. The first paragraph, Supervisor Buffington replaces the with No, he replaces all recommended short-term with the recommended short-term. I don't think that's a fundamental change. But then the third paragraph, they diverge, but it almost appears to me that Supervisor Buffington has fairly accurately captured what the board had approved prior. So what I'm looking at with his third paragraph, and this, before I vote on it, this is my question to you all. So Tony's third paragraph says, I further move that Board of Supervisors direct staff to continue work on the remaining safety and operational studies in the and this is where it diverges from the staff, in the priority order as approved by the board at their July 18, 2018 business meeting, which identifies Route 50 and Route 7 as the studies to be completed next. Since Route 7 is planned to be improved as outlined in the current CIP, the Route 7 safety and operational study limit shall be revised to analyze the segment from the Route 690 interchange to the Clark County line. Does that put us in a different posture from what staff's recommended motion did?
So the original, in the item in the issues section, what was approved from the Transportation Summit for Route 7 was a study from Leesburg all the way west to the Clark County line. So in the issues, staff raised the point of, in our current CIP, we're planning on widening Route 7, so why don't we kind of put that one to the side and move forward with 50 and Route 287? But what this motion does is reverts back to the priority order that was approved in July of 2018, I believe, but it changes the scope of the Route 7 project. So instead of its entirety, now we're starting at the future interchange for Route 690 and going west, because from 690 east to Leesburg will be programmed to be widened. But we as staff couldn't change the scope. We needed board direction because we received board direction from the Transportation Summit to say, yes, it's okay to change the scope and not do the eastern half of the segment, only do the western half. So that's the change for the third paragraph.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Madam Chair, you look confused.
No, I'm good now.
Okay.
I've now taken biochemistry the second time, and which I got a B the second time through, so I'm now good. So, Mr. Kirshner.
So first of all, I just want to say thank you for bringing this item. This is a tremendous amount of work. I know I was involved in a number of the public outreach processes, and a lot of it was done during the pandemic. It's always fun being on a phone or a Zoom, and it's a little difficult. I felt like there was pretty good public participation. I felt like all the staff that I was involved with working on this or listening in or being involved with has done a tremendous job. So, and you've come up with what I consider a pretty good product here, and I'm looking forward to going through the process of getting much of this implemented. My questions are right along the lines of Ms. Umstead's questions. So it appears to me that Mr. Buffington's just changes kind of the order of when we do these safety operational studies. Is that my understanding? And can you kind of speak to why you suggested it be done differently? And is there, which corridor warrants more immediate attention due to the safety operational issues, 7 to 690 in Clark or Route 287, which I think is the change?
Yes, that's the change. So back in July of 18, the board approved a priority order, which the remaining studies would have gone in the order of Route 7, Route 50, and 287. So when we were preparing this item, we got to this portion and said, well, Route 7 is going to be widened in our CIP. Let's kind of put that one to the side and move forward with Route 50 and Route 287.
So if we delay the Route 7 portion in favor of 287, which is the staff's, you're kind of saying it's not going to really impact Route 7 if we delay that operational study because it's already in the CIP, is that?
Well, and so the change in the motion expands on that a little further. So the widening in the CIP starts from the town of Leesburg and heads west to right about the Route 690 future interchange.
Right.
So what this motion is saying, let's continue in the order that the board approved back in 2018, but change the scope of Route 7 only to analyze from the future Route 7 690 interchange heading westward to Clark County. So we've eliminated the eastern segment because it's going to be widened in the CIP.
Which allows us to bump 287 up.
All right.
Well, no, we would go back in order, and this is
I
the
see.
change in his motion. It would still be Route 7, Route 50, and then 287.
And that's Mr. Buffington's motion.
Correct.
But staff is recommending the prior order,
Correct.
right?
Yes.
Well, is staff recommending prior order, or are staff saying that they need a new motion if we don't go in prior order? We need
new direction.
New
if we
direction if you don't
go in
go.
priority
So,
order.
but you're not recommending prior order, or you are? Yes, Mr.
If I may try.
Yes.
So I think what staff is saying is that originally it was all of Route 7, but since we now have a capital project that kind of addresses Route 7 east of 690,
Right.
which is Percival, essentially. The question is, what is more important to the board? Was the main reason for all of Route 7 to deal with that Percival East traffic? And now that that's being addressed, which is more important to the board, dealing with Percival West and doing that study, or dealing with 287? That's essentially the question that staff is proposing.
But you're not making a recommendation.
No, we're asking the question.
Okay, that's what I thought. Okay. Mr. Kirschner, did you finish your? You
Yeah,
finished?
I
Okay,
guess,
okay.
well, I'm
Right.
out of time.
Okay.
It was
All right.
taken, but.
Right. It wasn't taken.
I won't.
If you guys are all clear, because I'm pretty clear on it.
Okay, so are we ready for a motion? We're not ready for a motion? We're going to a motion. We'll ask a question in the motion. Mr. Buffington, make a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the Board of Supervisors endorse the recommended short-term, mid-term, and long-term improvements that are listed in tables 8, 9, and 10 of the June 21st, 2022 Board of Supervisors Business Meeting Action Item for future planning and implementation. One change to that is because of a letter we just received from Mayor Vance today. So where it says,
Whoa, you making a motion?
yes, but I'm adding one change after 8, 9, and 10, excluding priority 4 on table 10. So all of 10 except for priority 4, which is things that are in the town of Hillsborough, and that Hillsborough doesn't belong.
I understand what you're doing there.
Thank
Okay.
you. And I'll explain it further. I further move that the Board of Supervisors approve the execution of a budget adjustment to transfer $463,808 from the Project Management Consulting Services account C02011 to a newly created project account to complete the corridor planning studies for Route 9 Western Area North-South Rural Roadways as provided in Attachment 1 of the June 21st, 2022 Board of Supervisors Business Meeting Action Item. That's exactly the same as what staff had in the packet. This third part is, I further move that the Board of Supervisors direct staff to continue work on the remaining safety and operational studies in the priority order as approved by the board at their July 18, 2018 business meeting, which identifies Route 50 and Route 7 as the studies to be completed next. Since Route 7 is planned to be an improved as outlined in the current CIP, the Route 7 safety and operational study limits shall be revised to analyze the segment from the Route 690 interchange, basically Percival, to the Clark County line.
All right.
That's the motion.
That's the motion. Is there a second on the motion? Motion made and seconded by Supervisor Stott. Mr. Buffington?
Thank you. So the difference in the first paragraph, the first part of the motion, is just that we are excluding priority 4, which is 3 different projects. Can you go to slide 17 on here? It's on here right now. It's showing you that right now. So if you see priority 4 on the left, no, go back where it just was.
Very bottom.
You had it and took it off. Anyway, can you go back to it's numbered 17 on there. There you go. See where it says 4? There's 3 projects there. It's about $37 million worth of future projects that won't be competing against projects in your district because I'm asking you to remove them at the request of the Hillsborough Mayor and Hillsborough Town Council, who sent us a letter today because they don't like these projects which are in their town limits. So that's what that part is. Additionally, it asked for general board support. It's not funding any of these projects. All this still has to go before the CIP and get programmed as the board deems fit. It's just saying generally we support all of this except for those couple projects. The second part is no change. Staff already explained that. The third part, what it changes is in the staff motion, the next two projects for safety and operational studies would have been Route 50 and Route 287, and not Route 7 because of the planned improvements to Route 7. So this changes it to Route 50 and Route 7, and it also changes the part of Route 7 that will be done, and so it reduces the length of Route 7. So instead of going from Leesburg all the way to Clark County, it'll go from Purcellville to Clark County, because there's planned improvements that we've already voted for in the CIP from Leesburg to Purcellville. There are not planned improvements, and there are major problem intersections west of there, like Clayton Hall, which I think is a number 5 priority, one of our most important ones to address, and Route 7 and Route 601 at the top of the Blue Ridge Mountain where we keep having accidents, and at the intersection with More Better and Hill High on Route 7, where so many people are going now to eat and purchase things from our rural businesses there, and are having accidents trying to get in and out of there. So anyway, this changes from Route 50 and Route 287 to Route 50 and Route 7, but only the portion of Route 7 that isn't already programmed for improvements. With that, I'll wait and see if there's anything else I can address at my next opportunity. Thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Kirschner.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Buffington, for your motion. I certainly can get on board with the first portion of the motion, because I do think Hillsborough, apparently the changes they're asking for, and I was double checking this as I was going through there, apparently appear to be right in the town of Hillsborough, kind of alongside or adjacent to. So I think in some degrees I'm fine, and I think respecting that is a good idea. I may want to look at that a little more further and talk to Mayor Vance, since I was able to see the letter today, but I'm fine with Mr. Buffington's motion for now, and I think that we should respect that. They get to kind of make decisions within their town, I think, as much as possible. Fine with Section 2. I am continue to be a little concerned, and just want to ask some follow-up questions. Given that we've now shortened Route 7, the safety study, at least that's what Mr. Buffington's motion does, is there any way that, I know you were saying you wanted to do 2 at a time, is there any way we can kind of lump the 287 and 7 in, since one will be much shorter, or is that really just, hey, we're doing 2 at a time regardless?
So the scope will be the same. So with the remaining safety and operation, we're going to do the exact same study that we've done for Route 15, Route 9. It'll be the same length, same steps, same community outreach.
Yeah, okay. Even though
it's a shorter segment.
So given the new motion, which is, hey, Mr. Buffington says, I still want to prioritize the second part of Route 7, which, is a very important corridor, but is a 4-lane divided, controlled access road in large part, not entirely. There are areas that are not controlled access. Compared to 287, what is the greater? Because I obviously want to prioritize that one, which has this greater safety concerns. So could you, as staff, speak to that? Was that taken into consideration when you made your new recommendation in terms of the order?
The recommendation was purely for Route 7. We had some projects in the CIP that will address that eastern half of Route 7. So we were thinking, put that one to the side until we finish the other ones. But now the motion is just to change it to do the western half of Route 7.
Right. So I guess one of my concerns is that 287 well, that's not true either. What will be the delay? So if we change it back to the order that Mr. Buffington suggested from the staff's recommended motion, what will be the delay in the safety study?
So our goal is to complete 2 of these studies every year and a half or so. So this next cycle, so another 1.5-year cycle for the next 2, and so it'll be just following that. It'll be the next cycle.
Can you give me if we go with this motion, the second half of Route 7 will be done approximately, and then we move on to 287 and 50.
So 3 years, 3 to 4 years.
Well, no, Route 50 would be done concurrent with Route 7.
Oh.
So those would be done together, and then Route 287 would be the final one after those two are completed.
Okay.
I may move to split the motion.
Okay, let me say, and then if you need to, you need to. Overall, and I think we've had this discussion before. This is a lot to come to the dais or come to us within the last 3 hours. A letter from Hillsborough, the new motion, especially on land use issues. We don't, and I know Mr. Buffington, I'm not criticizing, but I know you agree with me because you've talked about this before, coming to something to come to the dais this late. It's a lot to take in. And so, Lord knows I read my packages and read my packages and then reread my packages. And then when I have to do that, it's a lot to take in. So overall, supervisors, and any mayors that might be listening, let's try to not send letters and do this at the last moment, because it just gets a little bit more difficult. And I don't feel like I've done my due diligence when I can't thoroughly understand the motion, when I can't thoroughly research the motion I'm about to vote on. I get just a little uncomfortable with motions coming to the dais at the last minute. And in fact, we've actually have something in our rules of order that talks about us not doing this on land use issues. Motions not coming onto the dais on a land use issue unless it's been, I forgot what the rules of order says, but you're not allowed to bring it to the dais on at that moment. So, and to some degree, we're actually violating our rules of order just a bit on this. My question is for staff, because it's not really a different order. It's a different. Just on Route 7, it's a different segment. So it's not even a different order. Does this give you all any heartburn? Would this take more time for you? Does it give you more work to do, less work to do? Are you good with this? I've become very concerned about us throwing things at staff at the last minute because you all are, I say all the time, it's the same staff that takes all these requests all the time, and you all are already kind of a little bit overworked and underwater. So how do you feel about this?
So the change in scope for Route 7 really doesn't change the workload for staff. We were going to study Route 7 regardless of whether it was from Leesburg to Clark County or 7 and 690 to Clark County. It's the same scope, or it's the same scope of services, same steps, just a different segment.
Okay, that's good to know if that had been answered. So I've kind of caught up enough, and I can support the motion, but supervisors, let's try not to do this, especially to this degree, any more. All right, did you have another?
Can I just ask staff? I know it's a little out of order, but it may prevent me from splitting the motion.
You had a point of clarification you need to ask staff?
That's okay. Thank you for the terminology. So, the only real reason you chose to recommend a change in order was because it didn't have anything to do with it just said, hey, we've already addressed up to Purcellville, so we think prioritizing 287 may be more important because there's the bigger portion was the front part of 7.
Yes, so we recommended kind of putting Route 7 to the side for that reason because of the projects in the CIP. And then the remaining projects were still in the priority order as directed by the board in 2018. So they still went in order. We just kind of said, well, Route 7 has already been addressed in the CIP. Let's wait on that one for a little while and do the remaining ones.
I would like to split it out. We can make it fast. I won't punt it.
Okay, you'd like to divide the motion?
Yes, just divide the last paragraph on its separate motion. And I would move for the packet motion.
So we're going to vote on paragraphs 1 and 2 of the motion on the orange sheet, and then we've divided out paragraph 3. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and paragraph 1 and 2, the motion was made by Supervisor Buffington, is still on the table, seconded by Supervisor Umstead. Would you like a closing on paragraphs 1 and 2, Mr. Buffington?
No.
Okay, all right, so for paragraphs 1 and 2 only, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion will pass 9-0. So for paragraph 3, which the motion has been divided, you have to make an alternate motion because the motion is on the floor right now still. So you have to make an alternate motion, which would be the packet motion. Is that what you're doing?
It would be the last part of the packet motion, I believe. Am I correct about that? I want to ask staff. I further move the Board of Supervisors direct staff to continue to work on the remaining safety and operational studies for Route 50 and 287 and defer work on Route 7 safety and operational studies to a later date.
Okay, so that's the motion in the package.
Yes.
For purposes of discussion, I will second that.
Thank you.
As an alternate motion for purposes of discussion. So, discussion on that alternate motion, Mr. Kirschner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And the reason I'm making this is a little bit on the fly, but at the same time, because I didn't expect Mr. Buffington to make this motion until I came, because I kind of, after going through the packet, I kind of thought staff was making a pretty good recommendation, and that's the way I understood it, that the first part of Route 7 has largely been addressed in the CIP. That is where a big bulk of the traffic. I agree with Mr. Buffington. There are problems on the western corridor. There are areas that need to be addressed, and I think certainly safety operations study. But that is a 4-lane highway that is divided. 287 is a 2-little lane, one each way, high speeds, high volume. We're getting ready to put a roundabout in at 287 and Route 9, which are going to create a lot of issues, and I think there are some significant safety issues along that. And because we have addressed, I would have not have voted for this motion if we didn't feel like up to Purcellville was essentially addressed. I mean, we're still going to do the safety operations, but it's largely addressed because of the CIP. I just feel like perhaps staff is making a good recommendation, because we're going to put this 280. This will be, I think you said 3 to 4 years out. And I think it probably now, given the addressing of Route 7, the first part, because of the CIP holding place, 287 now can kind of top the western part of 7. So I will defer to what my colleagues feel on this. Obviously, it kind of intersects with Mr. Buffington's district and my district in large part. 287 is partly in his, it's partly in mine, and we kind of differ in perhaps where they should get the most attention. But obviously, they are all corridors that need attention, but I would appreciate your support.
Mr. Letourneau.
So the basic difference here is we're trying to decide whether we're going to do the western side of Route 7 or 287 next. Which one has higher volume? Can staff tell us that? Well,
Off
they're
the top
looking.
of my
I just
head,
wanted
no.
to
We'll
make
have
a
to look at that.
general comment. I think one of the reasons we ended up with a problem here, Madam Chair, is the packet came out Thursday night. So unless you read it Thursday night, so Monday was a holiday.
Yeah.
The county was closed, so it's kind of hard to do much. So here we are on the Tuesday. I don't know if there's anything we can think about with our schedule when we have that situation, because it doesn't give the board very much time to work on anything.
Yeah.
Do you have anything for me? I'm trying to analyze 2 rows that I don't know. Well, I've been on both of them, but I don't.
So the only data we would have would be the VDOT published AADT reports, which is Ahmed's going to look them up now.
Okay.
Off the top of my head, though, just given the size of the corridors and just generally knowing about the area, I would think that Route 7 has the higher volumes. But if we have time during this discussion, we would like to pull up the numbers.
I mean, do you have any general sense for which one we're having bigger problems on?
I would need to go back to the original board item where the prioritization was made, and it includes traffic volumes and counts, is my recollection from that board item, where they were prioritized originally. But they're going to include the entire section of
Yeah,
Route
that's the
7.
problem. I don't know that we're going to get the right
Yeah.
information from that.
Right.
Okay.
I have no idea what to
I
do.
mean, well,
honestly.
Okay, I think I know what I'm doing.
Wait a minute. Can I ask a question?
Sure, you
Or
still
my-
got
my
1
time?
minute and
So, I mean, we're talking about which one we're going to do 3 or 4 years from now. Why do we have to decide that tonight? If none of us have any idea, really, can't we just defer that part of this discussion?
So staff needs direction on which 2 studies we will conduct next in the next year
yeah,
and a
okay.
half. And then the remaining roadway will be a year and a half, 2 years later after we complete
Okay.
the next
okay.
2.
You do, yeah.
Okay.
Route 50, we know we're doing.
Yeah, 50's in.
Just be clear, so y'all can just do that. Well, I think the board would love a recommendation here. If you got anything?
Yeah, so on Route 7, that west of Burnsville,
part, yeah.
basically it's the AADTs, which is the daily estimated traffic is about 30,000 vehicles.
30,000 vehicles?
Yeah, and 287, it's just like it's on average, it's about 8,000 vehicles. So
8,000?
Yes.
Okay. There we go. Good question. Okay.
Sorry, Caleb.
You want to withdraw the motion? You want to withdraw the motion?
In the 10 seconds, you have driven both roads. One's two lanes going both way, and one's four lane divided. I'm just letting you know.
Okay, Mr. Buffington.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Supervisor Letourneau hit the nail on the head, and I apologize. I apologize for this motion and the next one. The packet coming out Thursday night. I didn't read it overnight Thursday. I didn't get my emails to staff first thing in the morning Friday, so I could get a response possibly Tuesday morning. Got my emails to staff probably end of day Friday. They get off right after that. Then it's the weekend. Then it's the holiday. Then it's game day, and it was afternoon when we got motions back from them. Thank you. They did the best they could. It's not their fault. It's our fault. We set the agenda and when meetings will be. So my plan, my hope is to make a change next year when we make our change for the board rules of order and the calendar, so that we don't have a board business meeting the day after a holiday. Nobody's fault, just is what it is. So I apologize for this. Route 7, as we just heard, has a lot more traffic, and they're traveling a lot faster than Route 287. So if this is a safety study, that's more of a safety issue. 287 has a planned improvement at the main intersection, which is Route 9 and 287. It's a roundabout that we have coming that's going to be great. Route 287 improvements planned, I already talked about that. And the 287 improvement, the main one at Route 287 and Route 9, is going to happen before any of those Route 7 improvements are going to happen. And west, the new portion, the western portion of Route 7 from from Purcellville to Clark County has one of those priority number 5, and we only have a few of those priority number 5 intersections, and that's at Clayton and Route 7, which is also on the Blue Ridge Mountain, on our side of the Blue Ridge Mountain. There's also a major issue going on right now at the top of the Blue Ridge Mountain, at Blue Ridge Mountain Road and Route 7, which we're working, our DTCI and Clark County is working to try and figure out this problem. At Route 7 and Stone Lake Community on the south side, and then on the north side of Route 7 at Hill High, we recently opened a few more rural economy businesses there that are doing really well, and so we have a lot of traffic coming in there, and that area, that whole intersection has had no improvements, and so it's not going very well. We're having a lot of accidents, and I could go on and on. Yellow Schoolhouse Road, Williams Gap Road in the intersection with Route 7, and there are others. I think this is just more important. 287, I don't want to downplay that, but if we have to pick which one goes first, I think we have to prioritize the western part of Route 7, which has much faster traffic, traveling at higher speeds, and a whole lot more traffic than the daily traffic on Route 287, which is traveling a little bit slower and has a major improvement plan in the next couple of years. Thank you.
Thank you. I seconded this for the purpose of discussion. Discussion's been had. I associate myself with Mr. Buffington's comment, having heard the travel demands on each road. We on the other issue, we can always move something to the next meeting. I'm not blaming anybody. It's no one's fault. I really want to understand and have done my homework before I vote on anything. It's just what I think is my responsibility as a supervisor. Mr. Buffington and I were joking today that last term it was Mr. Bonner's job to, in a very cranky voice, say, "Read your package, read your package, read your package." Every meeting, we may have to give somebody that job. And so when I have to vote on things that come at the moment, I just want to know that because I'm going to answer for these votes, right? I just want to know that I know what I'm voting for. Even when it happens like this, I'd rather move it to another meeting than not know. But I do feel like I'm fine with understanding this vote. Mr. Kirshner, I did second this for the purpose of discussion. Thank you for giving it a shot. I think the discussion was had, and so I won't be supporting the motion. Would you like to have a closing?
Yeah, just briefly. I will note that the 8,000 people coming from down 287 on a daily basis are all probably almost entirely Loudon residents. I think that's a really important note. And I will also say that there is no way that Route 7 is a more dangerous corridor than 287. No way. I will just tell you that right now. It does. It has clearly more, and there are some dangerous aspects on it. I just will point that out. And again, I'm not going to have heartache over this. I just thought that the staff recommendation was important, and so that's why I asked to divide the motion.
Yeah. I understand. I understand. All right, the motion was made by Supervisor Kirschner, and I second the motion. All in favor, please say aye. Yeah, yes. Yeah, that's what we're voting on. All in favor, please say aye. Opposed? Okay, that motion will fail, 2-7. And now we will, with Mr. Kirschner, Ms. Umstead voting for the motion. Now we'll go back to the motion that was made by Supervisor Buffington and seconded by Ms. Umstead that I think we've already discussed. Mr. Buffington, you didn't get a closing on that because Mr. Kirschner made a, okay. So back to that motion. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion will pass 9-0. I think we're finished. Are we finished with that item? You guys did a great job. Thank you very, very much. Great job. Susan, I just love your face. I do. Your face is like my face is like, right? It's a great face. You guys want to go and do the next item since you guys are all sitting here? I think you guys are the ones doing the next item, yeah? So it's well, is it the next item? No, it's item 7. Let's do item 7 because you're here and it kind of relates. So it's this piece of paper, yeah. Yeah. And that staff presentation has 8 slides. It's kind of all connected. And so we'll go on and do that one, and then we will take a break.
Okay. Good evening.
Good evening.
Chairman and members of the board. My name is Enrique Gonzalez, and I'm here with the Route 690 corridor study. So I think that I don't need to go around the table.
You can if you want.
We're
good.
In the previous
we're good.
item. So we have a small presentation if you guys want to see.
8 slides, I think it would be helpful.
Okay, so let's go, and then we will answer questions.
All right, have we met you yet?
Well, I'm gonna be 5 years with the county.
Tell me your name again. Do you come often to the table?
Allow me to introduce Dr. Enrique Gonzalez, who is our senior traffic engineer with DTCI.
Oh, hi.
Yeah. Hello. So
okay, Dr. Gonzalez, we're ready when you are.
Okay, Michelle.
Good evening again. So a little bit of background on the Route 690 corridor study. It's important to first see the many network improvements that are proposed in this vicinity of Route 690 in the northwest part of the county. And there are 2 things in particular that brought to light this need for this study. The first of which is the proposed brand new interchange at the intersection of Route 7 and 690. Again, that's estimated to be construction complete by 2027. And that led to some folks noticing that there would be an additional increase in traffic on Route 690 with the opening of a brand new interchange and a new connection to Route 7. And that was the primary impetus for this study. And then also, again, during the Route 9 operational safety study that we just discussed, looking at the overall travel trends and the network patterns that were revealed, showing that the north-south traffic would be increased between 7 and 9, that led to this study. So the purpose of this study was to proactively evaluate the traffic operations and safety conditions. So we're really trying to answer this question, is there anything that we need to do right now before the interchange at Route 9 and Route 690 opens to prepare Route 690 for those increases in volumes? So we looked at existing safety conditions and predicted future safety conditions. We also evaluated existing and future traffic operations conditions. And for the purpose of this study, we were looking at Route 690 between what is Route 9 to the north and Route 7 to the south. And obviously we weren't looking at the termini in this study because we already studied Route 9 in the other study, and Route 7 is simply an overpass at this time. So this slide summarizes our study approach and the primary activities. And one of our bigger challenges for this study is we started it in the middle of the pandemic. So we did have to piece together available information to create what was existing conditions 2019 that we analyzed for existing conditions. Then we forecasted out to year 2030, trying to answer that question, what does Route 690 look like after the interchange is opened? And then really we were originally going to stop there, but we decided to do a gut check out to 2040 for a few of the sections of the corridor, just to make sure we were comfortable with what was the outcome of our 2030 analysis. We also looked at 3 years of crash data, and we examined both the operations and safety, and then we developed improvements. Following that, they were released to the public, and a public comment period was open and a presentation given. Our general findings from the operations analysis was that the existing configuration, the number of lanes, the intersection control, the existing configurations is sufficient to accommodate those future traffic volumes that are estimated for the corridor. So there's no recommendations from this study that are specific to operations or what would be the future operations. But we do see a few opportunities for safety improvements when it comes to the curves along Route 690. First, I wanted to discuss briefly some of the specific concerns that were noted also during the public comment period. First, there was concern for the increased traffic volumes. As you saw on the previous slide, we're looking at around 26 to 45% increase in volumes along the corridor, estimated with the opening of the interchange. Travel speeds were also mentioned frequently in the public comment response period. And what we did is, in response to that, when we saw that comment coming from a lot of people, that comment was received at a time when we were back to what were closer to normal traffic operating conditions. So we went back out and we collected travel speed data. We found that, generally speaking, most of the corridor north of Alder School Road, heading towards Route 9, that the 85th percentile speed was within 2 to 5 miles per hour over the speed limit. So not really demonstrating a notable speed problem. Now, south of Alder School Road, so between the town of Percival and Alder School Road roundabout, it's posted at 35 miles per hour, and we did see that the 85th percentile speed was in the range of 49 miles per hour, which does demonstrate a speeding problem compared to the posted speed limit. So that kind of indicates that drivers are more comfortable traveling at that higher speed. And we did not conduct a formal speed limit study as VDOT normally would, but what the data is indicating that if one was done, it would be highly likely that a higher speed might end up coming from that study. But again, a speed limit study was not conducted by this team. We also received input regarding sight distance challenges exiting Ashbury Church Road intersection. That's, from the side street looking left, there's a curve present there as well as some other objects. It's a low volume road with very limited reported crashes. So from the data that we had in hand, we recommended improvements that are scaled to the existing problem, although there is a sight distance challenge there. And we also recommended, though, revisiting that in the future following the opening of the interchange a few years after to see how conditions are operating. So based on the data reviewed and the field observations, the recommendations at this time include short-term countermeasures to improve traffic safety. These are proven countermeasures according to the Federal Highway Administration. These include on the curve north of Corner Lane. That curve was one of the hot spots on the corridor. We've recommended pavement markings that are intended to slow drivers who are approaching the curve in both directions, as well as a variety of enhanced curve signage at that curve. Also at the curve north of Locust Thicket Lane, we've also recommended enhancing the curve warning signage that's there. And then at the Ashbury Church Road curve, there's the curve directly north of it. So heading in the southbound direction, approaching it around the curve, we've also recommended enhanced signings. So this slide summarizes what those improvements are and the estimated cost to construct and design the proposed improvements. That concludes the formal presentation. We look forward to questions.
Okay. Had this one completely. Good. All right.
Motion?
Mr. Buffington has put a motion on the table. I know there's going to be can you a request to divide that motion.
It's not funny.
And so what we're going to do is have Mr. Buffington make the motion, get a second on the motion, have him open the motion, and then divide the motion. So, Mr. Buffington.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the Board of Supervisors endorse all recommended Route 690 short-term improvements listed in Table 1 of the June 21st, 2022 Board of Supervisors business meeting item, And this is the part that I added with the alternate motion. I further move that the Board of Supervisors approve the execution of a budget adjustment to transfer $160,000 from the traffic calming contingency account C02008 to the Route 9 to Route 7 West to the West Virginia Line Safety and Operational Study, C02267 Capital Project Account to be used for the design and installation of the short-term improvements as provided in Table 1 of the June 21st, 2022 Board of Supervisors Business Meeting Action Item.
Second.
Motion's made and seconded. Mr. Buffington, before we go to debate the motion, would you like to make an opening on that motion?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. First off, I want to thank you all for all your work on this as well. I know you're doing this at the same time you're doing Route 9 and other studies, Route 15 South, so thank you so much. I agree with all the short-term items. The only thing I really would have personally liked to see would have been a roundabout at Ashbury Church Road included within this, and I know that wasn't the case, but you did include coming back after the new Route 7, Route 690 interchange and reevaluating that intersection, so thank you for that. It's $160,000, and rather than send this motion without rather than send this motion to CIP for discussion and fighting amongst all the other problems, something this small, we talk with staff, they have the funding in the traffic calming contingency account. Let's just transfer it and implement these safety changes so it gets done before the new interchange happens. And because once that new interchange onto this road, Route 690 from Route 7 happens, we know there's going to be a lot more traffic, and we're trying to just make it safe before that happens. One thing my office was able to do in working directly with VDOT was there was one of those little narrow sections where you have to alternate one northbound car, one southbound car, and we did get to widen that, and I think VDOT paid for it. We might have paid for it. I think VDOT paid for it. But it's things like that we're trying to do ahead of the new interchange going in to just make it safer before it gets a lot more traffic. So sending it to the CIP to fight for 160, we might not even get it, and then these things don't happen, versus, hey, we already have funding in the traffic calming contingency account. Let's just move it right over and just do this stuff. So
Okay.
that's all.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Turner?
Have we split it yet?
Well, no, that's you. If you're asking to split the motion,
like to
that-
split the motion.
Okay, so there's a request to split the motion. What we will do is just you're going to split it from the first paragraph, second. Okay, so we will have a discussion on the first paragraph of the motion right now, and then go back and have a discussion on the second part of the motion. So for people who want to have a discussion on the first part of the motion, put your light on, and we can do that right now. Seeing none, would you like a closing? All right. For the first part of the motion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion will pass 9-0. For the second part of the motion, do you want to make a different motion, Mr. Turner? Or
No,
you just
I'd
want
like
to
to
discuss
delete the
this?
second paragraph.
You'd like to delete the second paragraph so you altogether?
Correct.
Okay, so that is a motion then.
I move that we delete this.
Well, the problem with that motion is that is the complete opposite of the motion that's on the floor. So,
Actually, you're right. We can debate the second motion.
Just should debate the second.
We should debate the second motion. That's what I was going to say, because I wouldn't have allowed
That's
the
fine.
motion. Okay, so you'd like to, now the second part of the motion, you want to debate the second part of the motion. Mr. Buffington has already spoke on that, so would you like to, it is an alternate motion, though, it is, so it's a second motion for this part.
Arguing against
So,
it, so he just votes no.
well, no, I want
It's
to
a
go on.
discussion on the split motion.
Okay, so
second
go.
for the split motion. So I understand the intent. I understand that it's a small amount, but if you read the item right below the table 1, it says, the staff says, should the board endorse the short-term improvements, staff will consider these for inclusion as part of the regular CIP program development process. I don't even want to think about the number of times that I've wanted a little bit here or a little bit there outside the CIP process. And the answer I always get is, no, if it's not a process, then we're not going to follow the process and it becomes a food fight. Well, I want to follow the process. I'm sorry it's only $160,000, but by God, it ought to go through the CIP process. Thank you very much.
Okay. Anybody else on this part of the motion? Mr. Letourneau.
All right. Wow, okay. I'm a process guy, but we have done, but we also have we've made small budget adjustments all the time. So it depends on the situation and whether it's part of an existing program. Like, for instance, intersections have their own program. Something like this doesn't. So let me ask staff, how much is left in the traffic calming contingency account?
Supervisor Letourneau, I should have been prepared to answer that question, and I apologize for not having that number with me right now. But I don't have it in my head. So.
Is it replenished on an annual basis?
Yes.
Are there other projects that this is competing with for funding in the traffic common contingency account? Because sometimes staff just moves stuff over without it even coming to the board if it's already a board item that we're looking at.
Not that I'm aware of right now.
So I understand what Supervisor Turner is saying, but I just don't think this is that. Because with this particular account, I mean, I've seen this happen more times than I can even remember, where it's already a board identified issue, and so staff just recommends plugging a hole with something, versus some of the other stuff we do where it's an intersection improvement or it's a larger capital project or something like that. So I want to respect the process too, but I'm struggling a little bit to reconcile whether we have the funding here already or whether it's a problem if we actually do this. So
yeah, I'm certain that we have the funding there, but I just don't have the number for what's.
What I don't want is by us doing this, by somebody else's project in traffic calming contingency doesn't get funded because we've done this and this has somehow jumped that line. So I don't know if perhaps Supervisor Buffington might be willing, if there's concern here, to defer this part of the motion until we can get that answer. Because if I want to be respectful if other people have projects that they're trying to get this particular account for. So
are you
I'm
asking
guessing from the way the discussion's
are you asking to table this part of the item,
Well, I'm asking Supervisor Buffington through the chair.
Madam Chair, could I ask staff, is there anyone on the line that could answer that?
We're looking for it right now.
Okay.
And
so maybe that information will come in the next.
And then we can hear
while we're speaking,
because there may be other questions asked that will influence what's happening too. So let's just go on with our.
All right. So the bottom line for me in my last 10 seconds is, we do this fairly frequently, but I don't want this to jump the line. If there's some other stuff out there, it depends on what's left in the account and whether we have other stuff trying to fit in it.
Especially at the end of the fiscal year. Mr. Kirschner.
Yeah, when so I was originally inclined to support this, and I think I still am, but because I do believe these need to be improved and sooner rather than later. If we approve this and we move the 160, how long will it take before these improvements are made? Generally, a couple years.
Yeah, as soon as we can get the work done. Yeah. So.
And the completion of the interchange, which is really why we did this study, is coming in 26, 27.
Yes.
So So if we started it, were we 2022? So theoretically, if we approve this now, it would be done in 24, 25, and the construction is estimated to be completed in 26, 27. Okay. I just think that's kind of an important part. So. I mean, it could be delayed slightly before, but I think we do need to get these improvements done before we open it. They are fairly inexpensive improvements. It will make this road significantly safer. Whether we do that now and get the process started, leaving it to the CIP, I think, is problematic.
Mr. Buffington, you've already spoke on this part, and so I'm going to wait till come back because it's still the main motion, so you do your closing, but I'll wait to come back. So I'll go, Mr. Saines. I'm sorry, I didn't see Ms. Umsted's light on. Ms. Umsted.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. Question for staff. When I try to search the county website on the traffic calming contingency account, what comes up is sidewalks. So I associate sidewalks with Vice Chair Saines. And I mean, I do share Supervisor Letourneau's concern. Are there other projects that, for $160,000, Vice Chair Saines might want another sidewalk section? So I understand Supervisor Buffington's desire to get 690 prepared for when it gets a whole lot more traffic. That makes a lot of sense. But I agree with Supervisor Letourneau. If there are other board members with projects, small projects that they're hoping to get done, I don't want to take funds away from those. So I would like more information as well.
Okay, Mr. Saines.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I would have to agree with Supervisor Letourneau and Supervisor Umstead with needing the full amount that's available, even though 160 technically is a very small amount in the big scheme of things. And then also, is this jumping any other projects? And then to Supervisor Turner's question, I don't think we got a straight answer. Is this jumping the CIP or any process that we have or our traffic calming process out there with this motion?
Well, that's a fund that is typically used for these emerging safety-related needs. So typically the lower amounts where we have emerging kind of quick response sort of safety needs. And so this would be very consistent with what we've used it for in the past.
Okay. And I see everybody scrambling in the background here. So do we have anything yet, or?
Hold on, because I have another question, which I think is maybe. So I am concerned about if there's ever a project, but my bigger concern is because the contingency fund is really for safety. Is there any other project that would be there where, as of right now, an intersection or something that's less safe? And I understand Mr. Buffington's trying to put things in place in advance, but as of right now, 160 is not that much unless it would be better used someplace else where we see crashes that are more serious or more fatal or anything like that. And so my concern is not, I'm more than willing to jump something up if it is strictly for safety reasons. But if there's something there already that we're working on, that we have traffic calming for safety reasons, I mean, when I think about some of the traffic calming we had to do in Waterford, that was for safety reasons. When I think about traffic calming on Route 7 in Sterling, Algonquin, down that road, that was for safety reasons. People were, the speeds and other things, people were dying. And so before I say, yes, I'll jump even $160,000 for the purpose of kind of preparing in advance, I want to know what's happening right now with roads that might need traffic calming that will help with serious injuries or fatalities right now. So I can't vote for this without having that information.
So I want to thank the folks that got this information, and I again apologize that I didn't have it already in front of me. So in this current fiscal year, we currently have $213,000 left in this account, and then on July 1st, it will be replenished with $500,000.
Okay.
Couple of weeks.
So the safety question, do you know that answer?
I don't have the safety question.
You can't know that answer yet. So yeah. So Mr. Buffington, I'll go back to you for a closing, but I will tell you I'm going to make a motion to table until I have my answer, the safety answer. But I'll go back to you for a closing.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Do you mind if I don't start this time and go to Mr. Hemstreet?
Yeah, Chair Brown, if
Thank
it
you.
helps, I think what Nancy said, I just want to amplify what she said, which is that there's 2 weeks left in the fiscal year.
I understand that.
So there are no other projects that are coming to the board in that time frame. So for that account, and it gets replenished on July 1st.
Okay. That. Okay. All right. Okay. Then I won't table. I got you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes.
If my math is correct, we have 9 more days till replenishment of the account, and this still won't deplete the account, and it's not competing with anything for this funding. The 690 interchange is scheduled to start construction in 2023, which is not that far away in terms of road construction. The reason we heard 2026 and 2027 from Supervisor Kirschner for completion is because they're giving 3 to 4 years for construction of the interchange. I don't think it's actually going to take 3 to 4 years. It didn't take that long to do Belmont Ridge at Route 7, so I can't see it actually taking that long. I understand building in a buffer when you estimate how long something's going to take, but it will take time from when we actually fund this project. And so to design it and to put it out for bid, get a contractor, all of that, and then before they can start construction and end construction, and we have the improvement in place. And what I don't want to do for something this small, and I normally am a process guy, I'm a stickler on this, but I know for smaller projects about this range, for sidewalk projects and others, I've supported, let's just fund it and not have to fight over it in the CIP. The money's there, let's just fund this one, try and get the design done and the bids out and contractors selected and the project done before the 690 interchange is even started, if we can, but definitely before it's open to traffic and we're dealing with these extra vehicles that we know are going to be on the roadway. So I think I'm a process guy. I've been there. I've argued against doing something like this, but I've also voted in favor many times on projects such as this for sidewalks and other things. So I hope that given in this case we have a known interchange that we've already funded and fought hard for that's coming, that we can see through the process on this one and just go ahead and fund it and get moving in the right direction, since it's only $160,000 and we're replenishing in 9 days. Thank you.
So I do have a point of clarification, Mr. Hemstreet. The 500,000 that, or whomever, the 500,000 that will be added on July 1st, is that in addition to the 216,000 that's there right now, or does that, or is 500,000 the goal you're trying to get to?
That's an addition.
It's an addition, so there would be 716,000. Okay, okay, all right, I'm cool then. All right.
I don't think it does. Madam Chair, may I ask a point of comment or inquiry? Or
Sure.
does it straight up roll, or does it just roll the fund balance and get out of the account? Doesn't it?
I think what staff is saying is that it's a contingency account, and so
it rolls?
It will stay in that account until
Okay.
it's spent.
Some
it
accounts
stays,
don't
okay.
roll, some do. So
So it stays, so it'd be over 700,000 then, is what you're
Okay.
saying to me. Okay, all right, cool then. Okay, so this is still the original motion because there was not an alternate motion made. There was a request to split the motion, but not an alternate motion. So this is still the original motion that was made by Supervisor Buffington and seconded by Supervisor Kirschner. So, all in favor of that motion, please say aye. Aye. Oppose? That motion will pass 9-0. You guys did a wonderful job tonight. Thank you so much. And we're going to take a 10-minute break. Yes. Okay, we're back, and we're going to go to item number 5. It is, I'm sorry, 6. And Ms. Glass, Mr. Turner does not need the presentation. This is actually, it started as a BMI between the Aspirin District and the Broad Run District. Would you like a presentation, Ms. Glass?
No, Madam Chair.
Okay. Do you all have anything new you want to tell us that's not in the item already?
No, ma'am, we do not.
Okay, Mr. Turner or Ms. Glass, who would like to go to a motion? Mr. Turner, would you like to go to
I
a
want to I want to ask one question, then I go to motion.
Ask one question.
One question. Option 3 sounds great. VDOT rates the bridge fair, but somewhere in our discussion, there was another entity that rated it poor, or am I not remembering this? Or was there a discussion that if it is suddenly rated poor, that they would replace the bridge, which would include a new pedestrian bridge? Have I misremembered something, or is our only option option 3?
Can speak, but
Yeah, there was some discussion in the engineer's report, our consultant's engineer's report, that was speculating that next time VDOT inspects, they would not be surprised if it was rated poor. And then there was further discussion that said, once it is rated poor, then it goes on VDOT's list for eventual replacement.
And do we know when the next inspection schedule is?
VDOT inspects the bridge every 2 years. We have, the most recent inspection was conducted in 2020. So
It's due
they
for
would
another
presumably be inspecting it this year. They don't generate the report right away. It usually follows.
So if we approve this option 3 tonight, and then VDOT later this year or early next year inspects it, downgrades it to poor and decides to fix it, what's that time frame?
Well, it's very similar to our CIP process. They take their needs that have been identified. So once it's rated poor, it would be identified as a need for replacement, and then they have their pot of funding, and they chip away at their prioritized list.
Okay, so we could approve this tonight, and if VDOT subsequently rates the bridge poor and puts it into their schedule, we can make an assessment to go forward with what we've just approved, or to defer what we just approved in another action and defer it to VDOT's replacement of the bridge, correct? Is that reasonable?
Yes.
Okay, I'm ready to make a motion.
Okay, let's have discussion within the motion, if that's okay, because it's 11:40.
Yep.
Mr. Turner, would you like to make a motion?
I move the Board of Supervisors endorse option 3, parallel pedestrian bridge, as described in attachment 1 of the June 21st, 2022 business meeting action item for future planning and implementation.
Second.
Motion's made and second by Supervisor Glass. Discussion on the motion, Mr. Turner.
I have no discussion.
Mrs. Brixman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So if we endorse this option number 3, does it then go to a CIP discussion?
Yes, so this would be identified as a future fiscal year project that would then work its way into the CIP process. So not in the 6-year plan, it'll be identified as a future fiscal year project. And then just like all the other future fiscal year projects, there would be that CIP discussion.
And what's the likelihood that we would be able to get federal or state funding for something like this, a side pedestrian bridge?
I don't know whether I can make an assessment about likelihood, but there are various pots of federal grant and other funding that we are making a concerted effort to look for opportunities that our projects match to. So
Okay. And is there a pedestrian path or bike path on either side of the bridge?
Yeah, there's a path that goes along. What is that? That goes underneath, and then there's also one on the west side of Ashburn Road that also connects in. But there's nothing on the south end of the bridge. And there's a picture there. So in this vicinity map that we're showing, you can see, and we're just right where it shows the project area on the right-hand side of Beaver Dam Run. I'm going to point out that there's a path on either side of the bridge, but it doesn't technically connect underneath the bridge at this point.
But what about on Ashburn Road?
And then on Ashburn Road, there is a path doesn't fully meet our standards, but there is a path on the whoa. Well, I was just going to speak to what is right now off of that picture. On the right-hand side of the bridge, above the road, there is a small path that follows right there, and it goes from that road intersection to Beaver Dam Run. So, see where it says, what is that road?
Well, what I'm getting is not quite to our standards.
It does not meet our standards,
Ashburn,
not on both sides of the road, and it
A-
doesn't connect on the left-hand side.
Is Ashburn Road in the CTP to get bike paths?
So the configuration, it's different on either side of Beaver Dam Run. So on the north side of Beaver Dam Run, if I'm remembering correctly, so that's on the right-hand side of this picture, the plan calls for shared use path on one side or both sides?
It was a sidewalk on both sides of the road on the north side of the bridge with a shared bike facilities on the roadway. And then south of the bridge is where there's a designated striped out bike lane on each lanes with sidewalk on both sides.
In future CTP planning?
In the current CTP, that's what it is. And Supervisor Bressman, the Ashburn Road traffic study identified the need to have additional pedestrian accommodations on Ashburn Road for a good stretch of the road, and that was identified as a long-term improvement.
Right.
It has not yet been funded in the CIP that I'm aware of.
Thank you. Mr. Letourneau?
Well, I was going to say this real quick. It goes to our CIP. We know we don't have money for it anyway. So let's see what VDOT does this year. If they downgrade it to poor, there's a pretty good chance they're going to beat us on the bridge replacement potentially before we would fund this project anyway. And all we have to do is just simply not fund it, even though it's an eligible CIP project, which again, I don't know that we're going to have room for anyway, if we find out that happens. So that's a good strategy. And it would get them to, because it's aside from the pedestrian bridge, it's not great that we have a 1959 bridge that that we know is near at the end of the road here. So it would be in our interest to get that replaced anyway. But if we could also take care of this issue and get somebody else to pay for it, then that's a win-win.
Thank you. Ms. Glass?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So if we construct a new bridge, how many months would Ashburn Road need to be closed?
As presented in the item,
I thought it was.
I believe it was
2
longer than
years.
that. It was a long-term closure of Ashburn Road. There was a duration for the construction project period. I don't know if that has the entire, that was like an entire duration, not the construction period.
Mm-hmm. I thought it was a 2-year closure, based on the engineering report.
Well,
We'll put that answer up for you right now.
Okay.
And get you that answer.
Well, my next question was, I was wondering if that's for the road closure, or is that for the project to be completed when you talk about it, the closure?
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, Supervisor Glass, we just looked it up in the report, and it's estimating 10 months of closure for the road to replace the bridge.
10 months? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
How many years does DTCI estimate the bridge has before it would need to be fully replaced?
Yeah, so we anticipate that it's likely going to be another 10 to 15 years. It could be as many as 20 years, depending on how VDOT approaches the rehabilitation and maintenance of the bridge due to the current report and the anticipated report coming out in 2022.
Okay, and you said that they assess it every 2 years, so if they say it's poor, what's the process? Do they have a weight limit of what goes on the bridge? What happens?
Typically, that's what we have seen VDOT do. When a bridge starts to deteriorate, they will implement a weight limit restriction.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, thank you. All right. Mr. Turner, do you have a closing? All right, motion's made by Supervisor Turner, seconded by Supervisor Glass. All in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? That motion will pass 9-0. Thank you very much. We're going to go to item number 8. It's the intent to amend the revised 93 zoning ordinance for the Primac soil and cluster subdivision. I cannot imagine anyone does not know this item up and down and back and forth and all around. It's a guy coming with a super cool beard. Huh? Mm-mm. So there's a guy with a super cool beard that I have not met before.
You've met, this is Jacob Hambrick. He's been with the county for quite a while.
Why y'all keep people like in the attic? We can't meet them. I mean, like, nice to meet you, sir.
Thank you.
Do you have anything that we do not know that's in this item that you want to say that we want to tell us about that we don't know already?
No.
Okay. So this started out as a BMI with Mr. Buffington and I. So Mr. Buffington, I'll let you make the motion on this if you'd like to, since
Sure.
it was our BMI. Sure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll keep it brief. I move that the Board of Supervisors adopt the resolution of intent to amend the revised 1993 Loudon County zoning ordinance provided as attachment 1 to the June 21st, 2022 Board of Supervisor business meeting action item.
And I will second that. Discussion on the motion. Mr. Buffington.
Thank you. Yes, Madam Chair, and I appreciate you. We brought this item together to better protect our prime ag soils. During the last board, that's all we heard from so many organizations and so many folks out west, and even folks in the eastern part of the county, and primarily when talking about clustered residential developments, because they were buying larger parcels and going with the cluster option and building all of the houses and all of the septic and all of the drain fields and the water wells in the prime ag soils. So once you do that, you're never going to be farming on that again. And so what we don't want to happen is to lessen the amount of farmable soils that we have left in Loudon County. So that's what we heard from everybody. That's why we brought this forward. It's been moving right along, and we appreciate it. And so this is just a resolution of intent to amend, saying that we're going to go forward and looking at our zoning ordinances to try and make some changes to be more friendly to our prime ag soils, to make sure that we keep them, because they're very important. And so I'll leave it at that for now, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kirshner.
So, Madam Chair, I had a friendly. I've already spoken to Mr. Buffington. I don't believe he's going to accept the friendly, so I would like to make, it wouldn't really be an alternative, but it'd be an addition to the motion or an attachment to the motion. How?
Well, in addition to the motion is, I mean, if it's not a friendly, you have to make
I would move to make a separate motion at some point. I just don't know what order the.
So they don't really impact each other. So let's finish this motion first and then make a second motion. How's that
Okay,
sound?
that's fine.
Okay, because they don't really impact each other.
I do have a couple of questions for staff on this motion specifically. We really don't. How has there? But I know there hasn't been really any work done on this at this point. Is that correct?
Currently, we are revising the initial draft text for the ZOAM at this point, and so we are close to having that second draft text completed
At the staff level?
At staff level, and then we will send it out on a referral.
Okay.
And I would just add, too, we've had extensive public outreach on this amendment.
I understand that, yeah.
And with the Zoning Ordinance Committee, so they've all given us great input, and we were taking that input and we're revising the draft text. And before we go to the Planning Commission, which we're slating for September, we would go back to those groups and let them take a look at the revised draft language.
Can you tell me in the last couple of years how many cluster developments we've had in Western Loudon?
Do you know
I believe it's about 24
Cluster developments?
Total.
cluster developments as far as in the AR1, AR2 zoning districts they're not rural hamlets, but they're cluster development.
So how many homes is that?
Total number, right?
That's the total number, yes.
That's the total number that is zoned for that or actually built?
That have been, majority of those are approved. There are several active, ongoing ones at this time.
I understand that.
And that's since the cluster became an option in 2003.
Oh, that's since 2003?
Yes, yes.
So we've had about 25 cluster developments since 2003?
Roughly, yes.
Okay. How many parcels of property have been preserved by conservation easement in just the last year or two in western Loudon? Do we know?
I know we have that number.
Yeah, let me
I
see.
think it's around 3,500 acres, I believe, but that's just in the last year or so.
Bear with me one moment.
And while you're looking that up, have we done? Is staff planning on doing some sort of analysis? Because I have a motion coming up, as to how this amendment would impact really the value or advantage to conservation easements, or is that something that the staff needs direction on? Because I know that there have been meetings. I feel like we need to give staff some direction on this.
Right. I mean, I think our goal throughout the amendment has been to write the amendment in such a way that it would not have, drastic impacts on the land value. But since each property is unique, we would have to, it would be hard to do that as a broad brush statement. I think because each property would require a unique design, it would be hard to know exactly how the amendments might impact that directly. But we are, as part of the amendment and part of our process, we have been trying to balance the goals of not disincentivizing the use of conservation easements while it's at the same time preserving the Primax soils if somebody wants to choose to do the subdivision. So we have been trying to balance that as best we can.
All right. I have further questions, but I'm out of time.
And to answer your question, Supervisor Kirshner, about the number of conservation easements, since 2020, and these numbers are as of February of this year, since 2020 in the AR1 zoning district, 105 parcels have been part of the conservation easement. And in the AR2, that number is 44. So you're looking at about 149 since 2020. And that number, as far as total easement acres, roughly you're looking at about close to 6,000 acres.
In the last 2 years?
Since 2020.
Since 2020?
Yes.
How many? Mr. Letourneau.
Yeah, just a brief comment or question. I have expressed concerns in the past about the bonus density that comes with the cluster in the first place. Is that something that has been looked at as part of the zoning rewrite process? Do you know? Does that come up?
No, that is something that has not, we've heard some comments from various stakeholders about the desire to maybe increase or decrease the density or lot yield, but that was not the board direction to look at that, nor is it something that's been targeted for the zoning ordinance rewrite.
So if we wanted to look at that, we would need to look at that ourselves when
It would be a separate, we need separate direction to do that, I think.
Okay. Well, we'll have some discussions about it because I think we sort of go about it backwards when we look at minimum lot size. It probably should be maximum lot size. And then I tend to think that the amount of bonus density we allow when clustering incentivize some development of this property, which couldn't otherwise be done or wouldn't be as advantageous. So it's always been a little bit backwards to me. But in any event, I don't have anything else on this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Turner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What is the specific implementing language that protects the ag soils under the proposed amendment?
So currently under the proposed text, it would be what we call a preservation farm lot. And within that preservation farm lot, which would be part of the lot within the cluster subdivision, there would be a provision stating that a certain percentage would need to be contained or preserved within the preservation farm lot or lots.
And that percentage is still up for debate as part of
Correct.
the process of the amendment? Okay.
Yes.
And if I understood your answer correctly, as I read this motion that Supervisor Kirschner and I have talked about, but as I've read it, as I've been sitting up here, your answer resonated with me that in order to estimate the change in value of the property by virtue of the clustering option, you really would have to kind of look at every individual circumstance around that particular appraisal of that property. It would be very difficult. I would think there'd be a huge variation about the mean to say in the aggregate, it's going to have roughly this much effect on these parcels because they're so different, and each appraisal is going to be completely different, correct?
Yes, that is correct. I mean, each parcel will have its own certain individual characteristics that may or may not impact the value. So you're correct in that.
Have you enlisted the assistance of conservation easement appraisers to sit down and say, generally speaking, here's what we look at for conservation easement, and if you implement this amendment, it's going to have the following derivative consequences?
Yes, we have met with some conservation groups, easement groups, and that was at the direction of the TLUC back in July of last year, of 2021. And so we have met with, like I said, a couple of those groups and gotten feedback from them regarding the conservation or the preservation of prime soils in the cluster subdivision.
Okay, and then this is a pretty fine point that I just sort of stumbled onto. So just as it's very, very impractical and difficult to come up with a blanket statement about the impact of clustering as it would affect a conservation easement value to a particular property, it's just as inaccurate for someone to say, if you pass this clustering amendment, it will immediately devalue all of the properties that are affected by that for conservation easements. They're both equally inaccurate because they're making broad statements where you have to analyze individual parcels. So we heard this a lot. If you change the clustering requirement and make clustering harder to do, it's going to lower the value of all the properties for conservation easements. I think it's a case-by-case basis again, isn't it?
Yeah, I would agree with that. Like I say, and in addition, each parcel also has different regulatory layers that, may affect it in terms of floodplain, mountainside, all those various things. So, I think you can look at it, and like I say, as we've developed the draft text, we have been trying to do it in a manner where, again, you're not losing development potential. But again, it's hard to know unless you look at each individual scenario to see how that would work.
That's very helpful. Thank you very much.
Ms. Brixman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What % of the RPA is prime ag soil?
We'll see if we have that with us this evening. I know we've. We'll have like a lot more detail when we actually bring the text forward for the Planning Commission and your all's. If you don't have it now, that's fine.
So within, I don't have a percentage, but with prime farmland within the AR zoning district, you're looking at approximately 66,555 acres.
Acres?
Yes.
66,000 acres. And how many acres is in the RPA? I forget. I used to know.
I don't have the acreage for the entire RPA.
Okay. So we had this whole discussion at the ad hoc committee on commissions and boards and committees, and about the RADC and rural economic development. So I just want to ensure that this strictly talks about residential development, not any other type of development.
Right. The cluster, it would basically impact only the cluster subdivision option of the AR1, AR2. So somebody coming in to do those development options,
okay,
it would be a new requirement for those developments.
Okay, that helps. And it is just a resolution to do it, so we still get another bite at the apple. So
Sure. Yeah, this is it is a legal requirement to do an official resolution of intent to amend. I mean, we've already started the process with the board member initiative, and we've done a good amount of work on it so far. So,
okay, thank you.
Supervisor Briskman, I can generally answer your two questions about numbers. From the general plan, it states it's approximately 230,000 acres in the rural policy area, approximately. That's not exact. As far as the percentage, I don't have a percentage just for the RPA, but the U.S. Department of Agriculture has estimated there's about 19% county-wide, and the vast majority of that is in the RPA.
So, so if you go to the Department of Agriculture site, and I did this as I was doing my State of the County because I did a whole section on farmland. And they do something called the Census of Agriculture, and it's done every 5 years. And they tell you they can tell you down to the cities, counties, and towns how much farmland has been lost in cities, counties, and towns across the nation. Since 2017, America has lost 3.2% of their farmland. Virginia has lost 6% of our farmland, Primax soil land, and Loudon has lost 12%. We are losing our farmland, our Primax soil land at a astounding rate right now. And just as we and I say all the time, if we want to have affordable homes, we have to approve homes. If we're going to actually support farming and that rural industry, we have to have land to farm on. And I really, really appreciate our wineries, our breweries, our bed and breakfasts, our equestrians. I really appreciate all of our industries in rural Western Loudoun County. But the one that we're losing is our farming industry. That's the one that is decreasing as everything else is increasing. And even when you try to do things like hydroponic farming, which was tried, it's much harder. It's more expensive because you're building inside and vertical, and it's a newer way to do it if you don't know what you're doing, and it doesn't. Although the yield is amazing if it goes well, but it doesn't give you other ways to farm. And so, I talk all the time about our county being amazing because we have an urban area, a suburban area, and a rural area. If we're going to have a rural area, we have to protect it. And that means we need to protect our Primax soil. And it's, once a structure is built on Primax soil, which they want to build structures on Primax soil because it's easier to sink a well, it's easier to, because the land perks, it's easier to do things. It's easier to build on Primax soil. It just is. But if we want to protect it, then we have to put something in place to protect it. And I'm a little worried that we are going to completely lose our farming community. And as I also said in the State of the County address, as we looked at the supply chain issues that just happened, as a result of COVID, listen, our ag was vitally important in this country, for a lot of reasons, just for feeding people when the supply chains kind of shut down from other places. And so I believe we need to protect our farming community, and this is the way to do it. So, yeah. Would you like to have a closing?
Not on this. Maybe on the next part.
Okay.
For sure on the next part.
Supervisor Buffington made the motion. I second the motion. We bought the item. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Oppose? That motion will pass 9-0. Mr. Kirschner, would you like to make a motion?
Certainly, Madam Chair, and thank you very much. I move the Board of Supervisors direct staff to prepare an analysis of the potential impacts of this proposed amendment to the value of parcels in the cluster subdivision option, and that they evaluate whether the proposed amendments may create a disincentive for property owners to place parcels in a conservation easement. I would ask that and I'm kind of adding to the written motion that they would include, but not limited to, consultation with private conservation easement appraisers, Commissioner of the Revenue, and other experts in the conservation easement field.
Motion's been made by Supervisor Kirschner. Is there a second to the motion?
Yeah, I'll second for discussion.
Seconded for discussion. I'm going to go to Mr. Kirschner for a discussion, but then I will divide the motion. So, Mr. Kirshner, would you like to have an opening?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I have real concerns with the prime ag soil, not because, I mean, I think we have the same objectives, and how do we preserve the West as much as possible? I appreciate what Madam Chair said. I think staff highlighted a little bit of what my concerns are. In the last 2 years, we have had 142 parcels put into conservation easement. That is, and I think 2,000 plus acre, I forget what you said, I apologize. And since 2002, we've had 25 go into that have actually developed into the cluster development. What I am really concerned about, if this, and I think we can write a prime ag soil ZOAM that continues to allow conservation easements and make it very prevalent and still work on preserving. But I am concerned that if it goes too far, it will shut down the conservation easement push that we have had in this county, and that we will literally have a down zoning in the West. And when you have a down zoning, it makes conservation, the whole process that many folks are going through the conservation easement, it will destroy the value of their properties and therefore make conservation easements no longer a valuable tool to preserve Western Loudon. And the difference between this motion that we've asked staff to go and look at and the conservation easement is the conservation easements are permanent. They will last forever. They will be far beyond my lifetime, my children's lifetime, et cetera. The next board can ultimately just change this back if they want to. Now, I do think it's valuable. How do we write the cluster subdivisions so that we can maximize the prime ag soil without destroying the conservation? I've talked to practically everybody, the bulk of the folks involved in the conservation easement process, and they say if the ZOAM goes the way they think it's headed, they will be out of the business in Loudon County. That is a really dangerous step that we're taking. So all I'm asking the board here to do is to ask staff, in conjunction with the kind of the experts in the field, to look at what this impact will be. I do think there may be better ways to go about doing this, but I am really concerned because if we shut down our conservation easement process in Loudon County, we have lost the best tool that we have to preserving the West permanently and forever. That is why I brought forward this motion to ask staff to do this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'm going to divide the motion and make it in two parts. So the first part would be from I move that the board to the words cluster subdivision option. And I'm going to evaluate whether the proposed amendments may create a disincentive for property owners to place parcels in conservation easements. So I am dividing the motion. So, Mr. Kirshner, for the first part of the motion that I've just divided, because almost all that you just said was about conservation easement. Would you like to say anything on the first part of the motion that you just divided? And that's the discussion we'll have first.
Well, they go hand in hand, Madam
I
Chair.
do not believe they do. This is why I'm dividing the motion, sir.
Conservation easement, putting property into conservation easement, the value they won't do it if there's no value there.
Okay.
That's why they
so
go.
that answer is no. You don't want to discuss that any further.
Discuss what?
Okay. I'm going to go to somebody else. I'm just asking you, are you good right now? Come go something.
I mean,
you run the clock. Okay, Mr. Buffington.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We've already heard that this sort of general approach, and I appreciate Supervisor Turner's line of questioning because that's what I was thinking as well, isn't going to work. So why include this language in here to get data that's going to be general when the problem that we're trying to really address is specific to every single parcel in Western Loudoun County in AR zone property? So we know we're not going to get the actual answer we're looking for. So why are we going down this specific road and adding this type of language when staff already said they're hearing, based on direction from us at TLUC and the board, they're reaching out already to conservation easement groups who are doing this in Loudoun County. I know they're speaking to realtors who are just flat out opposed to this BMI. And I know they're also hearing from a lot of folks who are very supportive of the BMI. And every time I've heard from staff, we've heard that they are trying to take a balanced approach. They're not trying to majorly impact anything. They're trying to do a little bit better job protecting our prime ag soils. And thank God we are. We saw how important they are, as you said, Madam Chair, with COVID. You know, no one really cares until you go to the grocery store and there's no food there. And that's what happened with COVID. Next thing you know, and you'd go to the grocery store to get certain things, and you'd go to local farms to get the rest, because they were the only ones who had it. So, you know, there's a lot going on behind the scenes here on this item. And I'm scared that if we put this sort of debilitating language in here, it's being put in here by a lot of folks who want to kill anything to do with this item, so that later on they can say, oh, that affects land value. We said in the ROIA, they can't do anything that affects land value. We can't do that. We can't make that change, staff. Sorry, what's your next suggestion? Oh, that affects conservation easements just a little bit. We said in the ROIA, we can't do anything that affects conservation easements, so we can't do that. This language is being added from folks who want it added, who are against anything on actually protecting prime ag soils, so they can kill anything, any changes. You can use these arguments, if this language is in here, to kill any recommended changes that would come forward in the future. And that's why this is being added. And I'm not directing this at the maker of the, and I'm not trying to direct this at the maker of the motion, but I know there are a lot of efforts to try and kill any changes to any of this. And I support conservation easements. I brought forward a BMI to do conservation easement assistance program, and it was supported by the board, and we're doing that. They are the best way to protect the future of Western Loudoun County. But this is another way.
Gosh, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, I took a little head vacation there. My bad. Miss Brixman.
Head vacation. So we did receive an email from our lawyers yesterday that expressed concerns about these proposed amendments, and I'm wondering if Ms. Seidnor would like to.
She wrote this one. She wrote it.
Ms. Seidnor, would you like to?
Well, it says, but it said the proposed amendments are in the nature of financial considerations.
We changed it.
So I think, Ms. Bursman, what Mr. Kirshner just proposed is not an additional language to the ROIA. You all have adopted the ROIA as it was presented in the item, and that was to say the zoning ordinance shall not do X, Y, Z. What he's proposing now is a separate analysis. Staff come back with an analysis of these impacts, and so that's the difference between what was contemplated earlier today and what he just proposed as an amendment, the motion he just made.
So the motion that he just made is something completely different than the thing we just passed.
It's related to, but it's independent of that. Rather than adding language to the ROIA that dictates that the ZOAM shall not do certain things, this is saying, okay, we're gonna do the zoning ordinance amendment, but please have an analysis of what those potential impacts would be. So it's a separate analysis from the actual amendment itself.
Okay, so I guess I missed the emails that said that issue was resolved.
There wasn't emails that said it.
Oh.
That was just literally as the meeting was starting. So
you didn't miss anything.
Oh, okay. So, well, I'm still probably not going to support the motion, but thank you.
You know what, Mr. Turner, before I go, so I'm not being very clear. I'm getting a little tired here. I'm sorry. I split the motion, and I should have actually had an opening when I split the motion, and I didn't, because now we're discussing it like it's one motion, and I'm sorry. So let me go back and say that we're talking about, at this moment, I move the Board of Supervisors direct staff to prepare analysis of the potential impact proposed amendments to the value partials and the cluster subdivision option, period. That's what we're discussing right now. And the reason I split the motion is because that is a different, I do not believe well, let me ask staff, do you believe that they're interconnected and cannot be divided out?
Yeah, I'm not sure I'm clearly following the division of the motion myself. I don't know if I can answer that yet.
You can't blame your, yeah. So it's a legal question. Okay, let me ask Mr. I'm sorry, Mr. Hemstreet.
Well, did you want to ask Courtney, or do you want to ask me?
Whoever can answer that question.
So,
is it a legal question?
I don't think it's a legal question, but
Are these two parts of this motion interconnected and unable to be divided apart?
they can be divided.
They can be divided. I believe so too. Okay, and so thank you. And the reason I'm dividing them is because when you talk about the value of parcels in the cluster subdivision, what you're basically saying is you can down upzone your property and have more homes on that property in the subdivision. That's different than conservation easement. Those are two different things. And so if we're trying not to build more homes in western Loudoun County, because they would all be built by right. If we're trying not to build more homes in western Loudoun County, because we don't have the roads, we don't have the infrastructure, we don't have the schools, so I we're discussing Route 15 right now, then the cluster subdivision issue is different from the conservation easement issue. And so, whereas I can see the support in the conservation easement section, I cannot support this cluster subdivision section, which is why I split the motion. And I don't think I was very clear about that, and for that I apologize. But we're only discussing that first part first, and then we'll vote on that. So I'm sorry I had to stop and do that, because I messed that one up. Mr. Turner, would you like to?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So regarding the first clause in the sentence, I absolutely understand what Supervisor Kirshner is trying to do, and we've talked about this today. But this proposal, both the first part and the second part, are, in my judgment, sufficiently imprecise, not because of imprecise language, but because of imprecise reality of trying to do what we're asking the staff to do. I'm afraid we're going to have them chasing their tails. So we want them to prepare an analysis of the potential impact of the proposed amendments. That's wide open. How do you measure the potential impact on an amendment, on a zoning ordinance amendment? I mean, that could be minuscule, it could be gargantuan. And if you go to the second section, which I know we're not talking about it, but it's the same imprecise language, evaluate whether may create a disincentive. The size of a pin drop or the size of a boulder. I mean, it's how do you measure that? And staff, I think, could spend months trying to analyze the potential impact or the possible disincentive and never get anywhere. I honestly think, having read this now and thought it through, the way you're going to find this out is to pass a zoning ordinance amendment that tightens up Primac soils, and then if you have individual cases where people are aggrieved because the value of the property has gone down, figure out a way on a case-by-case basis to potentially make them whole, whether through the PDR program, whether through more money into the conservation easement program. If it's an appraiser says it would have been worth this, but now it's worth this is the delta, then take it on a case-by-case basis. But to try and figure out in advance the potential impact writ large of this kind of a zoning ordinance amendment, I think is almost an impossible task, and that's why it's just, and I don't know how to make it more precise. I think I'm going to have to vote no on both of these. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Saines.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. So two quick things. One is, to make sure I'm clear, this is kind of like, in my head, it's kind of like a BMI where we're asking for staff to do their homework, then you're going to come back and present what your findings are and then we make a decision on if we're going to enact it or not enact it. Is that kind of how you're interpreting this as well?
That would be kind of part of the...
That's what I'm understanding the direction to be. I would say, again, as we've drafted the first draft of this, the draft was sent to some of these appraisers and those that work on, the attorneys that work on these conservation easements. So they provided some general feedback, which we've took into account when we revised the draft text. So as we're going through the process, we are getting input from these folks that work on the easements to give us some general comments about what they, based on their experience, what they see as a potential impact. But again, I think for each conservation easement, they have to do an analysis to determine the number of lots in each scenario. So that would not change, and it would be hard to judge how the amendments would impact each scenario. But I think from a general standpoint, we could get some guidance from those.
Okay,
from those people.
Specifically on this motion here. Okay, and then to Chair Randall, the first part, okay, I get that. So how would you word the second part where it starts with "and that evaluate"? So what are we saying there?
So I would say you would word, I'm with the Board of Supervisors direct staff to evaluate whether proposed amendments may create a disincentive for property owners to place parcels in conservation easement.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. And again, back to staff. So for these two motions now that we're having, talking about separately. Again, you're taking this as, again, you're going to take this, go do your analysis, talk to those conservation, companies and ask questions and then get that information, then come back and report, and then we'll make a determination if we're going to move forward or not. Is that?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I'll just say now I can support this just like I normally do with the BMI for staff to do the analysis and the homework and come back, and then we'll be taking a final vote on that. So I'm fine with that. So
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Kirshner, if we're talking about the first part and then what?
Yeah, and I really think, I mean, you could do the first part by itself and accomplish the same thing, and the second part accomplish the same.
Okay.
Let me just real quickly, in a very short time, I think there's a really, not everybody up here, but I think there's a fundamental misunderstanding of why conservation easements occur. There are a handful of folks in Loudoun County who are buying properties, getting them evaluated, selling off the development rights, and then they are getting credit either for their taxes or selling those credits on the open market. So if you pass a zoning ordinance that reduces the value of the land, now the attraction of doing a conservation easement on that property is significantly devalued. And therefore, those participating in it have told me, one after another, if we pass the prime ag soils, we're no longer doing, and so if we had passed this prime ag soil, I'm concerned, again, I haven't seen the language, and that's why I think this analysis should be done. If we pass a prime ag soils that does that, then all those folks that put 142 acres in conservation easement in the last 2,000 years wouldn't have done it. And I don't think that's what we want to see happen in Loudoun County. So all I'm simply asking is, I would like an analysis back before we make our final decision on how's this going to impact conservation easements, which ultimately is the question, how is it going to impact value? And I understand Mr. Turner's point, and that's, you can't look at, but we can get some general ideas. Hey, if we require 70% put in prime ag soil, that's going to have a huge percentage impact on the cluster development. If it's 50% or 40%, I don't know what that's going to look like yet. But I don't know how we can really make an informed decision when we might have and ultimately have a downzoning as a result of this, significantly reduce the value of people's properties and have an impact on conservation. I'm just telling you, it's going to have a very negative, it could potentially have a very negative. It might be great. Staff might do a phenomenal job and say, hey, this is the way it's going to look. We're going to preserve some of this, but it's not going to impact. And I know that's what their desire is, but I'd like to see what that analysis is. They're saying they're already doing the analysis, so let's see that analysis. That's all I'm asking.
Okay, so although I split the motion, it was still the motion of Mr. Kirshner, so he did get the closing because it was still his motion. But we're voting on from the words "I move" to the words "cluster subdivision option," which the motion was made by Supervisor Kirshner, and for purposes of discussion, seconded by Supervisor Letourneau. For that part of the motion, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? Nay. And one abstain and one person left. Are you, Ms. Umstead, are you voting on this or not, or? You're asleep. Okay, so we, so that's two people abstaining. So if you voted aye, please raise your hand. So we had three for aye. So is that 3-4-2? Is that what I got? 3 people for aye, 4 people for nay, and then 2 people who abstained. That's what I got. So that motion fails. Okay, so the second part of the motion, which would read, I move the Board of Supervisors direct staff to prepare an analysis that evaluates whether the proposed amendments can create a disincentive for property owners to place parcels in conservation easement. Again, I split the motion, but it's still Mr. Kirshner's motion. So I will still go back to Mr. Kirshner to talk about this motion and then go from there.
And again, I would appreciate the support. I do want to address, kind of as a point of privilege, some of the remarks that Mr. Buffington made. My desire is to preserve Western Loudon, and for him to make suggestions that somehow this is a motion, which I came up with, no one told me to come up with this, that this is a motion to somehow undermine what we're trying to do in Western Loudon is offensive, quite frankly. And I will tell you that my concern is if we don't, at least as a board, I would think this board wants some level of analysis. If we're going to pass a ZOAM that potentially has huge impacts on the value of folks' land that they own, and folks who are buying this land and putting an easement or choosing to put their own farms in easement, and if this will ultimately devalue that or have significant impact on it, we need to know that. We can't just be grabbing at numbers in the wind. And the accountants and the attorneys that are doing this on a regular basis say this is the death knell to conservation easements if you're not really, really careful. So I appreciate Madam Chair I think she's willing to support this portion of it. I would like to see the analysis. I've voted so far to move this along. It is not a poison pill. It is actually the desire to get more information. The desire not to do it is, well, the desire not to vote for this, quite frankly, is kind of shooting in blindly without full information. I think that's what we need. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So I'm going to vote for this section. I do not believe that, and believe me, I know very well how conservation easements work, but I do not believe that the cluster subdivision discussion and the conservation easement discussion, I think they are kissing cousins, but I do not think they're absolutely related. And the cluster subdivision is really about subdividing your land to get more, to be able to build more homes on your land, which would then add more homes to western Loudon County. So that's a separate issue from the conservation easement issue. I understand how they're related, but I don't think they're so interconnected they cannot be taken apart. I don't want to do anything to disincentivize property owners from placing land in conservation easement, and so I will support this part of the motion, but I do in fact think that they were absolutely separate. So that's where I'm at on this one right now. Mr. Buffington, I saw that your light came on, and I don't normally call on people out there. I'm going to make an exception only because you and I first brought this item together, and so I'll make an exception right now, but let's, okay.
Thank you,
So
Madam
that-
Chair.
yeah,
I'll be
sure. And
brief.
then I'll go back to Mr. Kirshner for a closing, and then we'll vote on this part, and then get on with the rest of our 9-hour meeting.
I'll be brief. It's just to reiterate that, I think the intent of what is being asked here is already being done. I'm concerned that there are a lot of folks who are trying to get language in here. I'm not necessarily blaming my colleague who made this specific motion, but I know there are a lot of folks who want language in here that they're going to be able to point to later based on any change that comes forward that would be recommended, so that they can say, that affects conservation easements, that affects land value, you can't do it. And basically, I do see it as a poison pill to kill any change that would come forward. And we don't need it. And this generalized study that this is looking at is almost impossible. You need to study, just like when they do a conservation easement, there's an analysis on each specific parcel that is being requested for conservation easement. And so to do some sort of generalized thing makes no sense. And staff already knows that we don't want to negatively impact the incentive for folks in Loudon County, like Chuck Kuhn, who's put so many thousands of acres into conservation easement. I do not want to negatively affect that sort of thing. But we do want to be able to make some changes that make protecting prime ag soil more feasible in Loudon County when it comes to the implications in the development of clustered residential subdivisions. And so I don't think we need this language. I think it's a poison pill. I think we're doing it already. TLUC's told staff directly. Staff just regurgitated to us that they're trying to take a balanced approach. Staff, do you want to negatively affect conservation easements in Loudon County?
That is not a fair question.
It's a fair question. That's what we're talking about. Would staff bring something forward that you know is going to majorly impact in a negative way conservation easements in Loudon County?
No, not if we knew that. We would not.
Thank you. Would you bring something forward that you know is going to majorly impact someone's land value negatively in Loudon County?
Not intentionally, no.
I don't think
Thank
those are
you.
fair questions to the staff, because what else are they going to say? Sure, we want to destroy I mean, yeah, but, all right, no, I'm going to Mr. Kirsten for a closing. No.
We're not allowing comments on the second part? We did on the first part, but not on the second.
Guys, I called on Mr. Kirshner. I looked down like I always do for everybody else. No one's lights came on. I said Mr. Buffington's lights came on. I said, since we bought that's what I'm not doing anything different than I normally do. So let's not be new. Mr. Kirshner, would you like a closing?
Yeah, I just don't understand why we don't want to look at this. I just don't understand why we don't want to look at this. If one of the greatest things to preserving Western Loudon has been conservation easements over the last 2 years, why would we want to risk putting that at jeopardy? And Mr. Buffington's desire not to look at that makes me think there's a hidden agenda here. There's a hidden agenda here. And I don't think there is, but I do think that maybe it would help this board to have a little bit of understanding how the possible impact could. Because if this devalues properties and it's inevitable that it's going to have some impact, how's that going to impact the incentive to put properties into conservation easements? That is the truth. You cannot hide from that. All the experts have said so. I have talked to literally 5 or 6 major players in the conservation easement plan. And they say this will be the death knell of conservation easement unless we write it really carefully. So I'd like to have a little analysis. That's all I'm simply asking.
Okay. That motion was made by Supervisor Kirshner and seconded by Supervisor Turner for the purpose of discussion, which we have had. All in favor of the motion that this is now just about conservation easement, all in favor of that, please say aye. Aye. Oppose? I don't know what that count was. If you were an aye, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 5. 1, 2, 5. That's 5. That motion would pass 5-4 with Supervisors Brixman, Buffington, Turner, and Umstadt voting against the motion. Did I get that right? Yep. Okay. We're done with this item. It's nice to meet you. Come back anytime.
Thank you very much. I will.
Come back anytime they let you out. Anytime.
Yes, I did start in zoning enforcement, yes.
That's when you started growing your beard?
No, that was only a few months ago.
Oh, wow. Impressive.
I told him he couldn't shave till this amendment was.
Thanks. All right. Item 12. Ms. Brixman pulled item 12 off of consent. However, what we're going to do is we're going to go to a motion, and then if she has something she wants to add whatever to the item, she can. The item is in Supervisor Buffington's district. He and I have both visited this land, this parcel, and talked to the family and all that. So, kind of once again, Ms. Buffington and I have kind of teamed up with this. Mr. Buffington, would you like to make this motion?
You want it, Madam Chair? I'll give you this one.
Thank you.
I don't have my
the Board of Supervisors
iPad
direct
open.
staff to send a letter to support a letter of support to Secretary of the Interior Deb Holland, requesting that she designate Oak Hill as a National Historic Site under the Commemoration of Former Presidents Acts, as shown in Attachment 1 to the June 21st, 2022 Board of Supervisors Business Meeting Action Item. I further move the Board of Supervisors authorize the County Administrator to use staff and contracted lobbyist resources to support lobbying federal agencies and executives in support of the request for the National Historic Site designation. Motion made, second by Mr. Buffington. Okay, first of all, I really do want to thank Mr. Hemstreet, Ms. McClellan, Mr. Buffington's staff, my staff, especially Laura Tacroni, for amazing amounts of work on this already. And I want to thank the Lashman family for welcoming us to their home, to their property. I was there for about 3.5 hours. I walked the property. I walked the grounds. I saw the barns. Yes, I walked outside. I was I was there for a while. The goal that we're trying to do here, we're doing one thing and one thing only here. The only thing we're trying to do here is to get the Secretary of the Interior to designate Oak Hill as a historic national site. After that, we can tell the story. We can do interpretation, and we should. There's a lot of story to tell here. I mean, literally everything from the Jurassic period, and I'm not joking, all the way till present day is this site. The story to be told on this site is immense. It's a story about indigenous people, a story about enslaved people, a story about indentured servants, a story about freed men and women. It's a very interesting story on a huge piece of property. There is no way we can tell the story in the letter, but we certainly can tell the story if we get the land. And if we don't get the land, then we'll have to do something else. My one question, Aaron, and Mr. Hemstitch, you might know this as well, is if they do accept it, will we have any ability to what's the next steps if they do accept it? And does it just kind of fall out of our hands, or do we have the ability to impact it, or what happens if they accept it?
Madam Chair, my understanding is that if the Secretary of the Interior deems this site a National Historic Site under the Commemoration of Former Presidents Act, which she has the power to do under her discretion, that makes it eligible for NPS to consider purchase, which is something that the DeLashman family has asked that they consider. So that would initiate that process if the National Park Service had an interest in acquiring it.
But is there any story that Loudon could be part of telling?
I don't know for sure what the process would be if they did acquire it to manage the property, but I would imagine that they would want the input of the county as well as the family to tell the story of the property. So I do think there's some potential there. I think we need to explore that with the National Park Service if they're interested in the property, which would be something we would do hopefully pending the success of this process on behalf of the family.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Umstadt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So even though the motion does not mention anything about national park status, the letter does. And I wondered, since in general, a property of a historic value would be considered for a national monument rather than a national park, what is the thinking of talking about a national park, which to me seems less likely than a national monument? Why did we go the park route?
If I may, Madam Chair. So first thing to say here is that the county is merely supporting the efforts of the family at this point. So the family has counsel that they are relying upon for advice to navigate this process. So language contained in our item came from the family at their request. So we're supporting them in that effort. I would say that the decision of whether it becomes a national monument or a national park, if that is something NPS wants to pursue, is probably a separate process that they'll weigh in on at some point in time. This is simply asking the Secretary to designate it as a National Historic Site, which gives it a certain standing, and then NPS has certain abilities to consider acquisition to lead to whether it's a monument or a park or some other designation. That's my understanding.
All right, thank you.
Can I ask you a question inside your time? When you say monument, do you mean the whole land? Because how many acres is this?
Yeah, I mean, national monuments can be large. Bear's Ears, for example.
Okay.
A large natural set of formations. But in general, a national monument recognizes the historical value of something, which is more appropriate for this.
But are you saying it would be a structure?
No.
Oh,
No,
okay.
it would be a designation.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Okay, I understand. I understand. Thank you. Thank you. I hadn't heard that possibility, so thank you so much. Ms. Brixman?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the work of the chair's office and Supervisor Buffington's office to adjust the letter so that it at least acknowledges a few of the enslaved at Oak Hill. But I'm not comfortable with supporting the letter without more explicit direction and information provided that we guarantee that true history will be told and interpreted appropriately in any sort of park that might go on the property. I appreciate the important role James Monroe played in our state in the liberation and formation of our nation. But we should not gloss over the fact that he was one of the most prolific slaveholders in our nation. It was through owning slaves and likely mortgaging the value and capacity of their labor and their bodies that Monroe and his family generated extraordinary wealth, and that was passed down from generation to generation. At his plantation in Highland in Albemarle County, he owned upward of 100 slaves, and I found at least 100 listed in the Loudon County records on a quick search connected to Oak Hill. He even took 7 slaves to Washington when he became president, who labored at the White House. He was also instrumental in executing more than 70 enslaved human beings for being suspected of planning an uprising in Richmond while he was governor, and while he recognized the extreme severity of the punishment was becoming unpalatable across the nation, his solution, after collaborating with Thomas Jefferson, planted the seeds for exporting African Americans from this country to Liberia, where there's still a capital city called Monrovia named after him. I know this is just a letter, and it may just be the last time that we have an influence over what might be a national park, and it needs to interpret the inconvenient history of James Monroe. I can't support even starting this initiative without a sentence or a few words about the slaves that were working on this plantation. They weren't just craftsmen, farmers, blacksmiths, or chefs. Their skills were exploited for the benefit of the Monroe family, and this must be recognized. I love the National Park Service. I worked for the National Park Service at the Grand Canyon. And I know that, Deb Haaland is probably leading, the most equitable and inclusive Department of the Interior that we could ever ask for. And I would trust her staff, but we don't know who will be leading the Department of the Interior in the future when this does become a park. And we don't know that we would have influence over the interpretation of what happened at Oak Hill. And we only have to look back one administration to see what someone like Zinke did with the Department of the Interior and Bears Ears and those sorts of things. So I do appreciate the work, and I would love to have a national park here, but I'm going to vote against supporting the letter. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Turner?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the letter is simply one step in the National Park Service. They may not even express an interest, but if they do, they could make it a national, what did we decide? Not a monument. I just got a list of the monuments, but a national park. They would be 100% in control of the interpretation of the park, correct? They would decide how it was presented and what messages and messaging and story was told around the park.
I don't know that we know for sure exactly what their process would be, but if the National Park Service were to actually acquire the property, it would be National Park Service property. But I don't know to what extent they would include.
Okay. The family or Loudon County and any of how they decide to interpret it.
Correct, and I don't know what the terms would be of such an acquisition. The family has not gotten that far. They're simply expressing interest.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Buffington?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank the DeLashment family who's been taking care of this property and had it under private ownership for generations. It's our 5th president. It's a place that he lived for a while at the end of his presidency and after for a little while. He was a founding father of America. He was one of our ambassadors, Secretary of War, and Secretary of State at the same time, by the way. I believe he was the only one who held 2 secretary positions at the same time, Governor of Virginia, and lots of other things. There are very few presidents' homes like this former presidents' homes like this, especially from back then, that aren't already owned by the national government and our parks or monuments. And thankfully, because of the Delashmans family's generosity and wanting it to be owned by the federal government and wanting it to be open to the public, we have this opportunity to support their effort. And as Aaron said, that's all we're doing with this letter. We're simply supporting their effort to reach out to the federal government, the Secretary of the Interior, and say, hey, we're offering this for sale to you. You could buy it. You could make it a park. You could make it open to the public. That's what we would like for it. I think we would be silly not to take advantage of this opportunity and show support for the effort. I mean, the other effort is to not show support for it or say nothing. And now that we've brought this forward, not showing support for it is showing that we don't support it, in my opinion. And I can't imagine doing that. So I hope we'll support it. I have faith that whether Republican-run or Democrat-run federal government at the time, whether we have any say or not, that the federal government would accurately interpret the property. And if they don't for 1 or 2 terms because we have some crazy nut, and I'm not saying Trump was a crazy nut, I'm just saying if there is a crazy nut in the presidency that doesn't want to interpret it properly and orders that it not be interpreted properly, that could be changed after the crazy nut leaves, whoever that may be on either side of the aisle. I think we'd be silly not to take advantage of this opportunity. And I just, again, want to really thank the Delashman family for giving us this opportunity to have something like this in Loudon County and for taking such great care of it for so many generations now. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Buffington. Mr. Letourneau?
Yeah, I'll support the item. When we go back to this era of history, it's very complicated, and it's not black and white at all. And the reality is history is history. And what happened. And there's positive things that somebody like a Monroe did, and there's not positive things. And that's true for all the founding fathers. And in this situation, we have a really unique property here in Loudon County that could help contribute to telling that story in its entirety. In my experience, the National Park Service does a great job interpreting these types of sites, and honestly is always been free from political interference in terms of how they've done it. I mean, I've been to many historic landmarks and seen a lot of really well done work. So I don't have any concerns. My bigger concern would be whether they're actually interested in this and whether it's something they have money for and all that kind of stuff. And so I wish this was a little more baked coming to us so we kind of knew what we were signing up for. You said that they had counsel that they were working with, but it doesn't sound like they've shared a lot of details with us in terms of exactly how they're approaching this.
I think their approach is to get the National Historic Site designation and then approach NPS with a request to purchase their property. I think that right now is the extent of the plan.
Yeah, but I think as we all know, these things take a lot of execution and probably the involvement of the congressional delegation. There's a question about appropriation. You know, there's all sorts of things here. I just don't know how well out that's been thought out.
So I know that the family has reached out to the congressional delegation. They're copied on this letter. They were copied on letters that the family has sent. The motion requests that we be allowed to use our lobbyists to help kind of help guide that as well and provide any input that we can as a county. So the family, in my understanding, is very much at kind of the beginning of this process. They've just recently made the decision that this is what they want to pursue, making this available to the public. So I think this really is the plan that they have so far.
Yeah,
and
I only have 30 seconds left. Thank you for that detail. I guess I would just say we probably need to monitor this going forward. Obviously, I'm all for using some resources. I don't want to sort of get sucked into a long, intense effort that has no chance of success, if that's what it is. And I have no idea, none. But I'm just saying, I think we have to sort of, perhaps the type of thing that, as part of our updates, when we get back into the legislative season, we have some updates on, and we sort of gauge where we are at that point. But I'll support this tonight.
Mr. Saines.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. All right, so let's make sure we're all on the same page and understand fully here. And I think Supervisor Buffington was getting to some of this. This is private property by the family. It's not controlled, not ran by the county. That's number one. Two, they're asking us, just as we've received from other folks or received letters from folks when they're saying, hey, we want you guys to vote for this, vote for thing. Here's a support letter. All they're doing is asking us to give a support letter showing that we're in support of what they're doing. So I would say, I think the letter is definitely a lot better than the first letter that was presented to us before. It does mention some of the information that happened on this site. If you go to Monticello, if you go to Mount Vernon and other places, they do a pretty decent job, some better than others, and some have come late to the party, telling the full story of what has happened there. But I'm assuming that'll be the same thing here, but that'll be further down the line of discussion. The first step, as Ms. McCollum has mentioned, they're just looking for letters of support from us. I'm pretty sure, as you mentioned, they've reached out to Congresswoman Wexton. I'm pretty sure Senator Kane, Senator Warner, asking for letters of support, same thing, so then they can just get through this first hurdle and then go down the line. So the only thing I would suggest is maybe staff who's talking to the family is ask if do they want any more of our help, or would they like any of assistance from us moving forward whenever they want us to pitch in and help out. That's probably the question that we need to be asking at this juncture, besides doing this letter, which I have no problem doing this letter in support of their efforts, because again, it's their property. They're decided to do so at this point. One question for Supervisor Buffington and Chair Randall, since you spoke with the family or Ms. McCullen, why are they deciding to do this now? Is it just because they just got tired of taking care of the property, they're ready to cash out, or what's the purpose?
So the Delashment family, the patriarch and matriarch of the family are retiring, and their children live in different states and have their own lives, and they felt it was the best decision to not keep the property, but they wanted to ensure that they could try as hard as they could to make it open to the public.
Right. Gotcha. So this is definitely sounds like a good option to go down that route before possibly selling to somebody else or an entity and doing something else with it. So that makes sense. If kids moved on, don't want anything to do with this thing, it's probably a lot of time and effort and money. So, all right, yeah, I'll support the motion. Thank you.
So first of all, there are no two sides to this. It is black and white. He owns human beings. There's no two sides to this. It was horrible. But let me be clear, Ms. Brixman, if you think you care more about the issue of somebody owning enslaved human beings than I care, girl, you would be really smart to not interrupt me right now. I cannot tell you how smart you'd be to not interrupt me right now. I wish you would keep interrupting me right now. If you think you care more about this than Supervisor Glass, Supervisor Saines, or I do, you're wrong. You're wrong. If we put a letter in that's full of nothing but all the horrible things that happened, do you think that the park services would go, yeah, let's take this? The best way to tell this story is to get the land first. That's the best way to tell this story. Depending on what we put in the letter, if I'm them, I wouldn't read this letter and go, well, look at all the horrible things that happened there. Look at all the enslaved people he owned. Look at all the executions. Yeah, we want to own this land. Of course they wouldn't want to take it. We would do just the opposite than we're trying to do. They wouldn't want to take the land. What federal service would read that and go, oh yeah, we want to own that? It would be completely opposite of what we're trying to do. We want the story told. I want the story told. Ms. Glass wants the story told. Mr. Saines wants the story told. But I don't need anybody, and I mean I don't need anybody telling me what it was to be an enslaved human being. Don't need that for a hot damn second. Wow is right. Wow is right. There are times you have to let us lead. There are times there are ways to be an ally, and there are ways to be so far out in front of us, you're doing us damage. This is a doing us damage moment. We want the property so the story can be told. The most important thing is the history get told. Putting all that stuff in the letter probably will keep them, if they're going to do it anyway, from taking the property. And then the family will sell it to God knows who, and it will never be told. There are strategic ways to do this. And you've got to sometimes trust that I know what I'm doing. The Quran knows what he's doing. The Sylvia knows what she's doing. The Carl Rush knows what he's doing. The Val Marie knows what we're doing. We know what we're doing. We know how to do this. We've been in this our entire lives. This is not new to us. You are out of line right now. Motion was made by me, seconded by Supervisor Buffington. All in favor, please say aye. Opposed?
Nay.
That motion will pass 8-1. I need a 5-minute break. sit down.
I need a stretch.
And then we have one more closed session. Yeah. Okay. We really only have one item left? 13A. Okay. Well, the problem is, we actually had a discussion at subcommittee on the issue. Good Lord. We can't go straight to a motion. We can. And this was in finance, so I'll give it to Kristen. Okay, we're back. Miss Umstead, as Chair of Finance, would you like to make a motion on 13A? Let's go straight to a motion.
I move the recommendation of the Finance, Government Operations, and Economic Development Committee that the Board of Supervisors adopt the resolution of the Board of Supervisors of the County of Loudon, Virginia, requesting the Circuit Court to order a special election on November 8, 2022, on the questions of issuing not to exceed $394,252,000 in general obligation bonds to finance public improvements as presented in Attachment 1 to the June 21st, 2022 Board of Supervisors Business Meeting Action Item.
Oh, I didn't pick that. Motion made and seconded by Supervisor Letourneau. Miss Umstead.
Madam Chair, this is for a number of projects, including school projects, public facility projects, to include Fire and Rescue Station number 4, Round Hill Station replacement, and the cost of other public safety facilities approved in the county's capital improvement program and Western Loudon Recreation Center, and the costs of other public park, recreational, and community center projects approved in the county's capital improvement program. And transportation projects, stating shall the County of Loudon, Virginia contract a debt and issue its general obligation capital improvement bonds in the maximum principal amount of $51,314,000 to finance in whole or in part the design, construction, and other costs of the following transportation improvements: Cross Trail Boulevard, Segment C, Sickland Road to Dulles Greenway, a roundabout at Route 15 and Braddock Road, a roundabout at Route 50 and Everfield Drive, Route 7 improvements, Phase 2, Route 7 and Route 690 interchange, Route 7 improvements, Phase 3, Route 9 and Dulles Greenway, Segment 2, an overpass across Sterling Boulevard at the W&OD Trail, and the cost of other public road and transportation projects approved in the county's capital improvement program. And I have no comments except these came out with Finance Committee endorsement.
Thank you. Mr. Letourneau?
Yeah, the only reason we're having this and wasn't on consent was we had some discussion with the Finance Committee about whether the wording of the questions together, and specifically the Western Loudon Recreation Center, whether that should stand on its own as a PRCS project. And I had some concerns and continue to that if we had worded that separately, it may have failed in the referendum. Those projects typically are precarious anyway. Even the Dulles South one only got 52% of the vote. I had an opportunity to talk to Supervisor Buffington. I don't think I ever talked to Supervisor Kirshner, but Supervisor Buffington agreed with that concern and is supportive of the way that staff ended up organizing this. So I would continue to support this language.
Okay. Ms. Glass.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe Supervisor Umstead had mentioned it, but I just want to quickly highlight Parkview High School and the renovations that are going to be coming to that school. As an educator, it's wonderful to see, the students will, will have an important project and will have a better facility that they do have now. So thank you.
Okay. Anybody else? Mr. Buffington.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the work that went into this from Supervisor Letourneau, Supervisor Umstead, and the Finance Committee, and I'll be supporting their recommendation.
Mr. Saints?
Yes, no, thank you, Ms. Glass, for bringing up Parkview, but I actually just want to correct one thing. It's renovation or replacement. They haven't decided either one just yet, but there will at least be something for Parkview coming down the pipeline soon.
So in your time, let me just ask you about that. And I asked Supervisor Umstead about this for Loudon County High School. So Parkview is one of our first 4 high schools, and it is, I think they're historic schools in nature. I don't know if they're actually historic buildings, but they're historic schools. So is there, I guess, and this may be a question for Tim Strudel, is there any way to do a full renovation without gutting the school, or just like take out the inside of the gut? Because it just seems to me that those schools, those first 4, Parkview, Broad Run, Loudon Valley, Loudon County, are so important to the history of the county. I get what you're saying, and I want Parkview and Broad Run to be brought up to the same standard as every other school. I just would hate to lose the facade and all that's in the schools. Is that reasonable, or is that just unreasonable because of how when the schools were built?
Well, I would say, I know Loudoun County did get a major renovation a few years back, and I know it's coming back around again. And actually, I think do you have some historical designation for the Loudoun County?
It is.
Where the columns are, and then Broad Run got a major renovation a few years ago, so they're actually pretty good. Parkview has been getting itty-bitty pieces here and there, but they're due for a super major renovation. And why people are starting to talk about a full replacement is the classroom sizes are just way too small, because when they're built in 1974, 75, 76, the designs and the standards are completely different than what they are now. There's no, I'm not going to say sunlight coming in there. It's
okay.
It's by the time you rack up looking at all the major replacements, it's almost better just build a brand new.
Well, I know cost-wise that might be true, but I'm just talking about from a historical point of view, keeping our first 4 schools.
I don't think there's anything really historical with.
Okay. Okay. All right.
Yeah, not from the 70s. I don't think there's any. Yeah.
Okay.
We could save some bricks.
All right. Well, I mean, you would know better than most, so it's your district, and you went to Broad Run High School, so. Ms. Umstead, would you like to close?
Nothing to close. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion will pass 9-0. We have one more closed session. Mr. Sands, will you please read us in?
I move that the Board of Supervisors recess this public meeting and enter into closed session pursuant to Section 2.2-3711A8 of the Code of Virginia to consult with legal counsel regarding legal advice pertaining to the cable franchise renewals.
Second. Second. Discussion on the motion. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion will pass 9-0. Mr. Sains, will you read us out of closed session?
Yes, I move, where is it here?
Courtney, can I make these motions together? Can I do and I moved, and I further move? Okay.
Hold on. I lost my little cheat sheet.
You've done this 20,000.
All right, I move that
11 times.
Uh-oh.
You need mine?
Yeah. I threw mine away by accident. Yeah, I move that the closed session be adjourned, and what's the other part?
And that no items were
And no items were discussed during the closed session. No, that's not it. Sorry, I threw it away by accident and I can't find
Where's
it.
my folder? Where are voters? Where are voters? Where are?
Yeah.
Where are voters? Okay.
Oh, there. Thank you. I move that the closed session be adjourned, that the Board of Supervisors reconvene its public meeting, that the minutes of the public meeting should reflect that no formal action was taken in closed session, and further move that the resolution certifying the closed session be adopted and reflected in the minutes of this public meeting.
Motion's been made and seconded. Would you all please affirm? Ms. Glass?
Affirm.
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 So when we went into closed session, we had 9 supervisors. We have one that has left. Just to note that. So all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed. That motion will pass 801. I have a motion. Move the Board of Supervisors approve a resolution extending the term of Comcast California, Maryland, Pennsylvania, Virginia, West Virginia LLC cable television franchise from its current expiration date of August 20th, 2022 into April 30th, 2023, subject to receipt of written confirmation from Comcast approving the extension. And I further move that the Board of Supervisors approve a resolution extending the term of the Verizon Virginia LLC cable television franchise from its current expiration date of September 30th, 2022 until April 30th, 2023, subject to written confirmation from Verizon before September 30th, 2022, approving the extension. Motion's been made and seconded. Discussion on the motion. I have nothing. Anybody else? Anything? Okay. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion will pass 801. Thank you, and we are done.
TLUC members, read your package. There's a lot in there. Sorry.